All right, well, good job listening to directions, everyone. Welcome. We are here for the 2022 California Marine Protected Area Decadal Management Review Forum. Thank you all for coming today. So I'm Craig Schumann. I'm the Marine Region Manager with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Before we get started and discuss today's agenda, I would like to invite Chairwoman Ramirez of the Ohlone, Castanoan, and Esalen Nation to provide a land acknowledgement. Chairwoman Ramirez.
Short people. First of all, let me tell you, I don't do land acknowledgement. You're on our land. You acknowledge that we're here. And that's the way land acknowledgements should be. We need to know what you feel, how you respect our people. So you want to do a land acknowledgement? Please do. I won't. Just know that it's our land. And I was being calm right now. Ilapanamikalai, Iwanomatsa, Aloni Costanoan Esalen Nation. Welcome to the homeland of Aloni Costanoan Esalen Nation. Nishma, Puel Kitu Kanamsha Masanata Hawipizi, Atsia Pamiami Chak Pasa Amuatas. Efehe Hetan, Aloni Costanoan Esalen Nation, Efehe Hetan, the Greater Monterey Bay Area. Thank you for standing, and I didn't have to ask you to. Las Odnoyam, Las Met, Las Iapa, Las Alsway, Let's Alewa you, Let Hialpa Ahik no Mets Pahawi. La Kakao Hupa Lechi, Kohesa Lechi, Neku Ekipasa, La Kata Hapsa, Sasipi Kominan, Hatan Lechi, Hulina, well, La Ka, Taiteka Sas, Sawu Kominan Hatan, Let Pana, La Ka Tohesa Lechi, Neku Lohma, Pami Machi, La Taiteka Sa, Tohesa Las Pas, Pami Kominan, Le Efehem. Creator, grandfather, and grandmothers, and ancestors, we good way come. We ask that you protect and guide us and give us the strength and knowledge so that all of us reclaim our language and culture, watch all of our children and give them the desire to know their culture and give peace to all our people. Let me tell you who I am. Please have a seat. I am the daughter of Alfred Edward Miranda, Esalen, and Chumash, and Marcelina Corral, Chumash, and Mexican. I am the granddaughter of Thomas Anthony Miranda, Esalen, and Marquesa Robles, Chumash. I am the great-granddaughter of Thomas Santos Miranda and Maria Inez Agnes Garcia. Both are Esalen and Monterey Costanoan. Thomas Santos, Maria Inez Agnes, Thomas Anthony, and my great-aunt Maria Guadalupe Miranda are recorded as the Monterey Band of Monterey by C.E. Kelsey, special Indian agent assigned by Congress in 1906 to identify the landless Indians of California. Thomas Santos and Maria Inez Agnes are buried at the Garden of Memory Cemetery in Salinas. My family is the only ones identified by name in that report in 1906 as the Monterey Band of Monterey. And I don't say that there are no other people. There are. Kelsey put plus 50 people into the ocean. And so we know we had others, but the only ones identified by name was my family lineage. And so now, to close as I can, I want to tell you what the land means to us. Give me water. Sorry, I didn't bring my water with. Thank you. That's all that medication they give me to stay calm. Dries me out. Nishafehe let kalai, let iwanomatsa let kalai, kominan let kalai, takari let chaalai, mashapa let chaalai, ewai mitano let lala chaalai, let efehem, mawipalai, let mawilai, let ewai mitano lala mawilai. Let efehe mefpelai, let mefpelai, let ewamitano lala mefpelai, let kaper efehe, let cha'a esalen cha'a, let cha'a esalen cha'a, let kalai, let cha'a, let kalai, let cha'a, let ewamitano, let cha'a lai. My people, we are here. Our homeland, we are here. Everyone, we are here. Yesterday we lived here. Today we live here. Forever we will live here. Our people sang here. We sing here. We will always sing here. Our people danced here. We dance here. We will always dance here. We are one people. We live. Esalen lives. We exist, Esalen exists. We are here, we exist. We are here, we exist. We will always exist here. Let kalai, let kalai, let kalai. We are here, and that is what the land is to us. It is who we are. And at ending, I wear red for our sisters, our murdered and missing Indigenous women, children, and men as well. Thank you. I moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ramirez. It is an honor to be here with you today. I'd like to introduce Chairman Lopez of the Amon Mutsun tribe, who will also provide some opening remarks.
Good morning. Beautiful morning, beautiful morning. It's an opportunity for us to talk about the marine protected areas. Our people have lived here. You know, the anthropologists say we lived here for 15,000 years approximately. That's not true. We've been here forever. You know, they found a footprint recently that they dated to 26,000 years. And it was in, where was that at? One of the Central American countries, I believe. 26,000 years. How is it then that we've been here for 15? That math doesn't work. We've been here since time immemorial. And they say that we came across the Bering Strait. We did not come across the Bering Strait. They had the Kelp Highway. Our people navigated the Kelp Highway. And that's how we connected for thousands and thousands of years with the other indigenous people along the coast. not only of California or the Americas, but around the world. We connected and we stayed together and we shared practices and stuff like that. Today we're going to talk about California and the oceans and the coast. Our people stewarded those oceans and coasts for thousands of years. And our people learned a tremendous amount of knowledge. They learned about the migrating salmon. And so before the salmon would come in, we would take care of the spawning beds for the sardines and the anchovies. So when the salmon came in, they would have plenty of food, a really rich, abundant food source, so they could get the energy and the strength to make that migration up the rivers. They had to get the body weight on to last for that journey. Our people learned that when you fish for the salmon, when they start that run, you don't go out there and throw your nets in to catch the first fish that run. The first fish that run, they're the most determined, they're the strongest, and they're the ones that we want to pass on those traits to the next generations. We wanted them to spawn, the ones that ran first. And so we would let that first run go up the rivers and stuff, and then we would take our fish. When we gathered seaweeds for foods and stuff like that, we didn't gather them all. We knew that we took very little. We would take just a small amount so that there would be plenty for food source for other species and also for future generations of those grasslands. Our people studied their environment. When those early explorers came by, they looked at the landscapes. And they wrote of Central California that it was a beautiful park-like setting. It was a mosaic of different colors and different plants and different trees. And it was beautiful. And they thought it was just happenstance or coincidence or randomness. They didn't recognize that our people had stewarded those lands for thousands and thousands of years. The Central Coast, the area that we're on now, was recognized as one of the most biodiverse landscapes in North America. And we manage that landscape with indigenous knowledge. When those colonizers came, they equated us, one of the priests wrote that we were closer to the species of monkeys than man. The papal bulls issued by the Pope in 1453 said that indigenous people have no soul. That has never been rescinded by the church, by the way. We have no soul, and if you don't have no soul, you're not a human being. And so we're not recognized as human beings. And so they can torture us. They can enslave us. They can brutalize us, they can kill us, and it didn't matter. It wasn't a sin in their eyes because we were not human beings. And they did not have any respect for the way we took care of the environment. One of the first laws they passed, that Spain passed, I believe it was in 1788, and they came to California in 1769, was to outlaw indigenous burning. We could not burn these landscapes. And fire was a critical and sacred tool given us for land management by Creator. And so when we could not burn the landscapes, that allowed the shrubs and the trees and the forest to move into those open space areas that we maintained, that open coastal prairie. And now that coastal prairie is pretty much gone. That's progress. That's not the way our people manage these landscapes. People have got to learn that the indigenous people were successful in managing the oceans, the coast, the landscapes, the rivers, etc., for thousands and thousands of years. If we are going to successfully deal with restoring coastlines, if we're going to deal with climate change, if we're going to deal with restoring biodiversity and so much more, it must be indigenous-led. It must be indigenous-led. We're going to talk about some of that today. And we hope we talk to people who can know how to listen with their heart and know how to and understand that history and understand the contributions that indigenous peoples made to these landscapes for thousands and thousands of years. If we're going to be successful, it must be indigenous-led. Oh.
Thank you, Chair Ramirez, Chair Lopez. Very moving words. I'd like to thank all of our tribal members that are here today and also recognize Ada Stevenson, General Counsel for Cato Tribe of Laytonville Rancheria. So up next, I'd like to bring up Chuck Bonham, Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Come on down.
How's everybody doing? I couldn't hear you. How's everybody doing? I still can't hear you. How you doing? All right. Hey, it's true. My name's Chuck Bonham, and I'm the director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'd like to talk about three things: time, sadness and joy, and gratitude. Time. So time is really dependent on your perspective. For many in the room today, you're marking 10 years. 10 years of review, engagement, improvement, science, outreach, education about the Marine Protected Area Network. For some of you, you may be marking time by events in your life. My son is 11 years old. I use him as a benchmark for the time I've been director, which corresponds to about the 10 years I just mentioned evaluating the network. Some of you might have been involved when the California legislature passed the Marine Life Protection Act in 1999, a longer time frame. Many of you were involved in the process that played out from 2004 to 2012 to create the now 124 pieces of a world-renowned network. It's a pretty short perspective of time. We just heard important comments from tribal chairs that place time from their perspective at the beginning of creation. So time, each of us is a part of this dynamic over time, whether it's 10 years, 1 year, since creation. Sadness. We've experienced a fair amount of sadness and challenges over that arc of history, from the pain and suffering my predecessors caused to the chairs, their communities, their nations, to today in my position grappling with likely closing salmon fishing commercially, recreationally. I've seen pain. I've seen the chairs of the Karuk Nation and the Yurok Nation tell their people there's not enough fish for world ceremonies that they've engaged in since the beginning of their creation. But on the other side of the coin from sadness and challenges, there will always remain great opportunities through the power of our people, you in this room. You, no matter how you've engaged, have produced a result that exists nowhere else on the planet. The California Marine Protected Area Network is 852 square miles in state waters. It is one of the largest ecologically connected networks on the entire globe. That's an accomplishment. And it's working. Has it been perfect? By no means. Is anything? Not really. But pause for a minute and think about what you find in the scientific review document. Everywhere you look in that 10-year review is an indicator of progress, an example of success. Start with what might be the most interesting when you imagine stewardship of our resources in the ocean. The network is producing bigger and more fish. What's not to like about that? The network in some places appears to be a possible buffer to climate disruption in the ocean. And I don't use climate change anymore. We're in the middle of disruption. Change suggests something we can casually accommodate. We are living through disruption. And the network may be one of our remedies to the challenges ahead. At the beginning of that 10 years, we did wrong by our relationships with tribes across the state. 10 years later, we're in a much better place. Consulting with tribes to weave in their traditional knowledge, having created a tribal marine steward networks, 14 community collaboratives, community scientists engaged across the entire endeavor, educational signage at over 500 locations, bigger and more fish. What's not to like? It's working. So time, whether you've been here since the beginning of time and have shown us truly what stewardship means, or you're just arriving to this conversation in the last couple of years, we need you. We need us together, heading in the same direction. Yes, there are challenges and sadness, but don't forget the successes and the triumphs, which is how I want to end, with gratitude. As challenging as today's times are, I think too infrequently, you hear people in positions like mine say to you what might be some of the most powerful 2 words in the English language. Thank you. This wouldn't happen without you. Keep pushing us. Keep insisting on our inclusion of you, our improvement for equity, our commitment to tribal engagement and leadership. This won't happen, I agree, without Indigenous people showing us the way. And it also won't happen without the rest of you. Thanks for everything you've done. Enjoy today. I'll be here through the day. If you want to bend my ear on anything particular, please find me. I appreciate you with deep gratitude. Thanks.
Thank you, Chuck. Up next, we have Samantha Murray, the immediate past president, Fish and Game Commission, and executive director of the Master of Advanced Studies program in Marine Biodiversity and Conservation at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego.
Hello and welcome. We on the Fish and Game Commission are incredibly excited to be here with you today. I had the privilege of working with many of you over many years, attending meetings and working to create, adopt, and implement a network of marine protected areas along our coastline. I'm honored to now have the opportunity to work with my fellow commissioners, with the Ocean Protection Council, with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and with all of you on what happens next. When I think back on the Marine Life Protection Act, which was passed 24 years ago, I'm struck by the notion of information and data. We knew we'd be gaining information about habitat and wildlife, and we hoped we'd gain information about how our MPAs can work together as a network. And with a massive investment by the state of California, we have all of that information and more. But beyond that, we got things like seafloor mapping and a data visualization tool that's now used around the world for community planning in oceans. And we gained research reserves that provided invaluable data in the face of marine heat waves and oil spills and other events we could not have anticipated. California had the foresight to prioritize information and data. As we've heard, the MLPA did not get everything right. Like many pieces of environmental legislation, the MLPA was silent on the impact its mandate would have on tribes. And this was a major social justice oversight. California tribes and tribal communities emphatically, passionately, and appropriately named that oversight and spoke loudly to influence that process. I cannot and I will not speak for tribes, given my own positionality as a white woman on the Fish and Game Commission. But what I witnessed is that complicated history had an important effect on state governance. Tribal leaders worked extraordinarily hard and secured important concrete outcomes, appropriately elevating the formal role of California tribes and tribal communities in a variety of important ocean and coastal policy venues. It's not an endpoint. There's a lot of work to be done, but I'm grateful for the leadership of tribes in continuing their legacy of coastal and ocean stewardship, I would say over thousands of years, but for what is really forever. So thank you for that. There are many other voices too that need to be heard, that need to be amplified, especially from historically marginalized communities, vulnerable communities, and under-resourced communities, because the ocean is for everybody. Today, we live in a world of human impacts. There is not an inch of California's 1,100-mile coastline that isn't important to somebody, and our human imprint is visible on every single piece of the California coast, with new proposed uses coming online all the time. So I'm grateful that California prioritized information 24 years ago and protection 24 years ago and saw value in both of those things. Today and in the coming months and years, we have the opportunity to build on what we knew then, but now through the lens of our wiser selves 23 years later. We have to hear and uplift tribal leadership, tribal-led management, and indigenous knowledge. We need to look at ways to engage and amplify new voices in the management of our MPAs and find new ways to ensure our MPAs are understood and enforced. We need to prioritize new kinds of monitoring information and data that we'll need in the coming years, looking ahead to a world of increased climate impacts and a changing ocean. And we need to look at our goals under the original Marine Life Protection Act to see whether we need to be adaptively managing the network itself to enhance California's resiliency in the face of climate change, or as Director Bonham said, disruption. So starting tomorrow, the Fish and Game Commission will hold a listening session to hear reflections on what you hear today and what you see in the Decadal Management Review, and to hear your adaptive management recommendations and things you want to prioritize moving forward in the coming years, in the next decade, and beyond that. We will continue to agendize this issue on the Fish and Game Commission and at our meetings, and we want to continue to work with you and hear from you in those meetings. I know a lot of folks are looking these days toward the international landscape. There's a UN High Seas Treaty. There's potential for protected areas in the open ocean. I know for me, I went to COP27 in Egypt this fall. Many were at the Biodiversity Conference in Montreal. And the scale of those conversations is important. But right here in California, we have the opportunity locally to make such a huge difference with our wiser selves and where we go next. So we look forward to hearing your voice and listening to your words and working alongside you as we move into the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murray. Very well said. Up next, I'd like to invite Jen Eckerly, who is the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy for the California Natural Resources Agency and the Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council. Almost as long as Samantha's title, but not quite.
Thank you so much. I'm Jen Eckerly. I'm so happy to be here. I feel humbled and honored to be in this room today. And thank you, Director Bonham and Commissioner Murray, for your words. I just am here to just appreciate all of you and the partnership and all the work that we've done for the tribal leaders and members that are here and continuing to teach us and show us how to do better. Thank you. Thank you for your partnership and your patience. Today is just a monumental milestone in the work that we've all done together over the last 10 years, and I'm really excited and enthusiastic to hear all of the great work and what we're going to do going forward together. We recognize that our marine protected areas are working, and yet there are places and things that we need to do to improve management. As you heard from Samantha and Chuck, we've got work around equity and building resilience in the face of climate change. I was in Montreal for the Biodiversity COP in December, and I just want to reiterate that what we're doing here in California is a global model for marine conservation. It is something that we should be very proud of, and we're setting that gold standard across the world. I do also want to make that connection between what we're doing in California around the 30 by 30 initiative. So our marine protected areas, our 16% protected, counts towards that 30% for conserving coastal waters in California. But marine protected areas are not the only way that we're going to get to that 30%. And so you'll hear more about that from me later today, but I wanted to just share that that's one piece, and we've got other strategies. So I just wanted to say thank you again. I'm looking forward to the discussion and the partnership and the ongoing work. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Eckerly. And up next, I'm very pleased to introduce Nicole Cropper, who's the Deputy Director of the Office of Justice, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Oh, it's so great to be here. Thank you all for allowing me to spend a little bit of time with you. I'm not going to repeat the words of congratulations because we all know that we've done a great job here protecting the resource here. What I will talk about today, just very briefly, if I may, is that this work reflects the collaboration of a lot of folks across the state. But I look around the room and I want to see myself reflected in those collaborations, right? I want to look around the room and see the reflection of my brothers and sisters, Indigenous communities across the state, reflected in the decisions that we all make. My reality is that a lot of people, I love the ocean, and my reality is that I go to the ocean and I often don't feel welcome there, right? And it's not the resource that is making me feel that way. It is the people, it is the communities that make me feel that way. And so today, I would like to challenge each of us within our own organizations, within our own volunteer networks, within ourselves individually, to understand and do better with creating more welcoming environments. This means really intentionally opening up the decisions, not just for the organizations and the people that have always been involved, like the Department of Fish and Wildlife, an organization that I work for, right? This means opening up those decisions to all of you and to all of our brothers and sisters across the state. This means actively and intentionally making ourselves uncomfortable, hearing the words of the chair people, sitting with that uncomfortable history, And so I'm going to end with that. I wanted to challenge each of you throughout the day as you listen to the conversations, to the great panelists that we have, to be uncomfortable and to leave here not with just the discomfort, but with action. Leave here with action to reach out to more people that don't look like you, that don't think like you. Thank you.
So I just want to once again thank Chair Ramirez, Chair Lopez, and our other speakers for the great introductory remarks. So it was almost exactly 10 years ago to the day. It was actually 10 years ago in 2 weeks. Many of us were just down the road celebrating the 5-year review of the Central Coast Symposium. And so that was the first 5 years of the Central Coast Marine Protected Areas. As I look around this room, I see a lot of familiar faces. I also see a lot of new faces, and that is just amazing. And I hope to get to know all of you in the coming days, weeks, months, and years as we continue to adaptively manage our MPA network. When I think about that Central Coast Symposium, we spent the better part of 3 days talking about 5 years of one study region. Today, we're going to spend 1 day talking about 10 years of the entire state. So we're getting better and we're going to move quickly. We're almost on time. So if there's a sense of urgency as we go through the panels, is because we have a lot of information to get through. So how's the day is going to roll out? We're going to have a morning session. Session 1 is going to have a panel on research and monitoring and enforcement and compliance with a short break in between. We're then going to break for lunch, graciously provided by Resource Legacy Fund. After lunch, we'll start session 2, where we will discuss outreach and education, policy and permitting. We'll then have a Q&A session, and that will conclude the formal session. We'll then move next door to a poster session with refreshments provided by Sea Grant. Thank you, Sea Grant. I saw y'all out there somewhere in the audience. Tomorrow, as Commissioner Murray said, we will then move into the meat of the discussion, right? Today's really to learn, listen, Q&A, hear about what's been going on. Tomorrow we get into the discussion with the Marine Resources Committee and decide, well, what are we going to do next? How are we going to improve our management of this amazing resource that we have, our California's Marine Protected Area Network? So to kick it off, I'm going to invite Steve Wirtz to come on up and give us a very brief overview of California's Marine Protected Area Network.
Thanks, Craig, and good morning, everyone. It's a little humbling to be up here after the previous presentations. So today, the focus of my talk is to touch on the content very briefly of the first comprehensive review of California's globally recognized network of marine protected areas. Before I jump into that, it's important to recall why the department took on this huge endeavor. So following completion of planning for the network in 2012, the Department of Fish and Wildlife updated the master plan for marine protected areas from a siting and planning document to be a forward-looking management plan. On this slide you see around the room are some of the key features that came out of that plan. One was the implementation of a marine protected area management program, which is composed of 4 pillars shown up here, and that's research and monitoring, enforcement compliance, outreach and education, and policy and permitting. MPA practitioners around the world recognize these pillars as important for an effective program. And today we have a great set of panelists that are going to help us engage in discussions, as Craig mentioned a moment ago, throughout the day. It also required a comprehensive monitoring and monitoring program. And that program is underway at this time, and it helped inform this first review. And it also resulted in a 10-year decadal management review cycle. That review cycle is based on the life history of many of the species found along the California current, and it's administratively feasible. So it's a win-win for us. That's not advancing. Can someone advance that slide? This seems to be a common thing that happens with me. At the heart of the program is the adaptive management cycle, and it's the vehicle for continuous learning and evaluation of the program and the network as we move through time so we can make adjustments. This simple figure up here shows the 3 core stages. Stage 1 is where you identify your question or objective that you have for the program or the network. You run that through stakeholders, tribes, you get input, and then you move to stage 2, and that's where you go out and start collecting the data. And that's done through the 10-year cycle. And then as you approach stage 3, you begin to synthesize, pull all that information together and generate a report, which I hopefully you all had a chance to see. It's the MPA Management Review. And you have the findings, gaps in your knowledge, and recommendations for moving forward. And as we all know, we're very proud of the department for this achievement. This was a monumental task, and we couldn't have done it with a lot of the people here in this room. So you should all give yourself a pat on the back. And while we have this 10-year cycle, at any time when we learn new information during the process, the commission can take action to fix it or make the program better. For example, if a regulation is not enforceable, public can't understand what's being asked of them, the commission can take action to have the department amend that regulation so we're in a better place. So the first review is an informational report with technical input. On here, I kind of forgot what's going here. So it identifies our accomplishments, our challenges, and the gaps in our knowledge. It includes information from engagement with tribes in the broader ocean community, and it gives some insight into how the network is moving or performing as we're moving forward. And of course, it has adaptive management recommendations. It was informed by many sources of information, and some of those, one was a report generated by some tribal consultants that provided their perspectives on the Marine Life Protection Act process, including recommendations so how we can effectively move forward with tribes in a positive way and hear their voice. We had input from from public meetings, and then we also had 21 reports from partner organizations that have been engaged in this process from the beginning, and that really helped elevate the report. And then we had the results from 7 long-term monitoring projects that analyzed historical data and reported out that information in addition to impacts on fisheries. And those reports were guided by 3 independent science groups. One looked at the Marine Life Protection Act goals and distilled those into scientifically tractable questions. There was a group that looked at the potential of our network in California to show some resilience to climate change. And then there was a group that pulled all that information in to try to address those performance objectives. So the recommendations in the report are grouped into 3 bins, and those bins reflect the structure of the report. And they're shown up on here: MPA governance, MPA management, and network performance. Within those bins, the recommendations are cataloged with an array of actionable items that the commission may want to consider moving forward. To be transparent and totally inclusive, we provided all of the recommendations we've received over the last 10 years in what we call Appendix A in the report. This is from tribes, fishing communities, the broader ocean community, public at large. We looked at that information and the information we learned from our data gaps, our knowledge from the last 10 years, and the department developed a revised list or a refined list of management recommendations that's in the plan, and we feel that's in table 6.1. And we feel those recommendations are the ones that we can carry forward to improve the program and our effectiveness in monitoring the program. However, with that said, the commission can pick and choose any recommendations from Appendix A, from Table 6.1, or as new information comes in. So that's where we are with the recommendations. And then in closing, I just would like to thank everyone today for coming here today, braving the weather yesterday. And we look forward to some enhanced dialogue between everyone in this room with the experts we have on each one of the panels. So I just want to conclude with that. And we do have, as you see on this slide here, we have the moderators listed for each one of the program panels. So with that, thank you very much for coming and look forward to talking to you throughout the day.
So thank you, Steve. If we could get the panelists up for the first panel of research and monitoring to come on down. So while the panelists are stepping forward, I just want to take a moment and I'm going to put Steve on the spot and say thank you. So Steve has been the supervisor of our MPA project for over 10 years. So the entire decade that we're here today has been under Steve's leadership. Don't let his calm demeanor fool you. This guy is an animal. He used to jump out of airplanes. So thank you, Steve, for everything you've done. I'm now going to turn it over to Sarah Warden, who will be the moderator of our first panel. Sarah, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Okay, awesome. So, maybe not. Is that better? Okay, fantastic. I'm just going to lean over awkwardly. That would work better. All right, how's that? Perfect. So thank you for that introduction, Craig. I'm super excited and honored to be moderating our first session today for research and monitoring. I think, let's see here. Maybe. There, oh, no. All right, so our first pillar, research and monitoring. I'm just going to give a brief overview before we let our fabulous panelists speak. So very quickly, we take a very broad brush in California to research and monitoring. This really includes what you would think of as our traditional habitat monitoring. We've wrapped in more oceanographic and physical monitoring, as well as human dimensions into phase 2 of long-term monitoring. So we'll be talking a little bit about today. There might be just a little bit of a delay. Next slide, please. So hopefully all of you had a chance to kind of dig into the report. There's a wealth of results about MPA performance and network performance provided there, as well as the huge stack of technical reports that were provided by the researchers, who many of them are in the audience today. So thank you all for coming. But I only have time to give a few very high-level highlights, and I can't actually see my slides, so I'm going to check out my notes. Here in California, we've had a huge investment in our research and monitoring program, and this is really reflected through the over 50 universities, tribes, partners, and organizations that have been involved in monitoring across the state since the MPAs began to be implemented. The MPA Monitoring Action Plan, which we released in 2018, launched the first truly comprehensive monitoring program across the entire network. And it helped fund the 8 monitoring projects that had a huge contribution to this first decadal management review. There's some very compelling results about MPA performance and network performance as a part of the review. But one thing that really raised to the top across the board is that the results varied. It's nature. They varied by species, habitat, human communities across the board. So we really like to stress that as you're digging into the results. And then finally, this is a big milestone today, but of course we're going to be continuing the long-term monitoring beyond this point, and we'd really like to focus on expanding, targeting more human dimensions, bringing in climate change monitoring, and expanding our fisheries dependent metrics. Next slide, please. So of course, with all the successes, there comes many challenges. And again, I'm only going to highlight a few here for you today. So I don't think it's any surprise to the audience that California is a very large state. And as you move up and down the coast, our ecological communities change, our human communities change, and we're very diverse. So designing an MPA monitoring program with that in mind is challenging to cover all the metrics and the needs of everyone. Again, we like to stress that the MPA network is young in the context of our ecological communities here in California. We have many MPAs that are older than the network where we're seeing very compelling results about protection, but we still expect that we need to have more time passed to really look at how other metrics are affecting the species and habitats that are protected within our marine protected areas. Another big challenge that we have, even though we have one of the most robust research and monitoring programs kind of in the world, is that some of the habitats have had inconsistent monitoring over space and time, which when we look to integrate across data can be very challenging to look at MPA performance as a whole. And then finally, we've really recognized throughout the review that there are large data gaps that we need to address, especially in the human dimensions realm. Next slide, please. So Steve did a great job kind of outlining how we've organized the recommendations for our priorities of the next 10 years of adaptive management for the network. And I'm just going to give you a few examples here of the ones that relate back to research and monitoring. There's many more recommendations and their associated actions included in Chapter 6 of the review in Table 6.1. So I highly recommend that you check those out if you have not yet. But as I mentioned, we're really going to be looking towards filling the gaps, especially in the human dimensions realm, incorporating more tribal-led monitoring, and expanding community science to diversify and just bring in more audiences and partners. So that's just kind of a flavor of some of the recommendations that we're going to put forth today. So I think that's my last slide. Because I'd like to give more time to the panelists who are joining us today. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce everybody, and then they're going to all give us their brief stories of where they fit into our research and monitoring pillar, and how they're going to help advance some of the recommendations that we put forth in the review. So first, we have Spencer Jaimez, a Tamal paddler caretaker from Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples. Welcome, Spencer. Severino Gomes, who's joining us by Zoom. Hopefully we've got that all set up, was not able to get here due to the weather. I like the enthusiasm, this is great. Cultural keeper from Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians. Dr. Mark Carr, professor at UC Santa Cruz and principal investigator for the Partnership of Interdisciplinary Studies of Coastal Oceans. Lisa Gilfillan is joining us from Wild Coast as their California Conservation Manager. And last but not least, we have Dave Rudy, the president of Catalina Offshore Products. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to our first panelist, Spencer, and we will go down the line in order from there. I will be moderating your time slightly, so I might step in, and then we'll move on to the Q&A portion. So Spencer, take it away. There should be a 5-minute timer up on the screen that I can see, so I'll moderate it, and it'll beep when you're done.
Oh, haku haku, can everyone hear me? Haku haku, Spencer Jaimez Gakti, Kleken Hil Siokton, Hilukapapani Shomoloch Hinachalambu Hilimu. Hello, my name is Spencer Jaimez, and my father's lineage comes from Chumash territory. We come from the villages of Siokton, which is now commonly known as Santa Barbara. And before that, my family was living on the island of Limu, which is more commonly known as Santa Cruz Island, before the Spanish and missionaries, kidnapped my 8th great-grandmother and enslaved her into Mission Santa Buenaventura. So yeah, I'm Smulich Chumash. I also work for SPI, Sacred Places Institute, and I'm a paddler for our traditional redwood plank tomol, and also a caretaker of 2 of our community's tomols. Got 6 minutes. Okay. So there's a lot to talk about. There was a lot from yesterday's conversations and even just from today's conversations. And I also, just to make it clear, I don't participate in the research and monitoring. I'm here to talk as a tribal youth and Tomo paddler and caretaker. This language of our ocean and our animal relatives inside of the ocean as a resource, that needs to change, and that colonial and capitalist mindset needs to change. It's not right and it's not sustainable, and it's why we're in this situation of the ocean dying. We only take what we need, and we only fish when we need to get food. And we only, we gather enough fish that will feed us. We don't have this surplus of food that sits, like now today. There's a picture in Morro Bay, partly due to why all the abalones are almost extinct and why they're endangered, is that they would overfish them. And much like that buffalo picture of all the skulls, just a huge amount of abalone, and now it's being profited. They're selling them for like $30 per abalone, and that's what we use for ceremony, and that's what we use for sustenance. And we're not able to do that anymore, partly because the state of California doesn't allow us to gather abalone anymore, which we wouldn't overfish. And that's another issue to touch on. I come from a family of the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation, which is a non-federally recognized tribe, which means we don't get any rights from the federal and state government. We're not allowed to fish in MPAs like federally recognized tribes are, and we're not allowed. Another thing, I don't know where the director is, but kind of want to. So, just another thing about this government is that you charge us to fish inside of this ocean, our ocean, that we've been fishing out of and getting sustenance since we've been here, for time immemorial. And now we have to pay $65 plus to fish traditionally, to feed ourselves and our families. It's a huge problem, and that needs to change. I know there's a program to get free fishing licenses, but I believe you have to make under $12,000 a year. You can barely afford to live in Santa Barbara off $50,000 a year. Just, that needs to change. And that's another big thing is access to our ancestral territory, our villages. It'll cost tens of thousands of dollars to access state parks and beaches on places where my family's been living for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. You guys need to be allies and support legislation that gives us free access to all of these state parks. And free fishing licenses is huge. And I believe an effort for this MPA program is to support fisheries. We need more tribally led and owned fisheries to feed our people. Just putting resources into that. What else was I gonna touch on? How much time do I have? Oh my God, I have 3 minutes? I wanted to sing a song after. I might go over my time a little bit. But something, I think they wanted me to touch on how the MPA system could be more inclusive, which isn't rocket science. You just have to listen, and that, like, meaningful conversations and actually sitting down and having discussions and taking in what our elders and aunties are saying. And yesterday's conversation, our aunties and elders were dropping knowledge on everybody in that conversation, and honestly putting everybody in check, which, as they should. But immediately the conversation was taken to a different topic, or it was rolled over, or even like a joke was made. Because you guys are uncomfortable, which is, just own it and like change. It's like, I think honestly, a solution to this problem is just putting us in charge. Almost the entire, the leaders for the fish and wildlife are all not indigenous from here. And that is the biggest problem, is that this problem won't, that is a solution, to have indigenous people from California at the leadership of this department, not in listening sessions, but in the leadership. And when that happens, then we will see big change, when we're leading the effort from a director or executive director standpoint. I have a lot more to say, but being a paddler is fun. I'll add that in. I want to sing 2 songs, and I'll keep it short. Our first song, a momentum song, and an ocean wave song. And I'll sing this ocean wave song first. Was created by my uncle Johnny Moreno, sorry. This song reminds us that the ocean has been here long before us, and it will continue to be here long after we're gone. And that we're just to remind us that we're only here for a small time on this planet, and need to think about what we're doing here and how can we best preserve it and take care of it. Heu na pai, heu na pai, heu na pai, eu goiabe, eu goiabe, eu na pai, eu na pai, eu na pai. Elk, goiabe, elk, goiabe. Oh. The second song is a momentum song from our wax cylinders. These songs are both in the language of Smuich, which is the language spoken in the Santa Barbara region. To help give us that spirit and momentum to move forward in a good way and in a better way, because change can happen, and it doesn't have to take another 5 or 10 years. Change can be as long or as short. Just a matter of how much effort you put into it, and if you really care about it. And if you don't, then you should probably resign. Lual welele, lual welele, lual welele, la you are we. La huawile, lual wile, io meno kakutap, imeo ya meno kakutap, wile io ya meno kakutap, wile io ya meno kakutap, wile io ya mi nua tule, lual wile, le, lual wile, la you are we, la you are we, lual wile, oh, thank you, kakino.
Sir, thank you. I just really am honored to share this space with everyone today, and I think this really represents an amazing direction to take the research and monitoring pillar, and good luck following that, everyone. So next up, we have Severino Gomes, who's joining us from Zoom. So I'm hoping that the technical difficulties will not curse us today. Severino, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, well, so I'm Severino Gomes from Kashaya-Banapomi Indians. And since I only have 5 minutes, I'm gonna try to go through this as much as I can. So with the history of the tribes actually losing access to the ocean and all their resources, Kashaya has decided to do a abalone a land-based abalone farm. So we've been working, I guess, at least 5-6 years on the planning and the due diligence of this project. So the without and what's happening out there in the ocean right now, and then with the MPAs, and we did acquire some land, which, you know, I thought we were going to provide for our people access to the ocean, but now, you know, that's not possible. So really, this is actually working out pretty good on our side as far as to do this project. So when it comes to management, you know, we just got back from New Zealand. I took a trip into New Zealand and met with the Maoris over there. So the Maoris are actually working with the New Zealand government hand in hand very closely to manage all their ocean resources. New Zealand is not in the same predicament that California is in. They still have plenty of abalone. They have a commercial abalone take. There's a company there that's actually taking at least 250 tons of abalone commercially. So they have no land bases that I'm aware of. If they do, maybe one land base, but there's no need for it. There's plenty of abalone over there. But the Maoris right now, they are fully aware of what's happened in California with our history, and they don't want to end up like that. So they're taking a big part, working with the government to make sure that these commercial companies don't deplete the resources out there. It was amazing talking to those people. I mean, they play such a big part in managing their resources. I wish I can go on and on about this. We've learned so much out there. Also, we've also learned that now Australia and Tasmania right now are starting to experience the water's warming over there. They've recorded the ocean around Tasmania and Australia 2 to 3 degrees warmer, and they've even recorded in one of the harbors almost 5 degrees warmer. So they're starting to get they're starting to see these sea urchin barrens like we've been experiencing. They're starting to see some of those too. So so I can't remember what kind of predators they got over there. They got we have the sunstar, which we lost, that died off over here. I think they have the crawfish, which is the size of a lobster, but they call it a crawfish. So that's one of the predators. So there's anyway, this is it's a disaster in the making, but fortunately they're a lot better off than we were when this happened to us. So anyway, back to Kashaya. So we're in the process of developing a 501c nonprofit. It's a restoration research and education facility. There'll be a commercial side to it, but we're doing the research, education, and restoration portion of our project first before we do the other part. One without the other, it just wouldn't work. So what we plan on doing is growing abalone to feed our people, since we can't get it from the ocean anymore. And if necessary, we'll help develop a plan to outplant abalone up and down the coast of California if it's necessary. So basically, that's where we are right now. And that's about all I have right now. Thank you.
All right, up next we have Dr. Mark Carr, who's going to provide some talking points. Right, you don't have a PowerPoint, right, Mark? Okay, great.
Thanks, Sarah. Hey, and I want to thank everybody for braving the traffic to get here today. I mean, it was a living hell for me, and I assume it was for you as well. Is it? How's that? Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Thanks again, though, for everybody to get here today. So what I want to do in 5 minutes is just touch on some of the things that I think will help stimulate conversation between the audience and the panelists today. So the first one is that the goal of any monitoring and evaluation program is to inform the managers, the policymakers, as well as all the other interested parties in just how well that policy is achieving the goals that it was designed to accomplish. I think that the California monitoring program has in fact, is succeeding in achieving that objective of informing people. And I want to emphasize to start one key reason for that, and it's really a part of the preparation of the development of the monitoring. Steve Wirtz had alluded earlier to the department's monitoring action plan. And then subsequently, the Ocean Protection Council convened a decadal evaluation working group, as well as an important MPA and climate working group. And collectively across those, they achieved two critical roles. One is they identified the questions that we doing the monitoring were needed to address, which linked directly back to the goals of the MPA network, so that we were in fact informing policymakers as to how well the network was performing. The other is that it recognized that MPA networks are social ecological systems, right? And so it's not just the ecological monitoring, it's not just the social or the economic monitoring, it's all of that, right? And what that does is it defines the scope of the monitoring program, who needs to participate, and the kinds of questions they're asked. I want to then pivot to a second point, which is this is a damn big network of MPAs. It's one of the largest in the world. That's because California has a damn long coastline, right? And a diversity of ecosystems that are distributed throughout that coastline. And so the only way that you can design a coherent monitoring program for each of those ecosystems was to build consortia of researchers that would collaborate together. I think it's important to point out that the researchers themselves were responsible for building those collaborations. And that's important because in doing so, I think it strengthened the collaborations that really ensured the coherence of the monitoring programs across the state. The next thing is because of achieving that broad, coherent monitoring program, there's some important insights that were generated by these studies. And the first one, of course, is the fact that across the state of California, the species and the communities that constitute the different ecosystems differ markedly from the southern region, the central region, and the northern regions of the coast. And what that did is it led to strong differences in the response of the ecological responses to the creation of the network. There's three reasons for that. One is because, as I just mentioned, the different environmental conditions, the different kinds of species in each of those regions inherently lend them to respond differently to the establishment of the protected areas. The second is that the strongest responses, when we detected positive responses of species to the MPAs, they tended to occur in those regions, the southern region, where fishing effort is strongest. And they tended to occur for species for which fishing effort is strongest. Now, that's not necessarily a surprise to most people who study MPAs, but it nonetheless is critically important for thinking about the expectations for the rate of response, the kinds of responses that people should expect across the different regions of the coast. Is that me? Am I, I'm done, hey? Is that 5? Okay. That's okay. No, I can go.
Thank you, Mark. Hopefully we'll have some time to dig more into the results during the Q&A session. So Lisa, I'll pass it on to you. I know, I was like, wait a minute, 5 minutes already?
I know, and he set a timer. He was very smart, so I'm taking a page from his book. A heads up to whoever's advancing my slides. I went too hard on my slides. I've got 10 and 5 minutes, so I'm going fast. Thank you to the angels who turned on the heat. I am grateful to all of you for allowing me to have 5 minutes of your time. And I'm also grateful that human dimensions has already been mentioned a lot this morning, because that's what I'm here to talk about, is the human dimensions of our wonderful network. I'll start with my name. My name's Lisa, and I work for Wild Coast. We conserve coastal and marine ecosystems, address climate change through natural solutions. We're based here in California, primarily in San Diego, and then all throughout Mexico. But really, I'm here today because I have the honor of serving as the coordinator for the MPA Watch program, which is a very powerful community science program that is run statewide. So I serve as the coordinator, but amongst all of you right now, you are sitting among really amazing program managers and collaborators and supporters and funders and just people that really make this program possible, even volunteers possibly. So my role is just to kind of highlight community science and why it's awesome and needs to be utilized more, and to give you kind of broad strokes of MPA Watch success over the last 10 plus years. And then to provide some recommendations. A lot of them echo what was already highlighted in the DMR report. So if you take away nothing from this talk, or if you're inspired by something in this talk, I encourage you to come talk to one of the program managers or myself over in the next room. We have a table. We also have posters. So I've got a lot of slides and a lot of notes. I'm going to get through like 7% of it, and the rest of it hopefully is talked about or read on the posters and in our collateral material we brought. So having to move past slide 1. So next slide. We all work in a very challenging space of this pretty intense human nature interface. And sometimes that goes well, sometimes it doesn't go well. It's a challenge for all of us. What is interesting about the MLPA goals is that a lot of it is focused on the ecosystems underwater, but there's a human dimension as well. So we really need to understand how humans are using this space. And that's really where MPA Watch begins. Next slide. MPA Watch, like I said, is a community science program that is looking at human use along our coast. So we're truly looking to see just how people are using the ocean. Another underlying question is, are they aware of the regulations? We'll eventually maybe get to answering those questions, but we're just trying to understand how people are using the spaces in a very passive way. So next slide. We are walking down beaches. We are observing from bluffs. We are standing at an epic, a great vantage point to be able to see a full beach, and we are tracking onshore and offshore activity in consumptive and non-consumptive categories. So we're not just looking for people that are fishing, we're looking to see, are people paddleboarding, are people surfing, are people just beach lounging or walking with their dog? We want to know all of it, because the more data we have, the more vivid our picture is going to be when we come back and start analyzing that data. So the next slide. This is what some of our data sheets look like. It is standardized. What I forgot to mention is that this is, again, a statewide effort. So we have managers up and down the coast that are responsible for their regions. That means they recruit, they train, they use these standardized protocols, and we all use the same database to collect our data from these surveys. I said I started the timer, but I didn't. So if someone wants to like give me a signal for when I'm close, let me know. Stop. Okay, so long story short, we're collecting the data, we're walking along, making our tally marks, putting into this really powerful database that allows us to produce reports twice a year. All of those can be found on our website. Our managers make those reports. I get to be the quality control and read them all and then post them. But the next slide. These are kind of the summary takeaways. Again, this is on my poster in the next room. Ignore the typos on the poster, don't judge. But the big broad strokes is that we have over 4,000 volunteers we've engaged, over 40,000 surveys collected, over 1 million activities observed. So you're getting the point. There's a lot of beach activity. There's a lot of information that can be extracted from these tally marks we're making. Next slide. And this is where our collaboration with a very wonderful group comes in. I'm like eyeballing them back there. At UC Davis, there's this wonderful group known as the Center for Community and Citizen Science, and they are helping us to truly analyze this information. I apologize to the headaches it's induced. The data is challenging. It's not all uniform. It's a bit messy, but they're doing a brilliant job. They produced a partner report that is in the appendices of the DMR. They also have a poster in the next room, so check them out as well. But these are the key findings. Big takeaway for me, this program is important. Community science is important. The data coming out of it is powerful. Stop, no, next slide. These are our recommendations. We can do so much more. The takeaway is human dimensions. We're just scratching the surface. We can do so much more. Go read my partner reports. There's 4 of them at the end. I'm done talking. Thank you to everyone in the room I didn't thank already. Bye.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, before we move on to Dave, I have a very important research and monitoring related announcement to make. Can the driver of a blue BMW SUV please go to the parking lot and turn off your car alarm that has been going off every 10 minutes since this morning? We won't judge anyone who exits at this point, but I just wanted to make that announcement. And finally, last but not least, please welcome Dave Rudy.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dave Rudy. I've been a sea urchin diver for over 45 years. As a decadal review points out, the fishing industry was negatively impacted by significant loss of fishing grounds through the establishment of the MPAs. The impacts are and will be more severe for sea urchins because sea urchins are not likely to benefit from spillover. The landings of the sea urchins over the last 10 years have been significantly reduced, and a big impact has been climate disruption. Research and monitoring. The research and monitoring pillar of the decadal management review calls for integrating MPA research more closely with fisheries management and creating other connections to inform the ecological domain. The fishery industry has been involved in several efforts consistent with this pillar. Can we move the slides forward, please? I'm on the 3rd one. Okay. Industry collaboration. We have industry participated in adaptive management of the fishery since the 1980s. We asked the California Fish and Game Commission in 1982 to stop quick-climbing sea urchins. We sponsored legislation in 1987 to self-tax and work with the department and the Fish and Game Commission to manage the sea urchin fishery. We participated in the MPA development process in the 2009 to 2012. And I was personally involved in organizing the baseline MPA study of the lobster population in Southern California at the onset of the MPAs. Justice, equity, next slide. Justice, equity, diversion, and inclusion. The state recognizes persistent deficiencies in engaging with tribes, fishermen, communities unrepresented in marine policy developments. The next decadal management cycle will aim to more effectively balance the human and ecological domains. Decadal Review Recommendation 6C, explore innovative approaches to engage the fishing industry in MPA research and management. The sea urchin industry has suffered significant losses and has much at stake in preserving our fishing heritage. Next slide. Moving forward together. The Decadal Review recognizes that fisheries management and fishermen need to be better integrated into MPA management for both benefit of both the human and ecological domains. The Sea Urchin Commission endorses adaptive management for both fishery managers and harvesters. The industry's future depends on responsibly managed renewable resources producing healthy marine ecosystems. Looking forward, food security, access to high-quality protein and jobs are important local and national priorities. These considerations need to be integrated into MPA and fisheries management where feasible and consistent with the goals of the MPA. The history and heritage of the California sea urchin dive fishery are part of the California culture. The industry looks forward to participating in good faith to responsibly manage our fishery and MPAs. Industry, next slide, industry proposal. We propose a collaborative research project that seeks to determine if regulated fishing can mimic the ecological role of sea otters in state marine conservation areas that were historically habited by sea otters. We seek to determine the economic and food supply benefits of such a fishing role. To study the proposed uses in southern and northern state marine conservations and former sea otter range with existing monitoring programs. Success will depend on the effective collaboration with California Fish and Wildlife scientists and other interested partners to help design and conduct this project. Next slide, last slide, second to last slide. We look forward to working together to create resilient ecosystems, provide the public with high quality local seafood, and ensure good local jobs. The goal of the MPA and overall marine ecosystem management must be mutually beneficial for the positive outcomes we've all worked so diligently to achieve. Next slide. I've got a video here on the last slide. So these are my underwater photography that I've taken over the last 10, 15 years. And we see that sea urchins can dominate the bottom, both red and purple sea urchins. And we believe that sea urchin divers can play a role in balancing the ecosystem. Again, a long time ago, it was the government and the kill companies were killing sea urchins. And we said, no, please, we'd like to harvest the sea urchins. We have a market here in California for sushi bars, and it's an important local food supply and culture for us. That was just last year I saw that shark. That's me harvesting sea urchins off Point Loma just last year. This is some of my best days harvesting sea urchins. Even purple urchins can be good. Look at this one. That's a purple sea urchin right there, full of uni. Thank you.
All right, so thank you everyone for sharing your stories with us. We are going to jump into the Q&A portion of this panel. Before we do that, just to lay down some ground rules. I think Chairman Lopez said it beautifully this morning. We're all here to listen with our hearts and hear as many voices as we can, but we need to be succinct because we only have about 20 minutes for Q&A today. We'd like to keep it to questions as much as possible. We'll share some more information on opportunities to make comment or to send us comments about the Decadal Management Review at the very end. And am I missing anything, Rochelle? I think we're gonna have a couple folks buzzing around the audience for questions and facilitating. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and we will do our best to get to everyone. And we'll be calling on panelists to answer appropriately.
You're gonna have to stop. Okay.
Are there any? Oh, yep. Do you want to take that back there? And I got this one here.
And there is time for Q&A in the afternoon.
Deb Wilson Vandenberg, retired California Department of Fish and Wildlife. This is a question probably primarily for Mark Carr. Mark, do you have a feel for over the last 10 years how much has been spent and available in grants and other research funding for all the research that's occurred in the MPAs?
Strictly from the state?
Nope, anywhere. You
Broadly,
can parse it out if you want, but I'm just curious how much has been spent.
Yeah, probably people in the department and OPC can tell you how much money they've given out to do the MPA work from the state. The other sources of funding have been from the National Marine Sanctuaries, who have been engaged in some of this. And then the other has been from academic grants and from philanthropic sources as well. I can't give you the numbers, but it's a diversity of funding sources, and it's not strictly from the state.
And I'll just add really quickly that for the baseline monitoring, the Ocean Protection Council invested about $16 million across all 4 regions. For this first round of long-term monitoring, we put about 15, yeah, OPC, correct me, about 15 million on the ground, and we'll be moving forward with updates to the action plan to decide how we're gonna fund the next round of long-term monitoring. Yeah, I think Spencer has something to add.
Yeah, I just have like a general question that no one really has to answer. But there's always this talk of like funding, and we need funding to do this and this and that. We don't get we pretty much get no funding. We get like crumbs to what funding the other orgs get that are not tribally ran. And it's just like, what are we going to do if there's no funding? What happens if, not if, but when the state of California and the United States goes through and the government isn't a thing anymore? Are we gonna just be like, oh, we have no more funding, we can't do anything? It's that point to where we need to think of like, how are we doing the most we can to protect this ocean? And what are we doing on our free time? How much money, what are we doing on our free time, and other than what we're doing when we're paid? It's something we have to ask ourselves and do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jen Cassell, and I'm an academic researcher at UC Santa Barbara, and I've been deeply involved in the ecological monitoring of MPAs for a very long time. And this is the perfect lead-in to it's not really a question, it's more hopefully a discussion point. So as an academic researcher, the way it works is we get funding, right? We get grants. Too often that money doesn't go to partners, and it limits engagement. I've been peripherally involved in some community science, but never with tribes, and I'd like to especially talk to the tribal folks that are here today, which is, my question is, again, it's not a question, and I'm not gonna articulate this very well. Too often, the way it works is the funding cycles and the project cycles, we're always in a hurry, 1 year, 2 years. It's a mismatch between deep engagement where we need to sit and listen and be on the ground and work with people for long periods of time and learn to trust each other. And it's very difficult to do that on these sort of very short funding cycles. And I'm not looking, at the state of California. Federal funding cycles are fast too, quick, 1 year. But we really want you to engage with all the partners. How can we move to a place where we can have the time to sit and co-create research together? It can't happen in 1 year. It can't happen in 1 month. It can't happen in a quick RFP cycle. Like, I need to write a grant. Do you want to work with me? I don't even have time to tell you what it's about. Sign on, and I'll tell you later. That's not co-creation. So that's what I would like to have us all be thinking about. Thank you.
To address that really quick, again, it's not really rocket science. Just build a relationship with the tribes that whose land you're occupying, and keep that relationship. And that's going back to, like, if you're really about this and if it's really meaningful, you should be building those relationships not just for work, but outside of work time. If you're only building the relationship because you need them on a grant, or it's because it's for work, then that's not the right way to go about it. And again, you should be rethinking if this field of work is for you, because that's not the way we're going to move in the direction for this. I hope that kind of addresses it. Just build that relationship and keep it and sustain it. Yeah, don't check the box.
Hey Tanani Sintama, Heo Heo. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. I'm here with Tribal Marine Collaborative and also an intern with Save California Salmon. And my question, well, first of all, I want to express, the need, one of the we are Save California Salmon, really looking at the governor's budget and cuts on the 30 by 30. So any of you who are interested in supporting the budget to not cut those funds, I appreciate that. And as a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, we have coastal and many freshwater resources. And so my question is for Elisa, is to, we're really concerned about the consumptive and non-consumptive use, and I would like to know more about what you're using that data for.
Thank you. Something I definitely didn't get to talk about. So the reports we generate, they are shared with partners, obviously the public via our website, but they also go to Department of Fish and Wildlife, so they can just see kind of the trends. They can't necessarily act on what we're seeing because they're not observing it firsthand, and I'm not going to speak on their behalf because they're all up in this room. But yes, they can just kind of see the overview of what's been happening in that region. We do a 6-month report and then a yearly report, so it's shared broadly, but they're kind of our main target audience of who we really want the report to go to. Yeah, we're currently also still trying to figure out who else needs to see this, because I'm sure there's other people in the room that should be getting the email when these things are produced, for sure.
So I think more of my concern is when we're talking about consumption is that as water protectors and Native people, we're kind of fighting a battle of to conserve against water users versus those of us in need of water. So how does your data apply? I mean, we know it's important that everybody is using waters, coastal waters, but we are also looking at mismanagement and overuse of water. And so how does your data apply?
That's a good question, and maybe someone, I don't know if Ruthie or someone wants to chime in on that, but I'm looking at like partners that are in the room. Yeah, right now our data is looking purely at, is there a human there or not? And we don't draw conclusions necessarily from that. We can look at like trends and things like that, but we're not in a position to say, to I don't know, curb the behavior. We're passively just kind of tracking usage, and that's it. That's where it stops. Were you gonna say something, Ruthie, or no? Okay.
Ayakwi Naknow, Ruthie Maloney. I just wanted to, I'm the founder of the North Coast Native Protectors and the Tribal Marine Collaborative. I'm also Yurok and Navajo. I come from the villages of Turup and Wakwelth. No, Turup and Wetchpoos, excuse me. I just wanted to say thank you to the panelists. Spencer, you're awesome. Mark Carr, Lisa, and I loved your thing on the urchin, so thank you. I just really wanted to mention that the research and the stuff that went into the Marine Life Protection Act, I've been pretty much working with John Corbett on this at the Yurok tribe since the inception of the MLPA initiative. So we've been at this for quite some time. And I would like to say that, with the research, we had submitted some projects and proposals and we were denied. Okay, and so one of the reasons what I did is and honestly, I want to tell you, we were told that we would not be able to complete what we were proposing. And I want to say we did complete what we were proposing. So I do want to say that the conception during this process was that tribal people are not smart enough to be participating on the Marine Life Protection Act. With the science advisory team, we tried to submit so many qualified science documents and we could not get them submitted. We were denied. So I really want to, really memento the thing that we were always denied participation in the MLPA process, okay? And we spent a lot of money hiring PhDs who were non-native that could do the work and try to submit it for us, and those were denied. So best available science for tribes was not adhered to. So, policy and your procedures really need to look at your Bagley Keene and your requirements for people, to be a part of the science advisory team. We need more tribal representation, and tribes are scientists in their own right. So I really want to make sure that we recognize that, and in the next 10 years, I would love to see a change in this, because we are qualified, we are smart, and in fact, we have generational knowledge, that isn't just from 10 years of college. This is passed down for generations. So I really want to say that please, researchers that are here, please include the tribes and the ancestral territories that you are researching on. And as the Tribal Marine Collaborative, we are looking to help educate you in the respect and the knowledge before you even go out to research. There is a protocol when we go gather and we do our things. It's just a small prayer, but it's also going out there in the right way, so you're not out doing things at night before you go there. When I gather my roots, I have to sleep straight, so my roots aren't crooked. So I'm just saying there's a whole bunch to our TEK is not just a word. It is not just something that we could teach you. It is something that we are taught since birth, so it's instilled in us. And so I really, I appreciate the state doing research and trying to, show our traditional ecological knowledge with our scientific, because I know Talawad, they do great work there with the Tribal Marine Stewards Network, but there is a lot of other tribes that are also doing great work within the state. And I'd like them recognized and funded, because funded is the reason why we cannot be here. We as the collaborative brought money and funds so that we could have our people here. That's why you see so many tribal people, because that, we're not compensated as the state employees are. And that, again, it needs to be looked at and make sure that tribes are treated as governmental agencies. They need to have the funding for each department in order to participate and have your comments that we're always getting requested. So I just wanted to say thank you, but we're also working with Marine. We're getting ready to work with Marine, which is all the way up the West Coast. So I really appreciate them coming to us, the collaborative, before the grant is even proposed. So that is it. Think of us before all the projects. Think of the land you're on. Think of the peoples who we're all throughout the United States. So just acknowledge that we are still here. So I thank you. Wakla.
Thank you so much, Ruthie. I think that's a big part of today, and the power of today is that we're all in the same room together. And unfortunately, as the moderator, I am going to have to wrap this up. We'll do a few more. Okay, I think we've got time for just a couple more questions. Yep.
We'll be right back.
I'll use this one. I'll be really quick because I know we're short on time. I just want to thank everyone. I really appreciate that last part of the conversation, and I just want to highlight that righting the historic wrongs of the state is a huge priority for this administration and for the Ocean Protection Council. Again, I'm the director of the Ocean Protection Council, and we're prioritizing lifting up tribal stewardship and protection, and really learning from all of you in our coastal resource protection and restoration. So building on some initial philanthropic funds, the Ocean Protection Council made an investment of $1 million in the Tribal Marine Stewards Network. They just made an additional $3 million to support that program. That is not the only work that's going on, and we want to look for other opportunities. I see the update of our action plan for monitoring as a perfect opportunity for us to figure out, Jen, to your question, how do we do this together, right? How are we not doing it as a last minute? How are we really elevating tribal ecological knowledge and all of this work that we need to do together? I also just want to highlight that we recognize the need for focused funding, ability to provide capacity and participation. The Ocean Protection Council just adopted a tribal engagement strategy that really acknowledges all of those needs, and we're prioritizing those as well. So we're thinking we're going to be standing up a small grants program specific for tribes. And then we're working really closely with the Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs, Geneva E.B. Thompson, as she's standing up the tribal-specific nature-based solutions grant program. So I just really appreciate the conversation. I want everyone in this room to know that I am personally committed to this work and partnership, and look forward to the conversation.
We're going to have one more question from Catherine here, and then we'll come back there, and then we are going to start to wrap our.
Hi, Catherine Buchanan, Environmental Services Director from Elk Valley Rancheria. My background is environmental resources engineer with chemistry minor and a master's in biology, ecology, and landscape capacity. So, and working for Elk Valley Rancheria has really opened my eyes to a lot of the doublespeak that goes on. And I find that in a lot of the grants that I write, because well, there's a nice organization called the SGC in California, the Strategic Growth Council. And they have programs called, I think it's TCC, something about climate change. And the organizations that work under the SGC say that they don't have a limited waiver for tribal sovereignty. But then on the further page, it says, please be aware that just because we don't have one, the SGC can still require a limited tribal waiver sovereignty before they disperse funds. So my question goes to funding between California organizations or agencies. Can you just remove that ridiculous requirement? We do have the knowledge and background to do the work. Okay, that's number one. And I forgot what my other question was going to be. But anyway, that's it. Oh, the other thing is person-to-person collaboration. We need you to visit us. We need you to see our sites. We need you to come and work with us side by side. Thank you.
I think we have time for just one last question.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Is this on? No. All right. There, I hear my own voice now. So my name is Keith Rootsaert. I'm with the Giant Kelp Rescue in Monterey. And my question is for Dave Rudy. Thank you for coming up and showing us that urchin video, what it's really like underwater. And my question for you to kind of put you on the spot is that here in the Central Coast, we have a 20-to-1 ratio of purples to reds. And purples seem to be the big problem. And I know the red urchin fishery is having struggles with a lot of not enough kelp for the habitat for the red urchins. And I want to see if kelp restoration can be done by that wonderful asset of the urchin fishermen. Can they participate in the purple urchins and bring them into urchin ranching programs that are going on now to fatten up the urchins and make them a food product for people?
Sure, thank you for that question. In San Diego, I've seen purples come and go, and I've seen at least 5 die-offs of purples. Now, I don't know if that'll happen in the North Coast or not, but there is an overpopulation in northern and central California with purple urchins. I guess we can kind of hope there'll be a natural die-off and the kelp that will help the kelp assist. But if that doesn't happen, yes, there are other ways that the sea urchin divers can assist. The sea urchin divers have been involved in removing purple sea urchins in the North Coast through some project with OPC. There's another big project coming on that's funded by federal money in Sonoma County. And yes, there are opportunities to harvest purple urchins if they have uni in them. Purple urchins do have uni in them certain times of the year in certain locations. They just need more food. There's not enough food out there for the purple urchins. But if there was, we would be glad to harvest them.
Hey, if I might just a comment or offer some feedback. I have been in the back of the room listening to all the input on this panel. Thanks to each of the panelists. Many of you have name-checked me in your question or your comment, and I just wanted to offer a personal view. Like, I think the Newsom administration and those of us that are in this state administration are deeply cognizant of the pain prior generations have caused. I find myself in a moment where, on one hand, my predecessors sought to put Hoopa, Yurok, and Karuk people in jail for fishing on the Klamath River. But in the other hand, today, with those same nations, we're deploying Kiewit, the world's largest construction company, to remove 4 dams on the Klamath River to bring salmon back. It's not fast enough, but change can happen. I can't fix the past, but I do have a responsibility to be here in the present. I think that's true for all of our fish and game commissioners, the leaders in state government. I hear you on the feedback about sovereign immunity and funding and capacity. Let's keep working together, keep speaking that to us, and we will keep trying to make change. So thanks for a great panel.
Thank you, Director Bonham. Craig, are you gonna? While Craig's working on the technical difficulties over there, again, just a gracious thank you to our panelists for research and monitoring. We will be bringing the panelists back for more Q&A this afternoon. So if you're able to stick around that, we can continue the conversations throughout the day. And please just stay put here for a second. Severino, if you're still out there on Zoom, just passing a personal thanks to you as well. And please stick around for a second because we have some special gifts.
So thank you for the panel. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So please or 11-minute break. Please reconvene at 11:10.
Before you break.
And that alarm is still going off on the BMW X5. That's outside.
So before you break,
It's gray.
I'd like to invite Marion Fry to come up. Please, Marion.
Hi, and I'm actually a Yurok and Karuk tribal member. I am an inactive co-chair with the MPA. I'd kick myself once in a while for not being more active. I apologize. I would like to thank everyone here that is, this is our life goals to preserve and protect, take us forward, make it last. I just want to throw a plug in now because of, I think the speaker before me, on our salmon, our return of our salmon to Klamath. The last 2 years, we've had negative returns. I say we've given up our subsistence fishing because there's not been enough salmon returning, our kings. The last 2 years, we had a 10% capacity in our fingerlings. We had 90% die from disease. I'm pushing now for our marine protection to include our salmon feeding areas because we need our fish to come home. I'm a tribal elder, and within my lifetime, I probably will never be able to I know I will never commercial fish, but I probably may never ever be able to subsistence fish again in my lifetime. The runs are so low. So with that, I thank you all.
And the reason why it was so important for Marion to say that is that within our little gift bags that we have, we did provide smoked salmon for all the panelists. And but I want to tell you just how important that food is for us. So now you're required and obligated to fight for our fish. Okay, that's what it is. You're required, obligated. And we are the salmon people, okay? It's said in our stories, once the salmon are gone, we will cease to exist as a people. So I ask you all to please We need the water and we need our salmon, so thank you.
Now I promise, 10-minute break. We'll put a buzzer when we ask you to come back. Thanks, everyone.
We're going to take the food away. All right, first trivia question. First hand that's up gets to answer it. Who can tell me what the largest MPA is? I got no takers. Oh, Calla. Calla in the back. Bag Rock. That's close. So close. Portuguese Ledge. Portuguese Ledge, MPA, largest MPA at 41 square miles.
Please take your seats. Please
please
take your
tell me?
seats. Please quit talking and take your seats.
All right, can we please get everyone to take your seats and quiet down? I'm going to use my mom voice. It's not working. And I thought the trivia was going to get people back to their seats, but it's not working. All right, we're going to move to enforcement and compliance panel, please. If everyone in the audience can please find your seats or go outside and continue the discussions outside. Thank you. So we're going to move to the enforcement and compliance panel. So the moderators today, Chief Bess, Chief of our Law Enforcement Division, Assistant Chief Cord, and Captain Jason Kraus. Before we begin, Chief Bess has one quick message for us.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Hey, we had some questions about why are there so many wildlife officers in the room? So, we brought a whole bunch of staff here today to engage in this important process with all of you in the room. That was our intent with Chief Cord and I with bringing all the folks here. We also had a requirement that we had to have a certain amount of staffing here based on the anticipated amount of folks that we'd have in the room. But the reason that I've got them all here today is just to engage in this important process and this important work. So there we go. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Eric Cord.
All right, thanks, Chief. You'll use this. So, yeah, I'm Eric Cord, Assistant Chief for the Marine Enforcement District. I have the privilege and joy of supervising and managing all of our 7 patrol boats along the coast of California. A lot of what we do is MPA enforcement, so I'm very passionate about this topic, and glad to be here, and glad our panelists are here. Next slide, please. So we're the enforcement and compliance pillar, pretty important pillar in my opinion. If you're not out there doing the enforcement, our MPAs aren't going to get protected. So highlights of the enforcement and compliance portion of the DMR, we have around 50 wildlife officers and 7 offshore vessels that focus on enforcing marine regulations, including MPAs. That's mostly the officers that are assigned to patrol boats. We also have coastal wardens or officers that are assigned to inland districts that also are in a county where there's some coastal jurisdiction. So those inland officers also will be patrolling the coastline as well. So we have those officers keeping an eye on the MPAs as well. Resource violations are tracked via digital management record system. So this was something that came online in 2019. Before all of our citations were just being tracked via paper in boxes, and we've improved to a digital management record system, and are continuing to make improvements on that system. Another highlight, we have a lot of partners that are eager to help with MPA enforcement and compliance. And increased violations occur around more populated areas, with most violations occurring on the South Coast. So where there's a lot of people are going to be trying to visit those MPAs. We really saw that pressure, especially during the pandemic. We had a lot of people in the MPAs and fishing illegally. Sorry, next slide, and the next one after that. So for challenges that were highlighted for enforcement in the DMR, enforcement and patrolling, 124 MPAs, 50 wildlife officers dedicated to marine enforcement, along with our coastal officers. We could always use more. We are called the thin green line for a reason. Our officers do a very good job in trying to enforce all of our regulations, and especially the MPAs along the coast. Another challenge is communicating the importance of prosecuting wildlife crimes, including poaching in the MPAs. When these MPAs first came into regulation, they were misdemeanor. It was a misdemeanor violation, and getting a lot of our local prosecutors to charge these individuals with misdemeanors was very challenging. We've made some improvements in that area. And we have been communicating with prosecutors, and it's a very positive dialogue and discussion. Compiling comprehensive enforcement data, including historical citations and data from allied agencies. Of course, that's a challenge. With the improvements that we've made recently, I think we're making steps in the right direction. But we're here to listen to recommendations in that area as well. And improving compliance and awareness of MPAs. Probably the first step in enforcement is outreach and getting people to just know the MPAs are there. During the pandemic, we had so many visitors to the MPAs that I was telling you about. It's a lot of people had never even fished before that were out on the water just trying to collect their own food, and they didn't really know about the MPAs, or didn't really even know how to fish in a lot of instances. So improving that awareness of MPAs is super important. Next slide. So some example recommendations in the DMR: create and implement a cohesive and actionable MPA enforcement plan. That includes providing guidance on confirming validity of a scientific collecting permit. So there are individuals that have scientific collecting permits. We as officers were trained to know how to identify and ask the right questions to, hey, you're collecting, organisms here in the MPA, and they need to have the appropriate paperwork. Well, for our allied our agencies and enforcement partners, we need to provide some guidance so that they can recognize who those scientific collectors are, and we have made some steps in the right direction on that as well. Identifying outreach materials enforcement officers most need when contacting individuals in the field. Outreach materials, again, super important. The department, our Marine Region staff, Craig's folks, have been working tirelessly over the last 10 years. From what I saw 10 years ago to where we are now, we have some very good outreach materials. Our websites are improving on a daily basis, and again, I think that's a great recommendation, and something that we can continue to improve on. Increase enforcement capacity, continuing to provide MPA enforcement guidance for allied agencies. That's something we've done with the collaborative network, and providing a perspective on how our officers write a MPA citation or file an MPA citation with the local courts. We can provide some perspectives on how we do that with our search authority, and providing that training can help other agencies to help us keep an eye out on the MPAs and write citations as well. Assess needs for equipment, such as replacing older boats. We do have some aging vessels in our fleet. We keep them pretty well maintained, but we do need to start looking at, as our vessels age, how are we going to replace that? Where are we going to get the cost for that? Or where are we going to get the funds for that? exploring technologies that could assist with enforcement. Of course, we've been incorporating technology whenever and wherever we can. We realize that's a huge step in enforcement and going forward. And technology is something we definitely need to take advantage of. Next slide. So our panelists today, I'd like to just quickly go over our panelists so they can start talking here. Tina Calderon, Cultural Bearer, Director, Ocean Protector Program, Indigenous Youth Environmental Justice Associate at the Sacred Places Institute. And our next panelist, Ruthie Maloney, Founder and CEO, North Coast Native Protectors Tribal Marine Collaborative. Cal Allison, Founder and Executive Director, MPA Collaborative Network. Jess Morton, Marine Resource Protection Program Director. She's involved with California Marine Sanctuaries Foundation, NOAA Resource Protection Specialist Affiliate. And Dick Ogg, commercial fisherman on Bodega Bay. I'd like to thank all of our commercial fishermen for participating. They typically volunteer their time if they're here. They're not working and getting a paycheck for their families. So for them to participate in events like this, it's really appreciated. And I know, Dick, you're very involved with a lot of the groups that we have. And Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director, Los Angeles Waterkeeper. Yes, our first panel.
Mi hija ne hinkam ne twanya ne tinor duno calderon komi kribet na ha tongve koi mix kanakang koyo eme awish paneha ko avo mane te hobet tamet. Hello, my relatives. I'm Tinor Duno Calderon, Gabrielino Tongva, Ventureño Chumash, and Yoeme. I'm happy to be here with all of you today. Imagine our world before humankind arrived, when the waters ebbed and flowed as our Creator designed them to. Crystal clear, fresh waters, creeks, streams, and tributaries, all feeding Pahaitam, the flowing rivers. These natural waterways, life sources, which had their own filtration systems, stone, sand, willow, tule, cattails, and so many more beautiful green plant relatives. They were our first teachers of reciprocity. Visualize these fresh waters beginning from snowmelt high in the mountains, then free flowing as the surrounding life rejuvenated and the water tables were consistently fed. In Southern California, and especially in the ancestral lands of the Gabrielino Tongva, these fresh water sources would eventually merge slowly into Momat, our ocean. The natural flow fed Michepar, the many wetlands in our area, Saangna and Guaspita, now called Bayona wetlands. Uvungna, which encompasses Long Beach, Alamitos, and Los Cerritos wetlands. Motuchengna, Seal Beach, and Locupangna, now called Bosa Chica. From Michepad, where little water congregates, to Panucapad, the larger estuaries and marshes. These amazing ecosystems teemed with life as the waters themselves were ready to flow into Momat, the underworld as we know it. Eventually, humankind would be birthed into this world. My people, the Tongva Tom, were given strict instructions to become part of this glorious nature and cause no harm. For millennia, we took these instructions as law. Be good relatives, care for the life around us with respect and reciprocity. The waters, plant life, and animal life would all sustain us so long as we allowed those environments to remain as Creator made them and never take more than we need. Imagine the amazing life that thrived upon these lands until they were disrupted, altered, controlled, and harmed. So now we need MPAs because humankind has to undo what has been done over a relatively short period of time. We need to protect these critical areas and teach people to stop encroaching upon these environments which need time and space to heal. Momat is filled with plastics, DDT, and so many other man-made toxins. Today, there are many agencies enforcing protection over MPAs. However, in many areas, the original peoples who were given the first instructions to be responsible caretakers and who still hold the knowledge continue to be removed from our equation. Caretaking was and always will be our responsibility. I thank our Native relatives to the north who have gotten the attention of government entities and have opened the door for all of us to voice what our ancestors taught us. For us to teach the newcomers how to respect the lands and waters as the relatives that they are, not resources. Only the tribes of any given area know the first instructions for their specific region. So each coastal tribe must be part of the protection of MPAs in their ancestral territories. Safe harvesting, traditional ceremonies, and indigenous practices are necessary to keep the underworld in balance. Additionally, we need to stop offshore oil drilling. But until that happens, the local tribes must be amongst the first called when oil spills. It's us who knows where our sacred sites are, where our ancestral villages are, and where culturally sensitive areas are. These areas must be respectfully approached. Sorry, I lost my place. Okay, First Nations people understand the need for enforcement and compliance, but we need enforcement agencies to understand the tribes in the area need to be treated differently from the masses. And our traditions must be respected regardless of federal or state recognition status. Agencies must understand that coastal tribes are and always will be deeply connected to our territories. Ceremony is a critical component to helping Momat and marine protected areas heal. Our songs remind these relatives that we are still here and that we have not forgotten them. That intimate interaction with the water provides healing for us all. Awesh koneha, awesh koneha. Thank you.
Ayakui, Naknow Ruthie Maloney. I'm a Yurok tribal member, also Dene. Thank you for having me on this enforcement and compliance panel. I appreciate it. And I really would like to just take a moment to thank Strategic Earth and Kelly Sase and Teresa Romero, because if it wasn't for their leadership in developing the regional tribal consultants for the decadal management review, that I think is the beginning of where this inclusion started, and I really appreciate it. So I just wanted to recognize that. And I also want to dedicate this moment with all these tribal people to John Corbett and also to my father and my mother, David Maloney and Ethel Maloney. So I am the Del Norte Collaborative co-chair for the MPA Collaborative Network. So I'm actually from Humboldt County. So we do cover Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino. We have a group that's called the Eagle Eyes of False Klamath Cove. We look at the MPA Watch I told you we had to merge our survey, the Eagle Eyes of Falls Klamath Cove survey, looking at more social uses of the beach, like the types of where we're trying to look at the differences between Northern California and Southern California. Because when the Marine Life Protection Act initiative came through, they used Southern California numbers because there wasn't North Coast data. So that's what makes it very important for tribes to start knowing what's happening on their ancestral lands, is so that we can see how many visitors are on our beaches a day, but also to provide the state with accurate numbers of the people who are actually on our beaches. So that is what's important about our work for the North Coast, representing and giving accurate baseline data. So we've also at that site, we've had a few violations of, not necessarily violations, it was more permitting of seaweed. So I will say we had out-of-state businesses that were permitted to take seaweed from our area. And, you know, us as a tribal member, somebody mentioned 10 pounds wet. My goodness, these guys were out in kayaks going all the way around on the edge where you couldn't see them, and they came back with huge white bags full of seaweed, and they were loading it onto a big, you know, big thing that they did. I mean, like I'm talking like 15 great big huge ones. And so they were they were out of state. It's an out of state business that processes seaweed. So that I would urge the state to recognize the permits of out of state. And any permitting that you are doing, you know, let's let the tribes know what's happening in their ancestral waters, because nobody contacted the Yurok tribe in regards to having an out-of-state business gather our seaweed. They were very impressed with how good our seaweed are, because they do all the testing and they do great work. And even that was right after that's the earthquake and the radiation from overseas. They tested it for it, and he said we had the best seaweed that they'd ever seen. So that's an issue, of course. I think it's an issue. Again, let people know if you're going to be researching, if you're going to be gathering, you know, let the tribes know what you're doing, you know, include them. The second thing I'd like to say, so one of the things like I will say, Eagle Eyes of Falls Klamath Cove, we have done over 1,800 surveys for MPA Watch since like 2019. So we've created a lot of surveys to get that data, and that's very important for other tribes too as well. So I do thank MPA Watch for including us in that work, because we sure do enjoy working with them. The second point I'd like to make is, since I see so many officers here, okay, I know you're here for a reason, because, you know, anticipated number of people, but I want to address the rumors that were going on before this event and the forum came to. There were things that were said that because tribal people were coming, other groups were saying that we were going to barricade and, you know, not let people come into the building. And I just have to say, I don't know how many people have experienced the racism and the problem when you see a Native person. You know, we are looked at differently. We are. And this shows it. That's what I got to say. Okay. Because when I heard that we were, you know, and I had to tell them, no, we're not coming in, you know, to protest, or we're coming in a good way. We want to come and be part of the process. But that's the thing, is when we're looked at and where trouble is coming, because Native people are coming to this area, because they're coming to their homelands, and we're trying to protect our rights, our cultural inherent rights, and, you know, that have been left out from the beginning of the formation of the United States. We've suffered genocide, and these people, we live it. I mean, and you talk about cultural sensitivity areas, they're all throughout the United States. All of this area is sacred to us. There are places that are real. So I just want to acknowledge it's very difficult to be part of this state process for tribal people when that's how we're viewed. We're trouble. You know, here come the Indians. They're going to make you have problems. They don't want to be part of this. They want to protest and just say how we're not happy with it. That is not the way we're coming here today. We want to educate you, and we want to tell you that we are here,
and that we are capable of participating at your level, okay? So the third thing I want to say, because I know I don't have a lot of time, is Chuck Bonham mentioned the dams coming down, and I appreciate that, you know, because that is my homelands. But before that negotiation came to fruition, I knew that once those dams came down, that they would be, I don't know if you guys understand where the water comes from. You know, your water in Southern California comes from north. It comes from the Trinity River, and it's been diverted as long as I've been alive. When I was growing up, it was 90% diverted. Okay, I watched a healthy, thriving river be depleted to hardly anything. But when I was growing up, I remember how those fish were. You could go catch them with your hands in a cool water, a spring. You could literally see them just laying there, and you could just go catch one if you wanted. So I'm just saying, I really would like each and every one of you to do some research and know where that water's coming from. You know, we've got the diversions that come, and now the state wants to take 30% more of that water, which is good. So it went down to 70, and now it's going to go back up to 90% diverted through the Delta Tunnel. That Delta Tunnel, you know, look at what the ramifications are for up north, because, and that's why I am here. North Coast has to be represented. You know, it just isn't represented enough. So that is why I've made it my life's work to be here to represent my homelands. And with that water being diverted, again, we're going to look, our salmon's almost gone anyway. So again, try not to drink out of the plastic bottles too, you know. I mean, there's so much to say about this, but I will say, yes, you know, it's not hard to do, you know. And I appreciate them having the water to pour into those. So yes, but I really just want to just know where your water comes from, you know, enforcement and compliance. And I do have another point to make. I hate it, I'm sorry, but I have to make this because this is very important. Again, I see how many officers are here. How many people out in the audience have had guns drawn on them? Okay, there you go. And they're mainly tribal. Okay, I'm gonna say, us as tribal people, when we're out there gathering, we are viewed at, we have to be quiet so that we're not noticed, because we're trying, then it's changing. It is changing, I will say that. But historically, we had to be quiet in order to gather our roots, our teas, our roots for our basketry, like Jess is making over here. Yes, so that's roots and sticks. And this is what we do as people. We make baskets, and my cap is a basket. So we use spruce roots and we do other things. Well, gathering out there, a lot of times, if an officer sees us, they will take our stuff and they will dump it out in front of us. So, you know, and that's wasteful, but it's disrespectful to the elders when we're trying to just continue our culture. But I myself have had guns drawn on me when I was just coming off the mountain from the high country praying and sleeping on the side because it was too safe for us to continue driving. And I woke up to lights and 2 officers with their guns drawn on me and my sister asking us what we were doing. And I just really want to know, and I really appreciate officers, but I gotta say, you know, it just happens over and over again. Ada Stevenson just told me of an incident when she had an incident with an officer. And just last week, I had a young man who told me he had an incident with an officer when he was just past sunrise, you know, and they came and they stopped him from being able to leave. And when they asked for his ID, she went for her gun. You know, he says, I'm trying to just give you my ID. So, I mean, us as people, it's very difficult because it isn't safe for us to be there. When you're viewed as just from the color of our skin or the color of our hair, you know, we never quite fit into the normal. We are always different. And I just want to make sure that that's acknowledged. And I would appreciate any, just kind of take that in and maybe make a difference. So thank you. Walk loud.
One point real quick. Ruthie, Tina, thank you for being a part of the enforcement panel. All of our officers here, we're here to listen, not only with our ears, but also our hearts, as the tribal chairs have suggested. But no, we're tribal issues and tribal needs are definitely part of our training in the academy, not only in the academy, but also throughout our careers. So yes, we're definitely listening and paying attention.
Hi, everybody. Cal Allison. I'm the founder and director of the MPA Collaborative Network. We actually had a collaborative network forum yesterday. It was a long day, so excuse me if my brain is a little melted. I want to thank everybody that made the extra effort to come out early with the weather to attend the collaborative forum. So many of you guys are here. I really especially want to thank tribal members and representatives that attended and, like Spencer said, dropped knowledge, which absolutely happened. And really that is what the collaborative network is supposed to be about. It's bringing together, and you can go to the next slide for me, groups and people that might not otherwise be in the same room. Bring them together so they can listen and learn from each other and figure out the best way to manage and steward marine protected areas that makes sense for that community, for those tribes, for the fishermen, for researchers, for teachers, academics, ocean businesses, everyone that is a part of that diverse coastal community. And really our job is just to continue to learn about the best ways to provide a venue and a forum for those voices to be shared and heard and elevate it. So this is the collaboratives are very grassroots, they're bottom up. Those collaboratives are formed by community members reaching out to other community members and other partners that they might just see at bingo or little league or part of just a parent group, whatever it is, everyone's welcome to be a part of the collaborative network. Okay, might have gone on too long. I know I'm limited. So we have 14 collaboratives, one basically for each coastal county. Everyone's welcome to join. You can learn more about it at lunch as well. And our collaborative members participate in the 3 pillars. If you go to the next, oh, somebody's already on top of it. Thank you, Kelly. Are participating and do work in each of these management pillars. I do want to talk about obviously enforcement and compliance because that's the panel I'm on. So while the collaboratives themselves don't do enforcement, we have city, county, state, and federal agencies that participate in the collaboratives that have site authority that can assist with enforcement and compliance of marine protected areas. It's a huge job. You know, as Assistant Chief Cord said, I mean, they're trying to increase their capacity, but there's not a lot of officers to cover 124 marine protected areas in a huge state. And so from our perspective, if there are enforcement officers out there that are, you know, patrolling their state parks, their city police, their harbor patrol, they can help. They can help in getting compliance and enforcing the regulations within their own jurisdictions too. So next slide. This is really small. No one's going to be able to see that. Please come see us and look at our posters for more information. So what we try to do is we bring all those different agencies together so they can learn about marine protected areas. They can learn from the experts on marine protected area enforcement, which is the CDFW Fish and Wildlife officers. And really importantly, we try to have for every enforcement training to have someone from the local tribe also, and both Tina and Ruthie have attended enforcement trainings to give the perspective of the Native people of that area. And that hasn't always been done and hasn't always been a part of the training that officers get. And we're really trying to address that. And the officers are really open and eager to learn. It's been really positive to see. So I think we're making progress there. Also, we've had community forums where we ask everybody what they think are compliance concerns, and we are able to develop projects to address those compliance concerns. Really? Okay, next slide. And you can learn more about those projects. Actually, skip me another slide. Okay, well, that's fine. Anyways, you can learn more about the 44 projects that the 14 collaboratives worked on at our booth. And then just lastly, this is just a lot of stats, but I just want to share kind of the impact that allied agencies and our partners have done in enforcement and compliance. 180,000 violations were observed and reported, 1.5 million contacts made. This is just the past 3 years to get compliance. And this is just maybe lifeguards saying you have to put the shells down, you can't take that, you can't fish here, but that all leads to compliance of MPAs. 500 infraction citations were issued and 45 misdemeanor citations were issued by partners to assist. Next slide, and then I'm done. So all these efforts, we really just try to help CDFW. It's a huge job. We're here to help and make sure diverse voices, are heard. And this is something where, we're always learning and growing from each other. And any input on how to better elevate those voices to really be the bottom up that meets the top down. We want that to happen. We want to share information. And I just really, really appreciate all of you that have been part of the collaborative. Dick has been a part, Michael Quill, everyone on this panel, and so many of you in the room, and just really appreciate all of your input and efforts and help. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Jess Morton. I am an employee of the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation. I'm also an affiliate with NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. And so for the last 7 years, I have worked with sanctuaries and also Resources Legacy Fund and also California Department of Fish and Wildlife to pilot technologies that can help improve our marine domain awareness. If you look to the screen, the title of this talk. And also help us to better understand what's going on in terms of enforcement compliance and also enforcement tracking. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So there's 2 technologies that I'm going to highlight really quickly because there's not a lot of time today. But the first tool I'm going to highlight is a system called eFINS that you'll see on the screen. And eFINS is a geospatial data collection and reference tool. And right now, this is a system that is being trialed and used throughout the state by California Department of Fish and Wildlife officers, as well as rangers from Channel Islands National Park down in Southern California. And the beauty of this system is really that it allows the officers to really easily and also comprehensively and accurately enter data associated with the contacts that they're making on the water. So it's a mobile tool that lets them collect data really quickly and easily. And then in addition, you'll see that it also serves as a reference tool for the officers. So one of the major benefits here is that when the officers are out on the water, they also have access to not only their own records, but also their colleagues' records, and also any of the allied agency partners who are also using this system. And that's something they can do if they're in an offline marine environment, which is really important because that's often where they are. It also streamlines the reporting and analyses that can be done from this data. So one great benefit of this is that we can more frequently analyze the data that's coming in from the enforcement officers to get a better understanding of what's actually happening in terms of violations in the marine environment. And then lastly, it also facilitates data sharing. So for the officers that are using the system, they can more easily share information with each other and also any allied agency partners who are using this tool. Next slide, please. And so these are just some examples of some of the analyses. There's so much that can be done. I'm sure any of the data people in the room know this, but there's so much that can be done from different databases like this one. And so these are just some of the examples of some of the analyses that we have done and are doing associated with this database. And so at the top is an example of trying to understand where hotspots of violations are actually occurring in the marine environment. And so you'll see that here. We can do that for specific marine protected areas if we're interested in hotspots within the boundaries of an MPA. And then we can also do it within regions like what you're seeing here in Southern California on the map that's shown. And then in addition, you'll see that there are reports that can be run on that slide, like what you see on the bottom in that chart that can help us understand the types of violations that are occurring most often and that are being documented most often. And again, these are things that can be done really quickly, which is very important and helpful. I don't have much time, so I'll switch to the next one. So next slide, please. The second technology I will highlight today is a shore-based radar monitoring system that we've worked with partners to pilot for many years now. And one of the major benefits of this system is that we really have a difficult time currently actually quantifying and also characterizing the vessel activity that takes place, not just in national marine sanctuaries, which I work with, but also in the marine protected areas that we're focused on here today. And so this system runs fully autonomously. It's collecting data 24/7, and it can give us a really clear picture, not only of whether vessels are inside a marine protected area in real time, but also lets us look back over time to understand if there are trends in vessel activity or certain activities that are taking place inside marine reserves and just within the marine environment. Next slide, please. So really quickly, I'll give you two examples of this marine monitor utility. One is on the screen here that's giving you more of a real-time look at what the benefits of the system are. So this is a track line from a case package that actually went in 2020. There was an illegal fishing case in an MPA in Southern California. And this is radar data that was picked up by a radar system that's managed by our partners at Wild Coast. And this is just a great example of we were able to see that there was a vessel in real time displaying characteristics consistent with fishing activity inside the reserve. And so again, this was used to support a case that was successfully prosecuted. Next slide, please. And then quickly for the historical look at what we can do with this data, these are both examples of what we can get from the trends in activity that take place across either marine reserves or also larger areas within range of the systems. And I'll note that you can see that there's a lot of vessel activity on the left that's on the lines of the marine protected area. So the system actually gives us the ability to understand if vessels are targeting the boundaries of MPAs and fishing the lines, something that I'm sure the fishermen can speak to better than I can. So next slide. So in closing, I just wanted to really highlight that there are technologies out there that are not only useful for Fish and Wildlife to be trialing, but also that Fish and Wildlife has actively helped us in building and creating to support their needs. And the benefits of these systems really do align well with a lot of the recommendations from the Decadal Management Review report, as well as can support the Marine Life Protection Act goals, especially if these technologies and these tools are scaled up in use. Thank you.
Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Anyway, good morning. My name is Dick Ogg, and I'm a commercial fisherman here. And I just want to kind of first off explain that this is going to be kind of a broad stroke perspective of the fishermen in general. And so with that in mind, I'll give you a little background on myself in that I'm the owner operator of a fishing vessel, Karen Jean, out of Bodega Bay. I've lived in Sonoma County for roughly 62 years, fished and dove along the coastline for about 50 of those 62 years. And I've had the opportunity to see, numerous changes environmentally and economically over those 50 years that I've been in and around water. I sincerely understand the want and the need to maintain the pristine ecological and diverse environmental conditions along our coast. protection of the environment due to stresses caused by pollution, excessive interaction, and other human-driven factors, has to be considered consistently. But with those particular things, those conservation measures come with a cost. As a commercial fisherman, we are, adaptable, very adaptable. We have to change our areas that we fish. We have to follow, the fish and wherever the species travels. We have to be aware of climate change, weather conditions, and all of that is really important. And those targeted species do move. Those shifts cause, impact to us in general and our ability to provide a resource to the public. The implementation of the MPAs have impacted our ability to access a resource that belongs to the public. And it's important to understand that we're that person that's able to bring that resource to you. So I'm speaking primarily about the no fishing zones, not so much just the overall ecological protection of those areas, but primarily the opportunity for the fishermen to be able to provide that resource. So my question basically is, the MPAs as they are to, I'm assuming that everybody understands that we as fishermen realize that we need to protect those areas and we need to support them. But the main thing that we're concerned about is our ability to provide that resource to you, the public. The fisheries management has been very effective in protecting the fish in general. And so we question the fact as to whether we should have access to these areas and have the ability to be able to, provide food for us and the, other individuals. I think the biggest fear that the fishermen have in general is the implementation of additional restrictions and management actions that might impact us so that we're not able to provide for our families and the local economies. I don't know of any of the fishermen that I've spoken with or that I work with that want to see additional restrictions and MPAs imposed on us. It's important for us to have that access to be able to, provide money for our families and our food sources. So, my speech here is very short, and I hope that there's questions that can delve more into the details. But in closing, I'd like to assure everybody that we are the conservationists. We really care about our ocean. And our livelihood depends on how we take care of the environment and the creatures that exist in it. So we are the conduit for that resource that belongs to the public. And our sole effort is to support the families and communities and protect our environment for our future generation. So that's pretty much all I have to say. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director at Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and I developed the MPA Watch boat-based survey out on the water, documenting basically any vessel that you might fish from. We document that activity. Supposed to be a stealth operation, just take the data and collect the data of folks that are fishing consumptively or non-consumptively offshore as well as onshore. That lasted for about a day, just to sit there and take it without interacting with the community. And I got a lot of grief for it. And we have evolved quite a bit. I got to say, my relationships with our diverse community, use all mentors. I gotta give a shout out to Mike Stefanik, because we grew a lot, and then he retired. So I don't know what that led to, but let's go to the next slide. That's the vessel that we go out on. This is the area that we cover in LA. Those two areas, it also gives me an opportunity to keep eye on the waters along the coastal waters of Los Angeles, which Waterkeeper is dedicated to the Clean Water Act, more fishable, drinkable waters, and enforcing those laws. I'm a litigation heavy at LA Waterkeeper, so I'm like an outlier here, but we've got the litigation muscle, and there's part of that that's needed in the dynamics of the world right today. We're not going to join hands, sing kumbaya on all comply with the law. It's just the nature of our systemic way of being. Speaking of systems, next slide, please. This is the work I do. The work I do is to do the research project, but my introduction to this world was from under the water, and my connection to the ocean, to the planet, to my soul, to the soul of the earth, and the others and the divers I was working with. When I would come to the surface, I would see that camaraderie slowly dissolve, and I just felt like we are such a divided community that when I entered into the Marine Life Protection Act hearings, I saw in front of me, and I say this with respect and my honest opinion of what was going on, a vortex of dysfunction, a systemic dysfunction being displayed in the system. And so what did I do? I moved into it. I turned my life and headed into it. And I also noticed when I was doing kelp restoration work, if sharks came, I swam toward the sharks. So I don't know, that's my own complex as a psychologist. I've been working on this for years so that I can better serve the community and be more inclusive without the inclusive folks that have been systemically separated from what's going on, from the penitentiary system for control and genocide, and it's consistently going on. The time has come. Mother Earth, look what we're dancing with Mother Earth screaming at us right now. How are you listening to me? This is not where I'm not in a great flow. So I see it all interconnected. And in that, I was drawn into working with an underserved community, in particular, a group called New Earth Life, working with youth that have been systematically disengaged from the system and usually incarcerated for something like 3 strikes of truancy. And that's a for-profit business. And you wonder why we're dealing with nature deficit disorder as youth that are affluent have been disconnected from the planet, and a sense of being. Certainly our incarcerated youth of color predominantly being made money off the backs of those youth have been disconnected. So the group that I work with, when young folks get out of the and I wasn't going to go here, I used the slide, but the get out of juvie hall, not going back to the hood, but going up into the woods, getting out on the water, smelling the earth, taking time to breathe, to be, not doing a beach cleanup, not doing it, just to be on the water. So the closest I could get to facilitate that was come out and do MPA Watch with me. And you can see some of the youth that were the first trips I went out, and my colleague, Harry Grammer, Dr. Harry Grammer, Obama fellow, he's going to Harvard now. He's just like gone wild, but to meet a Black man face to face and have so much in common that we're like, how did we get separated birth? What the hell is this about? So I just keep following that, and that sense of inclusion and empowerment, and just learning the basic data collection process goes out on the vessel with me. And I got to throw down my gratitude to my brothers and sisters. I'm learning so much. I didn't even do my acknowledgement of our origins, because we got notes yesterday that what I had was wrong. So I have to go back and open up for direction in that area. And I continue to do that. So my shout is out to you. The bottom right corner was, and I don't even know if it's politically correct for me to talk about this, but I'm doing it anyway, Angela. We worked on a project working with the Shimmerin Indian School out in Riverside. And I was drawn to that because I did extensive research about all that went down in these schools. I mean, talk about a genocide craziness. So I wanted to learn more about our being in touch with the planet and each other. And that moment of recognition, that young lady on the right, that was without prompting. It was just a moment of connection with the planet, with me, and everything kind of aligns. Next slide. Let's get this sucker over with. What do I go with? Go back one. So documenting activity out on the water, that's as close as I get to someone on the water, unless they're violating. And if they are violating, I'll document GPS location, activity, type of vessel. If they are violating, next slide, then I call CalTIP. And I'll tell you, the lines of communication with the wardens, I have wardens on my speed dial. And that wasn't happening 10 years ago. We know that. And by the way, I believe Chief Best opened this up by saying, I wanted my wardens here to experience this. We didn't hear that 10, 12 years ago. We have come a long way, baby. So on the water, if it goes down, I'll check and see if there are wardens out in the area. And I am getting callbacks from wardens. I mean, they'll say, Quill, we're not in the area, do your thing. That wasn't happening 10 years ago. And my thing is, good neighbor Bob, yo, hey, just want to let you know you're in a restricted fishing area. And if you give me permission, I will approach. I have information about these areas called marine protected areas. I've had one person say, and that was early on. Usually it's, yeah, come on. And that's what we do. We go out there and make connections with people. And to me, connecting and building relationships with our diverse community is where you want to start, not by imposing our rules and regulations on, but generating a relationship to build a way of working in this world that's different. And this is inclusive of wardens, my Black community, my person of color, our Japanese community. What's going on with that? We're still saying, we're all coming together, but systemic bias is still dominating our haze of hypocrisy. I'm going to go ahead and say it as well. But out there on the water, these moments of connection are undeniably joyful. It's a shared experience and a shared story. This tall white guy, I don't know what the hell he's doing, long hair, and he's like telling us information, and he had a bunch of Black people on the boat. And it's like, yeah, stir it up. Next slide, please. These are the heat maps that we develop, and this is to give an idea to my wardens that I've been working with for years. I usually undercover sending emails. This is what I'm seeing. It's not, I mean, we're seeing the same areas of violations. I'm not there to replace, but I think that enforcement is a community effort. We can't rely on this agency to step down. That we have to share the load, and we have to be responsible stewards. And part of that is sharing the information that I'm getting with my brothers and sisters that are officers. And you know, it's talking about defunding police and working with the Black community. There's a lot going on there that needs to be healed, and this is a possibility for it. Next slide, please. Kelly, I'm
Mike,
sorry.
if you could try to wrap it up, please.
All right, brother.
You got a lot of good things to say.
Count through them, and I think we're done. I think we're done. There. Hey.
Good timing. Okay, so we'd like to open up to the Q&A for our panelists, looking for questions and strategies for how we're going to proceed with enforcement over the next 10 years. Questions for the panelists, but also, for any of the moderators here, Chief Best, Captain Kraus, it's okay to make us a little uncomfortable. We go through training throughout our careers on how to listen to people who are trying to make us uncomfortable, so it's okay.
And just raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question, and Kelly or I will meet you wherever you are.
Okay, so hopefully I don't get in trouble for this comment and question. So from my perspective, enforcement is somewhat of a colonial perspective, right? We are placing power or humans as having power over, and that is not the perspective of everybody. And so like what we heard today earlier, people don't view the ocean as a resource. They don't view the animals in the ocean as a resource. It is all of us. So this question is for Jess, I believe. There's a lot of really important and great data being collected about kind of compliance issues. I would love to know how is that data being used, right? Are we using it to identify educational opportunities rather than kind of getting people in trouble for engaging in the ocean?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Is this on? It looks like it's on.
Turn it on and off.
Kala. Oh, yeah, Kala has a better touch than I do. So for just clarification purposes, the systems that I was highlighting are pilot efforts. They've been going on for many years now, but there is an official record management system that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife manages. That's their official database for enforcement contacts. And so they can speak way better than I can to what they actually do with the enforcement contact data that they have. But I can say that a lot of the analyses that we end up doing with this EFINS database, which is this trial system that we've been building, allow for, I would argue, more targeted outreach. It's informing us in a way that we can do better education and outreach to the users of the marine environment on what's happening and do that on a regional basis, because some violations might be happening in some places, but not in others. So there's a lot that can be done that I think you are pointing to, but I'll pass it to Fish and Wildlife if they want to answer on what they do with the record management system data.
Sure, thanks, Jess. So I mentioned earlier, records management system, we implemented that in midway 2019. And before that, we had just our paper citations, which Schumann's staff has done a great job at collecting that data and and entering it into forms that we can use and look at. But our RMS system, it was initially designed to just get our citations, our reports, our enforcement actions into an online database that all of our officers can use. But we started looking at how we can pull that data and use it to look at hotspots of where violations are occurring and how they relate to MPAs. And we made some improvements recently in 2022. We're able to track all of the citations issued in marine protected areas, not just under a particular regulation, 632 of the Title 14, but any violation that's occurring in an MPA. We also are able to track now, implementing in 2023, not only MPA citations, but also any ocean citation. So we can look at, what percentage of MPA citations that we have over overall ocean citations. So I think with our data analysts that we've recently hired, we're going to be able to, take a look at this data, see how it's going to help us as to what areas to focus on, what MPAs are being, hit the most. A lot of the Southern California ones. So I think as we move forward, our improvements to the RMS system, looking at technologies like EFINS is going to be super helpful in what direction that we go into.
Hi, everybody. I just want to thank sorry.
I'll be quick. Yeah, I was just going to say, more directed at Nicole's question, was, education is the first component relative to enforcement. It's always the first thing we train our officers to do, is to educate and make sure people understand what's going on, right? Because our goal is to try to get people to comply with the regulations and go out and enjoy the environment lawfully and in a lawful manner. So education, then citation, right? That's always what we train our officers in the academy, and we give them the discretion to do that on a daily basis. All these folks in uniform here, that's what they've been trained, and that's our mantra of how we enforce in the law enforcement division.
Sorry about that. Oh, did you?
I was just going to add that it's really important to have docent programs and educators out there, because a lot of the non-compliance is just non-awareness. And just having that education, most people go, oh, I didn't know. And having that opportunity, there are the people that I don't care and I'm not going to comply. And that's why there is enforcement, to support those on the ground education efforts. But it's so important to support that. And we have a lot of great docent programs and interpretation programs out there, but to continue to fund those as well, for community to be reaching out to community, tribal members reach out to tribal members, making sure that it's coming from the community, educating other community members, I think is so important. And that's really a real first step in getting compliance.
Great. Can I go now? Thanks. Apologies. I didn't see that person earlier, but I want to thank the last person who asked a question. It's right in line with what I wanted to ask, which is whether or not demographics, particularly data on racial demographics, on who is being cited, is being tracked. And if so, what's happening with that data? Because I'm a Hashimim. My ancestral homelands are in what's now known as Orange County. I was also a professor in the UC system for about 15 years. Every time I taught an environmental justice class, I had students of color coming up to me afterwards and specifically naming Malibu and Newport Beach and Laguna Beach as areas where if they show up with more than one brown or black person at a time, they are harassed, they are targeted by police. The first, even though the MPA in my region in Orange County started in 1999, the first time a tribal member was invited to participate was in 2020, just a few weeks after the murder of George Floyd. Obviously, that's not okay, but what was even worse is at that meeting, part of what came up was this conversation around how now during COVID, more people are, messing with the tide pools or whatever, violating the rules. Okay, I get that. I obviously care about my ocean, the ocean. I'm a tribal person. And also, most of my family is much darker complected than I am. They're harassed when they go to the beach on a good day. What happens when they go during COVID? And the suggestion that was raised by an enforcement officer from Laguna Beach was, let's empower the police to issue more citations. And I said, are you all kidding me? Have you not heard of Black Lives Matter? Do you not know what happened 2 weeks ago? And there was silence in this MPA collective. So, I'm getting emotional, but it is an emotional issue. I think that people silo this conversation around police violence and brutality and things like enforcement in the MPAs. And there should not be a silo there, because I guarantee you today, even when our team went to do focus group on equity and justice and diversity on the coast, they were harassed by private security and by individual random white people who wanted to know what they were doing on their land, And this is a group of Native people, of Chumash people and Chumash homelands. And so I hear you, but I want to know, like, for everybody, for all the agencies, for all the state leads in here, who's tracking that racial data and what's happening with that? And how are we going to make sure that when we're talking to protect our ocean, we're not continuing to harm and subject people of color to violence for wanting to enjoy the same thing that we're all here wanting to enjoy?
Billy, I need this microphone, please.
And thank you. Hi, thanks for the opportunity to ask questions. I think it's worth stating from the research that has shown an ounce of education and outreach is worth a pound of preventing enforcement and compliance. It's great to see so many CDFW officers in the room. I don't know, I hope lots of folks from NOAA are here too. But my question is about the conflict between the Marine Life Protection Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act when it comes to ocean mammals. I work with a nonprofit that has two outreach and education programs, one for whales, one for seals. And CDFW state park officers can't do anything about what seal marine mammal harassment because of the conflict between the two laws. So I'm wondering if there's any efforts to help resolve that and give CDFW the power that they need to enforce that.
I can try to take a stab at a quick first answer to your question, then.
Thank you for pausing.
I will pass it to Fish and Wildlife.
So tracking racial demographics in our citation, our citation forms are they're standardized in what information we have to put on there. To track that information would be probably a need to change the form. We are trying to improve that form constantly throughout, and that's definitely something that I think we can look at for tracking, for looking at those issues. I think it's a great suggestion.
My apologies for going too quickly to the next.
I'm sorry, I have to chime in here. I just want to say there has been a shift. I've got a call from an area in Malibu that's we'll just talk about Untitled. They don't want to call CalTIP, but they'll call me at home at 10 o'clock, midnight, whatever, to say, yeah, there's gangbangers down here. They're fishing and they've got a gun. Get someone out here, right? Get someone out here. And I'm like, why are you calling me? I mean, that's not, but let me investigate that. So I did get a call to CalTIP some way the next day, just say, I just want to give you a warning. This is what I'm hearing. If you guys are going to be down there in this area, there's a gangbanger with a gun reported. Mr. Quill, when we're in the field, we try not to see color. We try not to see race, and we certainly don't refer to anyone as a gangbanger. Like, that's a shift in consciousness coming, new hires. He didn't quite know how far he was from the MPA. He was up in Lake Arrowhead, about 2 hours away, but this is a shift. And so I want to acknowledge that shift, and then the tracking will come later, but that's a shift in consciousness, and getting lectured by that way was my honor to be involved in that situation.
Thank you. So again, my apologies for not pausing. Thank you, Angela, for your patience with me always. And thank you for the response. And anything else before we move anywhere, anything else to say around your question? I'm here with you. Yes, yes, I just want to, yes, I'm here with you. To talk about the marine mammal. I just need someone to talk about marine mammals. If we could cut this mic, that would be great.
Sure. I mean, I guess to answer your question, yeah, there's the Marine Life or the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the MLPA, and we have laws for each. Our enforcement partner NOAA with marine mammals, we do communicate with each other. They're the lead agency for marine mammal violations, so we definitely lean on them. But both laws are enforced. I don't think there's a conflict in between the two, but it's laws that we enforce.
Sure. So just quickly, part of something that we've been working on is bringing district attorneys and prosecutors together so they can learn from each other. It's an MPA DA task force. And there is also attendance from NOAA prosecution, and he is going to give a presentation on some of that. He's just waiting for the kind of official stance of NOAA as far as if any type of enforcement of the Marine Mammal Protection Act should just always be referred to NOAA officers, or whether there should be more encouragement of cross-agency support for enforcing Marine Mammal Protection Act. So we're still kind of waiting to hear the official perspective from NOAA.
And one more quick comment on this. Eric can speak to it better than I can, but there is a joint enforcement agreement that exists between NOAA and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So there is an Office of Law Enforcement arm of NOAA that exists, thankfully, that Cal just referenced. But because Fish and Wildlife is so many of the boots on the ground actually enforcing the wildlife regulations in the state of California, there's also this agreement that they're cross-deputized to enforce NOAA regulations and statutes.
Alka.
We have a few.
Yeah, so two things, and this is specific to my community, which is a federally recognized tribe. So just touching on what Ruthie mentioned about those experiences. I'm a gatherer, harvester, not too much on the coast, but in the mountains and desert. But one thing that could possibly prevent altercation or, incidents is California Fish and Wildlife, state parks, whoever land authority, is specific to the land base they're on is showing a tribal identification. But again, that's specific to federally recognized tribes, and not all tribes have those resources for tribal identification. I know mine does. That's why I'm mentioning it here. And then second, if your guys' department have any type of cultural competency trainings specific to the areas in which you guys have authority over. And if not, let's start that. But again, it wouldn't be like indigenous cultural competency. It has to be specific to the regions. It can't be an umbrella training.
Thank you, Emily. I just want to address what she was talking about as tribal ID cards. With that comes, federally recognized tribal members all have to have a tribal ID that states the blood quantum that we are. So just like a driver's license, I know nobody else has to carry around an ID that says that we're native. But that is how we have to do. I'm just saying that, I mean, nope, I mean, African-American people don't have to do that. I mean, Hispanic people, I mean, really, truly, and understand that when that was handed down to us, that was a way to find out if the Indian blood was bred out of that tribe. That was a part of genocide. Okay, so we still carry that. And I'm almost full-blooded Indian. Okay, so the thing is I'm one of very few that are that way. So I just want you to understand how, just like your driver's license, what if you had to carry around what race you are? And just to see, you know, are they still here? You know, and that's, again, it was to see if we were going to be gone at some point. I just want to address that. So that's what tribal ID cards are. We also have to have tribal fishing cards, but I will say we don't carry around that ID with us like a driver's license. I don't have mine on me, you know, so it's just, I just wanted to make sure about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruthie. So folks, I just want to check in. We have a queue of 4 right now. Are folks comfortable walking through these questions and conversation before lunch? Or would you like to pause for lunch and reconvene this conversation after lunch? Both are options. Going? Okay. Okay, great. Just wanted to check in. Please, everyone, take good care, but we would love to keep our open ears and hearts in all of this. Don't leave me, ladies. I see you. I'm just going to grab Dave first, but I promise we're right here together. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for pausing me. I really appreciate it more than you know. So Emily had some questions about, well, really some guidance, I think, about how things could evolve, things could change, wondering if folks have thoughts about that as Ruthie was building off that, but didn't, you know, welcome other folks' thoughts.
Yeah, sure. I think it's very, very important, and thank you for bringing it up, Emily. And what we're trying to do is for the officer reference guides that are given at the enforcement trainings for all the participants, is having a chapter that provides more information about the local tribes and how they might be gathering and giving them a little bit more information, and then also making sure there's an opportunity, if there's interest, for somebody from the local tribe to come and talk directly to the officers to share their experiences and provide their insights. And as I said before, both Ruthie and Tina have attended those trainings, and we hope, I mean, you're all invited to participate, to share that knowledge, and we just want to keep increasing that opportunity. And if you're interested, please let us know.
I'd just like to say too, she made a very good point about it's regional. You know, we're just because we're native, we're not all the same. We're so different and so unique in all aspects. So that's something that we're saying, that just, you know, take that moment to reach out to those people that lands that you're on. Thank you.
Please pause me. Here to be paused.
My questions for Dick Ogg. You kind of asked for questions around fishing and a couple of things you said, you know, how important that the fishermen are supplying fresh local seafood, sustainable, it's a low carbon protein source. And I think you had questions about concerns about the MPAs expanding. And I think you also mentioned the term no fishing zone. And is there a difference between an MP and a no fishing zone in your mind? And are we really addressing some of the other threats to the ocean, or are they just no fishing zones?
To be honest, I mean, when I sit back and I think about that, you know, when I, you know, myself personally, my interests are to be able to provide that product, you know, to you, the public, right? And how we do it, you know, with the minimal impact that we have, you know, on the environment in general is pretty significant in my opinion. I mean, I think we do a very good job. I think it's really important, you know, that we have that opportunity. And you know, the no fishing zones basically do not allow us to access them at all. So our coastal pelagics, you know, like our salmon and the crab, cause us to focus on areas outside the MPA that might not necessarily be something that we would do normally. It also, you know, like our crabbing industry, when we begin to set our gear in a particular spot, the crabs will migrate back and forth. There should, you know, I'd like to have things reevaluated, especially our salmon, because, you know, we can't access the no fishing zones. We basically are unable to follow the species into those areas, and there is no impact, you know, environmentally when we do that. So that's something that I think in general, as a commercial fisherman, we look at and want to try to potentially change if possible, have it just looked at it in a different way. I mean, I don't know if that's answering the question, but, you know, I mean, it's important for us to have that access. And again, it's a public resource, and we want to be able to provide it to you sustainably. Thank you.
Sam, do you want to stop? You can go ahead. It does work now. It's been mic'd up.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I thank you for giving me a moment, Kelly. I just wanted to, I didn't want part of Emily's question to fall through the cracks. I feel like part of it still didn't quite get addressed, which was this question about, or this issue that I've heard from several tribal members today, but also in the past, that, you know, we have these tribal take MPAs where federally recognized tribal members are able to show their tribal ID cards and continue to take inside MPAs the way that they have been for thousands of years, but that if a tribal member is not from a federally recognized tribe, that that ability is not there. And I know that that is something, I think, that enforcement and that the department is aware of. That is a tricky issue. I also, though, remember, you know, 15 years ago when the notion of tribal take inside MPAs, exclusive tribal take, came up in the first place, that at the time, everybody said it was impossible, and it wasn't, right? So I just wanted to say, I just didn't want that issue that she raised to fall through the cracks. I don't expect that it's something we can solve today. I don't even know if there's an answer to give today, but I wanted to make sure that it didn't get lost in the shuffle. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I just have one more question. I'm not sure who I'm asking it to, but I'm wondering, well, I'm wondering what the violations and the citations that are given out, what is the economic, where's the revenue go? And how much in the year or in the 10 years of violations, what has that money done? And is it given back to the marine realm? So I'm just wondering, I don't know if anybody knows that, but I'm wondering if community service is even part of you know, I guess, if it can be done.
When department officer writes a citation, it gets 90% of the time, probably more, goes through a local district attorney, where it's prosecuted. And there's a format for what, if there's a fine associated with it, what's done with that money. Some of it goes to the county where it's prosecuted, and then some of it does come to the department and go into, for the most part, Fish and Game Preservation Fund, right? I think one of the great things about this is that you're asking the question, we're having this conversation about what can be done different as we move into the future. Just the same as Commissioner Murray's comment that we just had about the issue with, you know, IDs. 10, 15 years ago, like we said, that wasn't even an option. But now today, here we are having a conversation about what can we do in the future collaboratively together. That's the benefit of this day today here, with all these officers hearing all of these issues and being able to understand now from when they come into this career moving forward for the next 30 years, be able to work collaboratively with everybody in the room.
I have a question. Are we okay?
Mine is also for one of the officers. And I know as an Indigenous person has been gathering all my life and probably even before I was born. What we face many times, and one is for the form that you were talking about, how you may write down what race a person may be. Well, my question is that I'm from Del Norte County. And we have large populations of non-Indigenous, I don't know really how to classify people without being called prejudiced, Asian people. And they do a lot of resource gathering also in our areas. They may not necessarily speak English. They may just pretend that they don't. I don't know. I don't really engage with them often. But what I do find is that they hit our traditional gathering areas and they overtake. When they gather, like for seaweed, for instance, they scrape our rocks. They take everything. There's nothing left to reseed for us to grow back. And I find that as a person, and we're limited to 10 pounds wet seaweed. And when we gather, and this is our subsistence, this is what we have for all year. We have families, we have extended families of elders. I'm an elder, but I also have older people that I share my stuff with after I gather. I have grandchildren, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just wondering, when you're marking these forms or when you redevelop your form, if you're going to be able to have expanded categories of others. I mean, because I think I would just imagine that when you're giving citations and you run into the same person or group over and over and over, how you talk with them, even if they don't, I mean, a lot of times we're talking about signage and, things like that. And down here in the larger areas, there's more languages being, explained on these signs and stuff. Is that something that you're going to be capable of doing, like in smaller areas? To me, it's really important because we don't want, interracial clashes and stuff like that. But I also, when I go out to gather and my resources are gone, it really upsets me.
Thanks for the question. I would say it comes back to that education component again. California is obviously a melting pot of cultures, right? And folks come from all over the world here, live here, enjoy the resources here in the state. And if we have a situation where maybe somebody's coming into an area and they're not familiar with the regulations, or that's not their culture that they bring into the state, we try to educate them relative to making sure their take is within the regulations as well as sustainable, right? Because that's what we write the regulations for. I would also say we've got a lot of officers in the law enforcement division now that are bilingual. So, and we really reach out for that diversity when we hire officers to be able to go out and do education in those languages that people speak throughout the course of the state, throughout the landscape of the state, doing local community events, radio shows, all different types of ways to educate folks so that they stay within the regulations and don't have a situation such as what you're describing.
I just would like to say on the permitting, if the state could look at the permits and educate them at that time and at the fishing license, the people that would eliminate having to go get them. So at the time that you're licensing people, provide them with educational materials so that they know before they go out. And I would like to say, especially before, like if you're permitting a seaweed company to be able to gather on our areas, they need to not use machinery to scrape off the rocks, because that's their new thing, is they're getting everything and they got a new machine to just take everything off the rocks. And then my second point was, on the violations, if somebody, just like our 3 strikes that Michael was talking, what is the state doing about people who are habitual offenders? I mean, we should have a 3-strike rule or something that keeps them from going back out to that same area and continuing to violate and do what they do over and over again.
Catherine, I see you. Please know that there's a little bit of a queue, and I'm so sorry to be the like weird voice behind you, but just know Kelly's right here. I promise to bring the mic over to you in just a sec. Did you want to say anything? Sorry,
I was just
please,
gonna
Kella.
try to just address the translations question. Caitlin Sprofera yesterday shared a sign evaluation effectiveness study, and really those universal icons that have like the fish through the their hand going down, those tend to be really effective. But also what was really important is the Orange County Marine Protected Area Council. They just did a pilot project about having translations and then having them be community vetted. So getting, diverse speakers of that language to actually look at the translations and make sure that it made sense. But we're hearing everywhere that translations are super important if we're going to increase awareness across our very, very diverse state, and also increase compliance. So trying to figure out ways to do that is something that we hope to work with the department on moving forward so it's effective.
Great, thanks, Kala. And we do have a 3 strikes rule. So if we have repeat offenders, there is statutory authority in the Fish and Game Code to treat them more adversely through the criminal justice process, as well as the department has, in some cases, the ability to revoke or suspend their privileges to be out. Characteristically, folks who continually violate the law maybe don't really care if we take their license from them. But we continue to work with them and with our partners, with the district attorneys, and throughout the state. We talked about Kala mentioned the District Attorneys Association that we work with relative to the task force. So continuing to work with those partners that do the prosecutorial side of it after we sign them up for the meeting, and then they show up in court and have their due process, still trying to get appropriate adjudications to those cases so they have an impact in changing behavior.
So I just want to check in. There are 2 people that I'm seeing hands raised. A reminder that this afternoon we have another hour for all continued Q. So know that there's going to be 2 more of these kinds of sessions and then open time for Q&A. And we do want to feed you because we love to keep everyone fed. So I'd love to just check in. Jessa, how are you? Would you like to ask a question? Okay. Well, I would love you to be, yes, I'm here. I'm going to hand it to Teddy and to Catherine.
So I just wanted to add it on to Ruthie's comment about the companies taking. They have, I know that there are companies that when they take over, like a large company, when they take over an area, they have to write a memorandum of understanding, and it's a contract. So if you have a company that is going to be permitted to do a take in an MPA, make it a regulation, a regulatory requirement that they have to have a memorandum of understanding, and that is a contract. It is legally binding, and that should be necessary for all of them.
Yes, I wanted to know, I've in my time have experienced seeing people do like overly harvest things or like kind of abuse the resources in certain manners on the waters. And I'm wondering if there is a number that we can call in our local areas or statewide and report, and maybe even a website that we could give like place number or something of the person's vehicle.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have a CalTip line. It's on the back of our licenses on the website. There's a number you can call. Definitely all the information that you can provide, license plates, descriptions, what they're taking, when they were taking, all very important information. If there is a officer on duty in the area, the response will be very quick if it may take some time for them to travel, could be a little bit slower, but getting all that specific information super important if we can contact them later and through investigation issue a citation. It's super important. So CalTIP line definitely.
Well, let's give a big round of applause to our panelists and so a brief bit of housekeeping first. Calla, I owe you a beer, not only because of all the hard work you're doing, but you did get the trivia question right. It is Richardson Rock, which is the largest MPA, 41 square miles. I was confusing that with Portuguese Ledge, which is the deepest MPA at almost 1,500 meters deep. We're going to break for lunch. We're going to give you 45 minutes because we're a little bit behind. So let's come back at 1:30, please. We have sandwiches in the alcove and on the table. So you've got two places. We've got tables set up outside. Take advantage of the beautiful weather, and we'll see y'all back here in 45 minutes.
Oh, let me get Kelly. Hey, Kelly. Kelly, say. Where is Jason? Do we know what he looks like? And by the way,
For those that have returned to your seats. And thank you to the panelists that have made their way to the front. Who are we missing? We're going to start calling names.
so, yeah, this one here. Right between George and me. I just saw her. There she is, right here. Sorry, I'm sorry. We have our panel. Yeah, let's make it happen.
Walk around the room and tell people to return to their seats. Would you guys like to return to your seats, please?
Yes, thank you.
We're gonna start walking the room. We're gonna be asking Ryan and Eric, return to your seats, please. We're getting personal with it. Folks in the back, if you can please return to your seats. We're ready to get going. I love this cordless mic. All right, we're settling down. Thank you. So who can tell me what the smallest MPA is? We talked about the largest. Who knows what the smallest MPA is? Emily. It is Casino Point on Catalina Island. All right. And she got her poster. We've got, I think we got time for one more trivia question. As we finish getting settled here, let's see here. Just because we came off the enforcement and compliance panel, which NPA had the most citations? No. Most violations in 2016 to 2021. Blue Cavern, that's correct. Over there. Beautiful MPA poster for you. Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming back from lunch. I know it's always hard having some great discussions out there, and Gosh, what just a beautiful day after all that rain we've had. Just amazing to be out there and feel that sunshine. So we are ready to reconvene for the second half. Same format as before. Before we get started, I'd like to invite Chair Ramirez to come back up for a few more remarks.
Hello, all. I'm going to see if I can start a little bit of trouble with some questions. I'd like to speak to the police officers. Whoever that's in charge up here can answer questions. You know, I think it was the other gentleman who said that you guys were here to learn. Okay? I'm watching you. When I heard Ruthie, what she said about complaints about our people going to be wild. I know that wasn't the word, but anyway, I start looking around the room and I see your officers positioned around the room. I see them like this on their belts. Maybe that's how you're used to being. But when I see guns, when I see other weapons, and you're here to learn, and this is peaceful, it became disturbing. It came to the heart. And it's saying, wait a minute, they're here to learn. Why aren't they sitting with us? Why aren't you here with us? There's empty seats, come and learn. And that's where I was. And I know police officers out there, how they feel about it. But you're here to learn. You're here to be with us. Be with us. Sit there. If you sit in the front row, I don't care, all of you. Come up here, be with us.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. You heard it, folks.
Thank you, Chair Ramirez. And thank you to our wildlife officers. I think I can think of really no better way to start off our education and outreach panel. So I'm going to turn it over. So to Erica Delamare from California State Parks, she's going to be our moderator today.
Thank you, everyone. And yeah, there are a lot of seats empty up front. So those of you who are sitting in the back, if you'd like to move closer so that you can hear and see from our panelists, we'd love to fill in these empty seats. So as I was mentioned, my name is Erica Delamare. I am the Marine Protected Area Outreach and Education Project Coordinator for California State Parks. I run a statewide program that does MPA outreach in our coastal parks that are adjacent to MPAs. We're funded by the Ocean Protection Council. Thank you, Jen, for 3 more years of funding. We are really excited to participate and be part of the decadal management review. So today we are going to be focusing on this next management pillar of outreach and education. And I thank you all for being here and being present and being awake after lunch. How delicious was that lunch? Thank you, Resource Legacy Funds. All right, so we are going to get started with outreach and education, which of course aims to raise the awareness of our MPA network. This is essential for both increasing compliance with MPA regulations, but it also promotes general coastal stewardship and environmental education, right? So it's a twofer. It's really great. A wide variety of tools are employed in MPA outreach and education. And of course, that includes your typical brochures and panels. And then we get into more of the digital realm where we've been doing websites and blogs and new mobile phone apps. Has anyone experienced maybe some augmented reality coloring sheets from the MPA Collaborative Network? Yeah. So lots of really cool tools that aren't just that traditional interpretation, but also doing a lot to leverage new technologies in new ways. So the past few years have also taught us how important it is, though, to continue with our face-to-face interactions, actually being out on the coastline, talking to people. So state parks interpreters, volunteers, docents, all our different partner organizations who are doing that in-person outreach and education is critical. There are, of course, many organizations, both statewide and regional, that conduct MPA outreach and education. The state helps to coordinate these efforts in order to ensure accuracy of information and consistency in products and messaging across the state. I did want to mention that the MPA Collaborative Network plays an integral role in resource sharing between MPA Collaborative members and partners across the state as well. So I apologize, but we've missed out on a couple of our slides here. Thank you. So we're going to go to some of the lessons learned. So if you could advance a couple more. So these are our challenges. So similar to the other pillars, there are challenges that are associated with outreach and education. So the MPA management program has received strong feedback that more effort is needed to make MPA information accessible to more diverse audiences. The program strives to promote justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and managers are aware that they need to do more than just preach to the choir. As a start, CDFW and other MPA partners are creating more Spanish language products, and additional language translations are in the works. Another challenge is evaluating the effectiveness of outreach efforts. With so many different outreach efforts and products created, the program lacks data on what is working and what isn't. For example, while some say printed outreach materials are a waste of funding or a waste of materials, there are others that say that they are critical for really sharing that messaging with the audiences that we're reaching along the coast. Without data, a more solid evidence on outreach outcomes, the program relies on haphazard input and lacks a real strategy. Human dimensions research on how MPA information is best received would be helpful in guiding future outreach efforts. So as outreach efforts grow, it becomes even more important to continue coordination among our partner organizations. So a lot of information sharing is really critical. The more partners that are involved, the more we can amplify one each other's messages, working together, sharing our resources, and of course, filling in the gaps in outreach needs. The challenge, of course, is ensuring the accuracy and consistency across all of the work that we do. So next slide, we've got some example recommendations of outreach education. And because these slides are so tiny, I doubt that any of you can read any of this. I'm just going to give you a quick summary. So the top one is evaluate outreach needs, assess effectiveness and resources, and identify and pursue the most impactful and cost-efficient tools. So conducting different analyses on outreach materials, leveraging partnerships to develop projects that close those knowledge gaps, and then expanding the use of those new technologies like mobile apps, social media, et cetera. And then, of course, another recommendation is conduct more targeted outreach to specific audiences. So improving coordination with the fishing communities, tailoring outreach to better serve specific audiences, and then also creating more regionally focused and culturally informed MPA outreach materials. So with that being said, it is an honor for me to introduce you to our outreach and education panel. We've got a lot of heavy hitters here today. So to begin with, we have Angela Mooney DRC from Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Studies, or I apologize, Indigenous Peoples. We have Jules Jackson, Indigenous Engagement Coordinator for Wild Coast, and also the founder of Coastal Defenders, Ricky Erickson with California Marine Sanctuary Foundation, Wayne Coteau with Coastal Conservation Association. And then down on the end, she told me that she is last and certainly leaving the best for last, Emily Burgueño, who is the head seed keeper at Mott Tame. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started, and each panelist will have about 5 minutes to share the work that they are doing in outreach and education. So Angela, we'll go ahead and start with you. Can you make sure the mics are on for the panelists, please?
Oh, there we go. That's better. Now everyone has to listen to me. Miyuyum, I'm Angela Mooney DRC. I'm a Hashimim. My ancestral homelands are in what's also known as Orange County, California. First, I want to thank Chairwoman Louise Miranda for allowing us to be on her land, or I'm sorry, Louise Miranda Ramirez. I always mess that up. My apologies. For letting us be on her land, but also just for being a great mentor to me in my life. I've known her now for maybe about 20 years. She's always made her way down to any coastal tribal summit that Sacred Places Institute's done. And you've got to witness her fierceness today. And it's an honor to know you and to work with you. And thank you for bringing, vocalizing what I think a lot of Native folks and maybe other folks of color feel here today. There's a real disconnect between environmental work and racial justice, but there is especially a disconnect between ocean conservation and racial justice. I've been doing environmental and cultural justice and racial justice work for about 25 years now in California. And I have to say, even though it's getting a little better, I have found no environmental space more hostile than ocean conservation spaces for people of color. And so, in light of that, and just in light of all the conversations that have happened so far today, I'm adding 2 words to what we're talking about, for me at least. So I'm going to talk about education and outreach, but I'm also going to talk about alienation and reclamation, because I think that disconnect that exists between Indigenous sovereignty work, racial justice work, and ocean and coastal conservation work is why we have a scenario where at the 10-year decadal review, it hasn't occurred to anyone to even think about analyzing like who's being targeted in these enforcements. Because, right, for ocean conservation folks, you're talking about the environment and the earth and not the people. For Native people, there's no separation. For people of color, like I said, I was a professor for like 15 years. I'm not exaggerating when I say every single time I taught an environmental justice unit, I had students of color come up to me afterwards and say they had no idea that the California Coastal Act gave them a right to be on the beach. Okay, people still don't know that. And we know now because of, recent social justice movements that certain people of color are tracked, they're targeted by the police, right? So why is it such a leap that nobody's thought of who's being tracked and who is there equity and in terms of how enforcement is rolling out in the Coastal Act and the MPA provisions? My guess is there's not. And I think definitely there's not in my ancestral homelands. During the pandemic, Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples and myself specifically asked the question a lot because we're based in unceded Tongva homelands and what's also known as Los Angeles. And so we reflected a lot on this question: what does it mean to be from a non-federally recognized tribal nation whose ancestral homelands are the epicenter of a global pandemic during a stay-at-home order? If I had gotten it together enough to do slides, I would have shared this slide that's a screenshot that probably many of you saw early on in the pandemic in 2020. And it was an amazing environmental phenomenon of the phosphorescence and the glowing, ocean, right? And some people, some wealthy white men in my ancestral homeland who can afford to live where I can't and where no other people from my nation can afford to live, went out on their private yacht during a stay-at-home order and they filmed the dolphins in the phosphorescence. And it was beautiful. And I enjoyed watching that. And I also cried when I saw that, because while I may be white passing, if any of my family members, especially the men in my family, had the audacity to go prey on their coastal lands and waters, where they have a right to be, and not even a right, but an obligation and a responsibility from the ancestors, they might not be alive today, right? And I'm not saying like the stay-at-home order wasn't important. I'm not saying any of that. If that's what you're hearing, you're not listening. Yeah, of course, there was a global pandemic, and Native people know, as other people of color who were hit harder and worse by the pandemic, how important it is to be cautious in these moments. But I think what got lost in that is nobody was reflecting on what it means to be from a Native nation, from a coastal nation who has no land base to call our own. It means we were actively prohibited from practicing our religious and cultural traditions during a pandemic because we had no way to safely reconnect with our coastal lands and waters. And that's where I bring in the word alienation. I'm here, and I was involved 10 years ago when this act was passed. And I was in tears in Chumash homelands in Malibu territory, or in Chumash, in what's called Malibu today, because people were not listening. And we told, my boss at the time was Matiwai at the Wishtoyo Foundation. And we told these people, you cannot have these white organizations that have never worked with tribal nations be responsible for outreach and education about this act that's unilaterally abrogating our traditional hunting and fishing rights, and not even just our rights, like our obligations as part of this world as coastal people. And nobody listened. And so it meant we were in rooms with other elders with tears coming down their faces. And I really feel like today and yesterday, and in the actual Decadal Review report, it's glossed over. There's like 2 sentences that say, well, we didn't get it quite right with tribes in the beginning. What about non-recognized tribes? That question was asked earlier today, and it was not sufficiently answered. When you look, if I had it together enough to put up slides, you would also see a slide of the route that Junipero Serra and the military that accompanied him took in California. And if you saw that map, what you would see next is a map of where there are non-federally recognized tribes in California. 1/3 of California's Native nations are not federally recognized. The majority of those are on the coast. So what does it mean when California, and I want to quote Chris Peters, who's Yurok and another person that I owe a great debt to for learning. He said at a meeting one time, when the state of California was financing our attempted genocide, they didn't ask people to pull out their tribal IDs to verify if they were federally recognized or not. And what that means, why he said that, is that means that the state is culpable and responsible for the attempted genocide and the divestment of non-federally recognized people from our homelands as well. And if you're culpable and responsible for that, it means as you're trying to make things right, there is no reason on this planet why the MPA work that happened to provide exemptions for federally recognized tribes, it doesn't also apply to non-federally recognized tribes. This is a state act. This is not a federal act. Fine, the federal government has its standard. We're not federally recognized, but that's not the case with the state of California. The state of California's definition of California Native American tribe is all federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes on the Native American Heritage Commission contact list. So if you get one thing out of today, when we're talking about education and outreach, you need to add in alienation and reclamation, and you need to grapple with those things. And the first step is going to be, you need to expand those exemptions to non-federally recognized tribes as well, because there's no reason on this planet why myself and my elders and other folks from non-federally recognized Native nations shouldn't be fully empowered. We should not be in fear when we reconnect with our coastal lands. And that's what I mean by reclamation. And so to take it back to education and outreach, because I'm sure I'm probably out of time, or almost out of time. But I do want to quickly highlight our allyship and the distinction between performative allyship and actual allyship. I think sadly, there's a lot of performative allyship happening. Everybody knows what Jedi means now. Everybody checks the box for diversity. But are you actually acting as if you are guests on our ancestral homelands? I can tell you who is acting in that manner. And it is the Crystal Cove Conservancy in what's now known as Newport Beach, which is shared Ahashiman and Tongva homelands. There is not, as far as we're aware, a single citizen of either the Ahashiman or Tongva nation that can afford to live in Newport Beach. That's alienation. So before you get to, oh, we just need to improve education and outreach, and we want to talk about traditional ecological knowledge. No, don't take any more of our stuff unless you are equally committed to making sure that our people are able to reconnect with these coastal lands and waters. You want to talk about climate justice and climate planning and coastal resilience? Resilience is still being here after centuries of colonization and forced removal and attempted genocide. Everything, and let's talk about funding. Who wasn't funded to be here? Private foundations had to step in because the state wasn't funding the participation of California Native nations to be here. We're here because of the organizing efforts of folks like Ruthie and other California Native people. If the state actually prioritizes this, California has the 5th largest budget in the world. Why is it that there was only funding allocated for a single tribal listening session throughout the entire state on this MPA decadal review? Education and outreach are key, but if you don't first grapple with alienation that the First Nations from here have experienced, and that all BIPOC people in certain areas on the coast experience every time they try to go to the beach, if those things aren't grappled with in a meaningful way, all of this is for naught. So we need education and outreach, but we need you to understand meaningfully and help us return and heal from the alienation that has happened and help us reclaim these spaces culturally, physically, spiritually. And that is the difference between performative and actual allyship. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Go ahead, Jules.
Get to tell you my excitement. Before I say anything, I just want to say any of the work that I do is to create pathways for land back. Hi, Wakina Winnett, Coach Jackson. My name is Coach Jackson. Jules is my first name. I am Nanticoke. Is that better? My people are Tidewater people. We're from 3,000 miles that away, I think. That away? Some way, 3,000 miles away. Land nav was never my specialty. I want to open by expressing gratitude for the excellent people, excuse me, for being on their land, to tribal leadership and representatives, my fellow Indigenous panelists. Thank you. Angela and Emily, and to Kelly and Teresa and the Strategic Earth team, wherever you are. This coming together that happened earlier brings tears to my eyes. You can't see them, but they're there. My uncle, brother, and cousin are all state troopers. And my grandfather was killed by police. And we were forcibly kept off of our ancestral homelands and waterways by police. Speaking of that particular area, we just added a sign designating a segregated beach in 2023, and I originally put in for that designation back in 2005. In my language, the way that we express gratitude and spread love to one another is to say Wanishi. And I wasn't going to share this because I was too scared that no one was going to say it back with me, but you inspired me to say it. So Wanishi is spelled in English, W-A-N-I-S-H-I. And I'd like to invite all of us in the spirit of healing ourselves so that we can heal our planet to join me in saying the word collectively. Wanishi. Thank you. We are on the outreach and education panel. So I think it's a great time to ask and reflect, how do we define outreach? Is it getting BIPOC kids to a beach and posting their photos? How do we define education? Is it to not hold traditional ecological knowledge in the same esteem as we do academic science? How do we define engagement? Is it setting up a table and guesstimating our 1-minute interactions? And how, more importantly, and how do these definitions affect the communities we serve? My background is in athletics and the military, which is why part of the reason that I'm very highly action and impact oriented. That said, I mentioned this on a recent panel. You can see the photos on either side. I took so long putting the photos together, I didn't write my speech. I just did that 2 minutes before I got up here. So the youth that I coach, we can go through the photos whenever. They're 15 years old now. In 10 years, I'm not great at math, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be 25. My question is to all of us here in the spaces and the panel, what is our plan of action for the next 10 years for Indigenous engagement, especially with Indigenous youth and youth from underserved communities? Let us not leave here today without a commitment to funded, tangible solutions for the next 10 years. I did not get hired in quote unquote mainstream environmental protection space until I was 39 years old. So for over 20 years, I've been doing this work and speaking about the importance of this work, but I've only just now broken in to have a platform. Thanks, Lisa. It's not only our moral and ethical duty to be inclusive, quite simply, it's our best shot at protecting the planet. We don't need to look far for corroboration or in any academic spaces about climate change. We only need to look outside of that window right there. The very fact that this event might not have happened due to flooding. It's quite simple. To combat climate change, we need all hands on deck. Equitable outreach and education is not just about doing what's right and what's just. It's about returning harmony and balance to ourselves and to the planet. I hope we can leave here today. Is anyone able to switch that slide? Because I worked really hard on putting those pictures together. Okay, sorry. No, it's just more and more great, fabulous pictures that I took. I'll find a way to post them somewhere so you can see them. One, it looks like it should be a band cover photo, if I do say so myself. I hope we can leave here with a commitment that's singular in nature, that the ocean is for everyone. Wanishi.
Thank you, Jules. Up next, we have Ricky Erickson.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricky Erickson. I'm the Director of Marine Programs for the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation. And it's an absolute pleasure and delight to be here with you to celebrate the achievements that we have all accomplished together today. So I'm going to try to give a whirlwind look back and just start to think about recommendations for the future on marine protected area education and outreach. So back when the dinosaurs roamed, like my son used to say, when I started in marine protected areas, there were absolutely no resources, very, very few resources existed for us to do education and outreach. And I think we should all take a pat on the back and thank all of us for the work that we've done and how far we've come in terms of the past 15 years of resource development. We have a lot of products, programs, and activities across the state of California that we've collectively produced. Oh, I have to say next slide, right? Okay, next slide, please. So now let's look at some of those accomplishments, which you can't read whatsoever. But you've heard a lot of it earlier today. We have over 500 signs, replicas of those signs, laminates in ocean recreation businesses, lots of regulatory brochures, kids coloring books, interpretive brochures, MPA training programs, and kids and family activities. There's even a geocache out here that I challenge you all to find. We've gotten great content on some web pages and developed websites and created curricula. So let's not forget how far we've come. That does not mean that we don't have a long way to go. Some of the successful models that I thought would be valuable to kind of highlight this is the work that all of us have done together, is just recognizing the importance, although I can't stand it when my teenager was on it, but social media is just a phenomenal platform and outreach tool, especially when paired with advertising dollars. So that's something to really kind of highlight. Outreach into particular communities. We've heard a lot about today from the tribal community, there's underserved communities, as well as the recreational angling community. And I just wanted to point out some of the successes that we've seen with their talking with fishing clubs and allowing for that thoughtful, intense, challenging, often dialogue and discussion with the recreational fishing community, where they have an opportunity to offer their solutions. Advertisements in those places where the audience that you're trying to target actually reads and obtains information put that information out there in the format and on the channels and outlets that are most popular to that particular audience. Things like trade shows and boat shows and bait and tackle shops and watering holes and where your communities comes together are extremely powerful venues. And then identifying these key ambassadors within each of the communities who can really be leaders. And we have a lot of those here today. And thank you so much for being here and teaching us all. Thirdly is continuing to do gap analyses, needs assessments, and evaluating and monitoring the effectiveness of all of our works. We're all working with very limited resources. We know there's more problems than we have coming down the line, and making sure that our dollars and our effort is going to where it's most impactful is really critical to keep in mind. And then, as we've seen with COVID, there is this real power of both online, and it's great to be here with you all today in person, many of you for the first time, but both we need online and in person kinds of things. So looking forward, next slide. For a few recommendations that I'll offer, and these are just broadly, is we've heard this from everybody, quite frankly, today, is focusing on meaningful, challenging, time-consuming, staff-consuming engagement and outreach. And it's tough. And it's a lot tougher than creating a new product or handing out a brochure. But it's impactful, and I think it's a way forward. Creating allies and partnerships with lots of different ocean users, developing materials that are specific to the audience, the needs, and the issues that are particular to that area. A lot of these I've heard before, so I'm not going to repeat them again here. Continual investment in monitoring and evaluation to measure the effectiveness of education and outreach moving forward. And then finally, we need to improve partner capacity, and that's across the different audiences who are our targets, who we want to become stewards of our ocean. And with that, I'll just say thank you and hand it over to my sidekick, Wayne.
Thank you so much, Ricky. Go ahead, Wayne.
Wow, that's hard to follow up because I think she just took all my bullet points. Thank you very much.
Took my so.
Hey, guys, education and outreach goes across all the pillars. And if you look at the cross section of the people up here and what we all do, it is broad. It is very, very broad. But let's first give thanks to Becky Oda and her team and Strategic Arts for getting us here. Give her a hand. All right. So the elephant in the room is this. I represent the fishermen, the recreational angler out there. Boo, hiss, we're the ones that got upset. Everybody knows it. We're not going to shy away from that, right? This thing went down, and yes, it's been a long 10 plus years, and we're in the middle of it, okay? As the executive director of Coastal Conservation Association of California, representing the recreational angling community, conservation is part of our name. We believe in it. It's so important to us that I think you guys recognized how big of an importance it was to all of you, because we just came out of COVID. And what happened? We were all locked down. It was ugly. And the first thing all of us wanted to do was get back outside, right? We wanted to go out and enjoy responsible and sustainable outdoor recreation. And that to me is very important. I think, well, let's put it this way. I don't know the cross section of this room. Raise your hand if you fish or have gone fishing. So you recognize that you're part of our community. How many of you may not fish, but eat fish? Okay, so we know each other because we all interact, right? But did you know that there are 2.1 million anglers in California? And that 2.1 million contribute $3.4 billion to fishing within California. We believe in conservation. Do you know that a lot of that money goes back towards conservation in California? We fund our projects. We believe in it. So, you know, people throw the fishing community under the bus at times, but we're not the enemy. We want many of the same things. We want clean water. We want healthy ecosystems. We want healthy and expanding biomass and biodiversity. We hate the pollution and all the other things, right? So we're not the enemy. The only thing that we want is to make sure that we get fair and equitable access where it's necessary or available, right? So when we have problems of access, we're always looking at the data. Is the data supporting the necessity for restricted access? And that's where the rub sometimes comes in for our side. Well, I want to do a few things. As a conservation organization, we don't work alone. And people don't understand that we all work together in this realm to do what's right, whether it is conservation, outreach, communication, science. So give a shout out to the MPA Collaborative Network, Cal Anderson and her team and everybody that's here that is supporting the event next door and the MPA Day yesterday. Give them a hand because they are supporting it and we support them. We work with the CCFRP because that is the tagging studies that go on inside and outside the MPAs. And that's the science that we're doing. So give the CCFRP a hand. And a lot of those studies wouldn't be possible without our sport fishing fleet. Ken Frankie sitting in the back room back there, president of the Sport Fishing Association, Jamie Diamond sitting with him, Santa Barbara Landing and sport boat owner. Guys, we don't do anything without that fleet supporting our recreational angling community and the science that we do on the water. So it's very important. I think that people fail to realize that we work really hard in fisheries management here, not just in California, but federally too. There's nothing we do on the water that isn't regulated somehow, some way, agencies, departments, councils, commissions, you name it. We work hard with everybody to try to get it right. And we're not perfect. None of us are, right? We have members of our Fish and Game Commission, and they are like the arbitrators of all the fights half the time that happen between the communities. But we are trying to all do it for the right reason, right? We want sustainability. We need that for the future for all of us, all of our kids. So for the fishing community to sometimes get thrown under the bus is unfair because we want the future just like everybody else. We want to be responsible with it. So that's all we're trying to do is get to that level. There's a lot of smart people in this room, smarter than me, guaranteed. What we are always trying to do is find solutions, real solutions to real problems. We know that we want clean water, habitat, and everything. Why aren't we trying to fix some of the big problems that will save the whole coastline? And we need your guys' help. We all need to work together towards these goals. Clean water is important. We know that what's going on right now with all of these storms, the runoff is there. The runoff is natural and good because it provides nutrients to the ocean, not a problem. But the pollution that goes along with it, fertilizers, pesticides, our pollution from brake dust or plastics, that's what's hurting our water. When we have these big storms, raw sewage releases happen constantly, literally flushing the toilet to the ocean. We need to fix these things. Big example is down on the Tijuana border. The Tijuana River, there's an MPA sitting there. It is constantly being polluted. Why are we not fixing the big problems so that our whole coastline is protected? And that's what we need help with. We all need to work together. None of those are easy. Trust me, we get it. There's so many smart people in here that we can break those problems down into smaller buckets, find solutions or tests that we can do pilots on, and then try to figure out how to solve the whole problem. There's one that really bugs me, and I'm not sure I'm alone on this one, is the release of balloons into our environment. I do not understand why we still allow those, whether it is on land or on the ocean. They are harmful. And we all need to work together to get those off because I cannot stand having to go out there in my boat or my friend's boat and having to pick those up all day. So if we can all work together, that's how we're going to save, I believe, the coastline in a larger way. So we don't need necessarily the national marine sanctuaries or the MPAs necessarily specifically because the whole coastline is then protected. Okay. One other thing, I want to make sure that we thank the wardens, all of them, Chief Bask, Assistant Chief Court, all the wardens that are in here. They protect us and they protect our resources. They are necessary. One of the questions came up earlier about CalTIP. I recognize the issue that we had, and it was exacerbated probably with the the creation of the MPAs and what we go through. I was just appointed onto the board of CalTIP because I recognize that the saltwater community was underrepresented in the future of that. Historically, we always called the CalTIP number. That was what we were told to do. We changed that to texting, tip 411, but you guys know and I do, everybody's got one of these. We all know social media. We all know how it all works. If you call the CalTIP number, it is not like 911 where a coordinate's going to be Johnny on the spot and go do something. They just can't do it. There's just not enough of them. It's too much to cover. There is an app, and I'm asking everybody here, because we are all part of marketing and outreach and education. There is a CalTIP app you can download. I want you guys to start doing that and teaching and expressing that to everybody out there to start using it. And here's why. I believe that's the future, like what we talk about. I'm almost done. The CalTIP app is going to be the future because we all do social media and we all know how to take pictures. We all know how to document. We all know how to put the data in. That's going to help the wardens to help us to get the cases, start the file and everything, okay? Trust me, it's the documentation and the things that they need so that the wardens can then follow up on these issues. If you have problems with the app, because I'm not going to tell you it's perfect, then I want you to reach out to me because I want to make the improvements on that app. I want to know how to get this better so that, again, we can help them to help us. Following up on what Calla said, we also need to work with our ADAs. We got to get them to prosecute the cases and not plea them down, because that is just giving the wrong sign to the people that are doing wrong. And if we're going to go through all of this effort and not follow through on it, then we're wasting our time, okay? We know that this has been a tough road, right? We've had a lot of arguments. There's been a lot of fights and whatever. But what I want to make sure that everybody understands is it's okay to not get along. It's okay to have a difference of opinion. Take a deep breath and make sure you keep talking. Talk through solutions. Find the common ground that we all can work together and find the solutions that we can all live with to improve all of the environment for the future. That's what we're trying to do. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. This has been a long road. It's been a tough one from the recreational fishing standpoint, trust me, because I'm getting it from all sides. But I think you guys kind of understand where we're coming from, that we're not the enemy, and good conservation work and responsible and sustainable outdoor consumptive recreation can get along. They can coexist. And that's what I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. And go ahead, Emily, best for last.
Hauka, Enya Emily Bergenio, we Nechuhi, Matas Punang Kopai, Napum Sinalkotun Kopai, Enya Pipa Napum help me up, Shamok. So hello, my name is Emily Bergenio. I was speaking in Ipaya, the language that I come from, that is being actively revitalized. And I was asked to, well, I'm actually a tribal government official, and I want to recognize all the tribal government officials in the room, the very small handful of them. And thank you, Chairwoman, for building that bridge and welcoming, the folks to sit down. I know the chairs aren't the comfortablest, so if you need to stretch your legs, go ahead and do that too. You'll see me standing a lot because, yeah, but so just recognizing the systems in which we are all participating in, they're a privilege. Even being here today is a privilege, as we know, a lot of people couldn't make it. How do we participate in those systems? Because as we all are aware of, they were and how they were built, right? The disconnect of including the homeland communities when it comes to marine areas, and how do we disturb these systems, right? And it's conversations like these, but also knowing that it's a 5-minute, right, limited conversation. So this is a good segue into those solutions like you mentioned. And just wanted to highlight, whenever we're talking about the land, water, we're also going to be talking about social justice. I had a person of a NGO mention that, you know, we're here to talk about, not at this event, sorry, at a different one, but that focuses on the land in which I come from. And I was bringing up different issues that need to be also discussed in this symposium. And they mentioned that we aren't here to talk about social justice. And I said, anytime you talk about land, water, you're going to talk about social justice. So just wanted to share how we identify as Kumeyaay. So Kumeyaay Nation is the Southern California, San Diego area specifically, into the Baja California, Baja California, Mexico area. So the border split our nation. And we were once connected with the river tribes through the Colorado River, but starting with the Pacific Ocean, going into the mountains, into the high deserts of San Diego and Imperial counties, and then down to La Bufadora, Ensenada. So just giving you that idea of our territory in which we are able to steward. But for ocean, the word in our language is chasil, so the salty water. And I share that with you because the ocean is our connection of how we emerge into this world as human beings. And it reminds us of our responsibility and our connection to the what folks call the natural environment. So within our language, we don't have a word for nature or wild because we are of the earth. So for the word body and the word land is mat, meaning the clay or the land. And that just shows you within our language significance in how we are tied to the land. We're literally made up within our DNA makeup of the land. So whenever you have these discussions on restoration, conservancy, if you're leaving out the homeland community or the people, as we refer to them, it's not a full circle, you know, effort, because we are part of the ecosystem. The people will always be part of the ecosystem, no matter, you know, how far removed they try to remove us. And that's something I wanted to touch on is, yeah, the systems I mentioned and how systematically we're removed, Kumeyaay were removed from, you know, the city in what is now known as the city of San Diego areas. And I'm sure a lot of you have visited those areas, and you know, they're very nice areas with very wealthy people and the people of status even. Through not just from California, but throughout the United States. So it's one of the, you know, wealthiest, I can't say more than one Monterey, but one of the wealthiest areas in California throughout the coast anyway. But that element of the Kumeyaay people are missing. We were pushed inwards, like I mentioned, into the mountains and high desert. And the folks where my dad's come from, the Tipai, which is the Southern, they were able to resist the California mission slave system a lot more than the Northern, the Ipai. They had a very hard time. They had I should say, more exposure to that. So I'm bringing all this up because it is a revitalization process for the Kumeyaay people, as we are not on the coast, we're in the mountains and desert. So one of the major focuses and concerns for us currently over and throughout the years are the protection of village sites throughout the coast, and our families that are being exposed, meaning these burial sites that are being dug up, or like what relative mentioned yesterday, even the cliffs just falling, right, naturally. And so the Kumeyaay Cultural Repatriation Committee was founded in the 90s to implement the NAGPRA law. And that's something that's always been a major focus for us in Kumeyaay land throughout the coast. And so like to hear about the folks up north that are actively harvesting and gathering, I'm like, wow, that's amazing. And I want to get there because like I mentioned, I do that where I live and where I'm able to, right? I don't feel like I'm able to do that on the coast because like I said, that revitalization process is happening. But so there is like no opportunity for land stewardship throughout the coast. And that's something that needs to be identified and implemented in Kumeyaay land. We need a land base there. We need a space, right? Just to be, because like folks mentioned earlier, when we go to these areas of wealth, our homelands, we don't feel welcome. We get approached with hostility. So finding that space for tribal communities, I think would be a key element within this solution making, right? And so to give you a little context on my role, I'm just that bridge and providing the MPA collaborative as well as the Tribal Marine collaborative to Kumeyaay representatives. As I mentioned, I'm not a tribal government official, and that's who I always defer to because they are our decision makers at the end of the day. However, like it was expressed earlier, you have to have those cultural practitioners and bearers because they are the ones who are actively stewarding these areas that know the song, the language, these words that I mentioned earlier. So bringing them to the table is very important. So outreach, that's what I was asked to share. And and this could be, you know, for state, federal, for MPA, Tribal Marine Collaborative, any group. Well, when it comes to outreach, who's identifying that? Who's setting those standards of what that outreach looks like? Because it looks like outreach looks different for everybody. And I would not consider an email outreach. I wouldn't consider a phone outreach. You folks were asking yesterday, how can I reach out to tribes? You have to be in community. I am not going to open an email from somebody, you know, that I'm not going to prioritize an email that I don't recognize. I'm going to prioritize an email that I recognize and have a partnership with. And I know I can trust them with Indigenous data, right? Because that's what we're all talking about today. Or it's being mentioned anyways. And then, so identifying official delegates from tribes that are supported by tribal council, because not all the time tribal council can go to these things because they do have a full capacity when it comes to serving their nations. They are nation builders, right? So I was mentioning to somebody, reaching out to tribal government is like reaching out to the president. So if you sent a letter, would you stop there? No, you would be consistent and send another letter. You would try to make it to that event. You would try to do this. You would try everything to reach out to that. So putting some respect on tribal government officials' names and you know, being consistent with that outreach. And then, you know, when it comes to the funding, if these stipends for whether it's like delegates or whatever, liaisons, whatever term you want to use, if they are not delivering, if they are not getting active response, feedback, action from communities, that's misappropriation of funds because they're being paid to reach out to communities and communities are not, they're getting sent emails. That's not outreach. So sorry, I'm going over, but I planned on it. So just wanted to, highlight when it comes to outreach, partnerships, solutions, when it comes to conservation, when it comes to restoration, all these awesome words. Who defines those? Just keep that in mind when we talk about these things, who's defining them, because it's going to look different everywhere. And then acknowledging the request that you're making, reflect with that request before you make it. Should it be, yeah, just reflect. I wanted to mention that, to reflect on the request that you're making. Can I Google this? A lot of stuff could be Googled. Somebody mentioned yesterday, how can I reach out to tribes? And there's a lot of resources online. I know my tribe has a website, so start there and then don't stop. But also accessibility to outreach as well. Not everybody, like it was mentioned, was invited here or was even made aware of here. But I saw the need, and that's why I'm here, because bringing that voice from the Kumeyaay Nation, but also recognizing I'm not an official delegate. But that's pretty much what I wanted to share, and then just being cognizant of using these words like Indigenous and tribal. Get to know the homeland communities you're serving, because I don't identify as Indigenous. I identify as Kumeyaay. And somebody asked yesterday, is it kind of disrespectful if I pronounce your language incorrect because one of the projects is in our language? And I said, no, if anything, it makes me proud to hear you struggle, because I'm there too. So just know that trying is not a bad thing, and being cognizant of tokenization is what I wanted to leave with, because I know what it is to be tokenized by a colonial institution. And it's very, it can affect you on many levels, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically even. So being aware of those effects, like it's not just a 9 to 5 for a lot of us. I get told, well, I can't on that weekend because I'm off. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. It's just a job for most folks. So being just cognizant of these things. I didn't share, if you didn't notice, I didn't share any of my titles or any of the work I'm doing. It's because I wanted to make sure I covered the things that I came here to cover. But if you guys want to talk about the work that I'm doing, please reach out. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that put this together. There's, a lot of work to be done, but I'm grateful to be able to travel. It's very much a privilege and honor to be here to speak with you all, and thank you. Yeah, fun.
Very beautifully said, Emily. Thank you. Do we have some minutes to do some Q&A? All right. All right, sounds good.
And if folks want to raise hands after she's done, and we'll, put you in the.
Meiha Wenihinkam, Netwan Yane, Jessica Calderon, Tongvet Neha, Koi Bixkanakan Koyo Eme. Hello, relatives. My name is Jessica Calderon. I am Tongva Shumash as well as Yoeme, and I've held in everything and taken it all in, so I'm going to share now. So to our wardens, I want to say, just like Emily said, it is a job for you, but the best way to educate and to be a part of our community is to put your guns down, take your uniform off, and on that downtime, come kick it with us. Come learn that we are just peoples too, just like you, but we are peoples who have been here for time immemorial. Therefore, there are certain things that are different for us, even though other people might not agree because of the laws that they forced on us. But you have to remember those laws were forced on us because we had a ways of being before laws came to be in the white man's way. We had laws of our own. We have ways of our own. And so it would be really important for me to help you identify that that connection will help you understand our laws, because we've spent many generations abiding by your laws. But it is time that you understand our ways and help us to abide by our own ways as well. It's way beyond time that we get there. So maybe that could be some kind of a side program that you all have for yourselves, right?
take that time to get to know us as peoples. That's who we are. For our fishermen, sure, you guys mean well, but a lot of your equipment is harming our oceans. So maybe you can also, on your downtime, come hang out with us and hire our basket weavers to weave nets for you, because the plastic nets ain't cutting it. We're tired of the plastic, right? All is one. We're all tired of the plastic. So in that way, you can help Native peoples to have a job, because also for all these generations, it's been very hard for our peoples to get work. And in that way, we can have beautiful relationships, right? All the way around. So I want to make sure I leave that with you all to really think about. And to all of our agencies, I have a story to share, okay? And this is a personal story. So in the story, when I talk about it and I talk about me, I'm basically using me as an identifying factor as in all Indigenous peoples. And when I talk about this medical doctor, I'm talking about you as agencies. By the way, I hate Western medicine. So I was deathly sick in 2018. I had a virus that wasn't identified in the medical field. They tested me and said they couldn't figure it out. And I was asked to take antibiotics. So I took antibiotics, and that was a big mistake, because what it did was it put a Band-Aid on the situation, which gave me 2 more years of this virus to attack my body. So when I finally figured it out for myself, I demanded a blood test, because the doctor who I went to see was insisting there was nothing wrong with me. So when I demanded the blood test was taken, and I was right, that I in fact had this virus. So the doctor told me that I would have to take this one pill for the rest of my life, and that I had no other choice, no other option. To which I told that doctor, I already did the research, and your pill is going to cause me to go to the doctor and have kidney issues. So why would I do that? Why would I kill myself with your medical advice, right? To which she started screaming at me that how could I be so stupid and follow any other routes? Because I told her what I was going to do was I was going to follow my Indigenous heart, and I was going to do what I knew best, and that was to go to the healthy route, to go back to the Indigenous ways, the healthy foods, right? Which has been taken from us, because where I come from, it's a food desert. So I had to work my ass off to do double shifts to make sure that I can afford to go shop at Whole Foods, which isn't easy for a lot of our peoples, to make sure that I can go sneak into certain mountain areas of our ancestral places and get the foods that I needed, the herbs that I needed. And the most important part was to understand that sacred connection between us and the earth, that we are of nature. And there's one element that agencies just don't seem to understand about that, is that we all contain frequencies. And in this city, everybody is vibrating on such a negative frequency, and that causes so much illness and harm. And if that's happening to us in our bodies, what is it doing to the earth? So I shifted my frequencies. I went up high into the mountain and I disappeared for a long time, and I continue to do that. I come down just for a little bit and I go back. And I've been working on my frequency, and it's hard because I got to deal with a lot of you agencies, and it's frustrating dealing with you guys. But understand that the Native way has always been the right way. And so because I didn't listen to that doctor and I went into my Indigenous mindset and my Indigenous heart, I healed myself 100%. And today I am healed, and therefore my kidneys are fine. No thanks to that doctor. And so that being said, understand that there is a way to heal the earth. There is a way to heal ourselves as a people and as a community. But you have to listen to us, and not just listen to us, do what we're telling you to do. Because if you're just taking notes and just marking the box, then we will always, always, always be sick as a people, as a community, as the earth. But when you actually implement our teachings and choose to teach to our children, to your children's, and learn and understand, then we can heal together. So I just want to drop that with you. And I want to thank all of the panelists for being here, and Kelly and all of the Native communities that have pulled together, because this is really, really special for you all to have as many Indigenous voices that were here today. This is not an everyday event. This is very special. And I hope that you can really take this in and understand that you are in a very special moment. So thank you. Yeah, Jessa had remind me, thank you, two things. I, today and yesterday, I keep hearing, all the strides and patting ourselves on the back. But you have to realize the example that you're going off of, which was bounties on native communities, on native people's heads. So anything you do is going to be strides. Just realize that. For me, this is bare minimum, these conversations. This should have been happening a long time ago, as we keep saying that. So just reflect on the terms you use and how you uplift these quote unquote strides. It's definitely, once in a generation thing, right? This hasn't happened quite often. So it's a learning experience, I would call it. And then secondly, she reminded me, how I was talking about outreach. That's definitely, as the fishermen can also learn from that, what I was sharing, because outreach to the tribes, like some of the foods at the ocean I've never even had before. And at one time I would be cooking it up, but unfortunately I don't have that relationship. So acknowledging that you can support cultural revitalization as a fisherman, by providing access. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to change the subject, although this is very important what we're talking about. But we had spoken before about how education is really the first step of compliance, and education is really the basis for moving forward with this. And I love that we have made a lot of progress in terms of signage and brochures and things like that. And that's a great starting place. But what I want to know is there any future for like a continuous funding source for people that are out there doing the actual engagement? Because my organization, we are out there on the beach. We have docents and we have paid educators, but we are constantly chasing the funding and coming up with some new idea so we can get a new grant, and stuck in that grant cycle that was spoken about earlier. And, I know that research is super important too, and you're spending $16 million on research. And I don't think there's anything for education. And if that's the baseline, I really would like to know if there's any plans to kind of move forward with some kind of reliable funding. Thank you.
I want to take a minute to reflect on that. One thing I want to share, I was a consultant for Native Americans in philanthropy for many years. They're one of the only Native-led institutions that focuses on philanthropy, and they do a lot of data and research and reports on who gets funding and who doesn't. So the data that I want to share is, and it is a few years old, so the statistics may have changed slightly, but less than 0.5% of funding for environmental dollars goes to organizations benefiting Indigenous peoples. And I had to correct myself in how I said that, because that doesn't mean Indigenous-led organizations. That means anybody that says they also work with Native people. And so when we're talking about funding, I need everyone in here, especially predominantly white or white-led nonprofits, to understand that if you think you lack what Indigenous organizations that are comparable to you, it's night and day. And I know this as someone who founded an Indigenous-led environmental justice organization 10 years ago. I didn't take a salary and I didn't have health insurance until 2 years ago. That's how dire it is in terms of, and it gets me emotional, because I would be in all these spaces and I would see thousands and thousands of dollars. Many of the nonprofit organizations in this room spend on a fundraiser, right? And meanwhile, like our staff, our team of Indigenous folks, of people of color, we couldn't even have healthcare. It's only in the past couple of years that we've actually been able to properly compensate people for their time. And again, our homelands, the statistic I remind you, we can't even afford often to live in our homelands. And so, yes, I 100% support. There needs to be more funding allocated. And to the funders out there, okay, to the state and federal entities that are funders, stop the nonsense with how challenging these proposals are. It's almost impossible. You need a full-time staff member working a week just to figure out like what you need to do to apply. That's not helping anyone. Neither, and to the private foundations here, two things. One, stop it with getting a new strategic plan every 2 years and changing directions. We just got the funding to bring on, this beautiful speaker that you heard earlier to lead our Ocean Protectors program. That's critical. That is essential to helping tribal folks reclaim access. But then when you rip the funding rug out from underneath us, that's a problem. So understand the privilege that you have as foundations, as state entities, as everyone. And for the other nonprofits out there, one thing you can do, because I kept hearing yesterday and today, how can we do a better job of working with tribes? Don't invite us in on the last second. If you're thinking of applying for the grant, that is the point at which you reach out to the tribes and have that conversation. I am so tired of seeing my name or image or bio slapped onto a grant proposal that I didn't consent to, where they want to give us chump change for the rest of the money that they get, right? And two, I won't name specific foundations here, but there are definitely foundations in this room that are incredibly problematic because they have been telling me for 10 years, go to the white organization and partner with them. Why? Fund Indigenous folks and people of color directly to do this work. Thank you.
Ramirez has a question or comment, please.
I just want to say, many of you may not understand how important animals are to us. Our creation story was about the animal people first. They were here first. My skirt represents our creation story. It's about the coyote and the eagle and the hummingbird, and how our people were saved, and how our area repopulated from the Salinas River. Okay, when you talk about the fish in the ocean, they're not animals. They're the people of the ocean. And earlier they were talking about not wasting food, it's more. When I thought I was gonna have information that you guys might not be happy with and bringing up here, I've worked with you guys before. And when the bear was shot in Marina, it's been years. And we reburied the bear in ceremony. And people say, but the California bear, that's the pain that you guys brought over here. The bear was always sacred to us before you came. And the California bear, it has a bad reputation now. But that was since you guys came, since the colonizers came. That bear was important to us before. And I'm grateful for being able to get our tribal members and to rebury that bear. And that bear had at least 20 shots in its head because that bear was going after a dog named Pickles. I mean, this is different. And so I know that we talk about the animals everywhere. You have to know us first. And that's what you guys don't know. You don't know our stories, and we've got to bring them to you. And that's what we're doing. We're bringing you more than just information. We're bringing you our lives.
I'd like to follow up on a couple of things, just so you guys understand. The outreach and education goes always, right? Up, down the chain, in and out. Education-wise, let's talk about fishermen. Do not always generalize us altogether, because there are buckets of different types of fishing. The recreational fishermen do not use the nets, okay? But the recreational fishermen did recognize the problem with the nets. And recently, we understood what was going on with our swordfish fishery and the drift gill net issue. We worked with a bunch of others, and it took a long time to come up with the better method for fishing, to keep the commercial fishermen on the water, but respecting the resource. We worked with the Joe community and others to outlaw the drift gill nets for swordfish fishery at the state and the federal level. And they are now in the process of being taken out over time, okay? We understand how precious the resources, the animals are, and we respect it. And we are all trying to work to do things better. You talk about wanting to learn from the past. If you look at our new circle hook, it comes back to what we learned from a past hook that was being used in the coastal waters. That shape is identical to what was being used and made out of bone and wood. So we do look back, we do learn, we're trying to work with others and get back to simpler times in a way, right? We do not want to waste resources or animals. And we want to be smarter about it because we do respect it for the future. Thank you.
We have one here.
Just to go back on Angela's comment about the money, just to give you an example of how little money tribes get from the federal government and state governments and other funding areas. There are a lot of programs under the Bill Act that have like $200 million for an entire program, and tribal set aside was 2% for over 500 tribes in the nation. So there are many programs that give us a pittance, and those are competitive grants. So probably only 10 tribes get an award. That's the reality of our funding. Then another point to make off of what you said for pollution, I think there needs to be a link between the California CDFW and the water boards, because we have point source pollution coming out of the stormwater drains constantly during, and it's not even, it doesn't have to be during a storm either, because we have non-point source pollution that happens all the time. We had a diesel spill up in Crescent City, and there is a conflict or whatever between the county, I'm gonna get in trouble for this, between the county and Crescent City, because the Crescent City was saying the county is responsible for the spill cleanup. And I'm like, wait, you have an MS4 system. The MS4 system is the municipal sewer system that has a permit through the California Department of Water Resources. And when they discharge down into any waters from a pipe, that's a point source. So whoever holds that permit is supposed to be responsible for anything that comes out of the pipe that goes into any receiving water body. And if you guys don't know about this, I'm glad I'm saying it. So the city has a responsibility for anything that comes out of the pipe. And if they don't want to take care of it, you call your water board. I emailed the water board personnel for the MS4 permit, asking him what is the proper thing, because the city's saying the county is responsible for the spill, but then the city's saying that they're not responsible for the cleanup. What do you say? And he told me that there was an agreement in 2013 for the permit to be waived by the city, but the city had the responsibility of putting best management practice methods in place to prevent pollution from being discharged through the pipes. So now the city is going to clean up. The county cleaned up the diesel spill, and they found out where the diesel spill was coming from. It was a discharge. It was a leak from under the sheriff's office, from a tank, from the basement that went into a sump. And the sump, when it got, because of the heavy rains that we've been having, the sump would directly discharge and it would go into the pipe. And that's how, and it was like, I insisted that they do something about it. But my name wasn't mentioned, which is good. They don't need to know who makes the complaint. And so the water board guide said it was a notice from Cal OES, which is true, it was. So yeah, there needs to be some link between the enforcement bodies to make sure that there is follow-up on preventing those pollution discharges from the municipal sewer systems.
Thank you. There's a
Welcome.
question. We have another question.
So I just want to check in on all things questions. Sorry, I'm not in a great place with the piece. Is there one more? We have two questions here. We are going to have a break and we're going to come back for the next panel and then we'll have that open question opportunity. So I just want to say that out loud. Do we know where Emily went? Okay, I hope she's okay. We'll find her. So I'm going to just have a question here and then I'll come back up into them.
And we don't mean to rush the Q&A, but we do want to make the space for this, broader beyond the panels discussion and Q&A that had been planned later this afternoon.
Hello, thank you for the mic. Just wanted to thank all the previous speakers, like talking about all these really important issues that we just need to talk about and listen more about. My name is Toby. I go to UCSD. I'm part of CalPERC students. Yeah, I flew here yesterday. It was long, had a layover in Arizona, but pretty much like all across the UCs, we've been working with our chapters to like just talk about marine protected areas. And the 16,000 conversations we had, there's been like a general consensus that students do care about increasing ocean protections and just helping our Earth heal. But the thing is, like it was referenced before by one of the indigenous speakers. There's a lot of negative resonance. Like a lot of people are pessimistic. A lot of people don't think the systems can change or they can change the system. So just some like tips about education and outreach. Like how are we supposed to help our younger generations, like people like that I know personally that I talk to every day? How are we supposed to convince them or tell them that we can make a difference, we can make a change starting now with these decisions?
Can I say something really quick, Kelly? Thank you for being here. I hope you have a shorter ride home straight down. As a youth athletic coach and mentor for almost 2 decades now, I would say we don't have to convince you all. You're already out there doing it. What we have to do is provide you with opportunities, and we need to fund those opportunities. Another challenge that I have that I hope everyone can leave here with is to look at your internship programs, how your respective organizations, government, NGOs, anybody is recruiting your interns. Are you paying for them? Are you securing housing for them? Are you providing them opportunities to be published in academia? And it doesn't also have to be students. I'm a student. I'm a student in a variety of areas, including traditional ecological knowledge, and I'm 41. So also we want to focus on the youth, but know that people our age and beyond didn't have these opportunities as well. So I would just say that you're already there. It's on us to provide you with the opportunities.
I just want to add a piece to that from a conversation I had with a young woman of color at the event yesterday. And that is, it's another way that Crystal Cove Conservancy has been such an excellent partner for us. Everybody wants to increase diversity and underserved communities within their organizations. And, thank you to Jules. Yeah, fund those positions, right? Because what happens is privilege begets privilege. If you don't fund the positions, the only people that are going to get them are wealthy and white. And then those are the only people that are going to have that on their resume, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not just about that. It's also about making sure that there's a critical mass of people of color in your organization and that there are support networks there for young people to not feel isolated and alienated, because it takes a long time for system change to happen. And so what we don't want to do, and what I hear happening again and again, is young folks, like the gentleman who just spoke, who are really interested in this work and passionate about it, they get really defeated because they show up in a place, they're either not getting paid or they're getting paid very little, and they're one of the only person of color in the space, and there's no mechanism for them to address, the internalized institutional racism that exists or anything like that. So pay folks, pay them well, and make sure that you're being responsible in terms of who's in the room and what kind of support networks are set up for young people to take on those positions.
This is Ruthie Maloney. I have a question for Ricky Erickson. Hey, for the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Over 10 years ago, when the Marine Life Protection Act initiative were in place, were coming in place, the Yurok tribe was, we were working on a federal marine during that time, and the process was stopped. And so I'm just wondering, the tribe had put thousands of dollars into trying to get that marine sanctuary right off the mouth of Brecqua. So I am wondering what the foundation is doing to recognize those current marine sanctuaries that were in place prior to MPA, and make sure to go back and start them over again. And I think it should be not the tribe asking to do it again. I would like you to reach out to the Yurok tribe, any entity that was in the process of creating a sanctuary. So that is one of the things I think just needs to be addressed. The second thing I'd like to say to CDFW is knowing the lack of salmon and the return that we're going to be having, I would just like to plant the seed for any hatcheries or any kind of fishes that are, could be edible, to please distribute those to the tribes that are in those locations. They would be very much appreciated, instead of maybe letting them go to waste. So, I think us as Native people would be very grateful for that, because in the future, we don't know where that salmon's coming from. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruthie.
One last question here, and then we're going to break, and we are going to just one last question here.
Wait.
Sorry, I can pause. Also,
Ruthie wants me to answer the question. Just a clarification. So I work for the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation. We are not the National Marine Sanctuaries, but they are here in the room, and can answer that. But I certainly agree. And I think that there is, both from the state and the federal and sanctuaries, I did work for the sanctuaries previously in a prior position, are certainly interested in looking across the entire West Coast and looking at connectivity. So happy to facilitate those conversations. And I appreciate you bringing that up.
It's more that I mean, it's great that you're going to look at the areas or the what places we can, but I was more the Marine Life Protection Act stopped the process. So the Yurok tribe creating a foundation marine sanctuary, and when MPA came in, then it was halted. And so the tribe had put thousands of dollars into research and to working with the federal marine sanctuary people, and we were just stopped. So again, that's why I think it's their obligation to go back to the tribe to restart that process that was halted by the MPA process.
Understood.
Ruthie, just to say out loud, we do have some folks in the room that are affiliated with the NOAA Marine Sanctuaries, and as appropriate, we can make those introductions here today as well. Okay, so I have one last question here, then we're going to give everybody a break, and we will come back and continue with policy and permitting.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Ken Frankie with the Sport Fishing Association of California. Wayne Cotto from CCA. I think we have a lot of folks in here who really aren't aware of the huge outreach effort your members, Friends of Rallo, all the different organizations have been doing from an equity standpoint, but actually doing the right thing, taking kids out into the ocean, education, sport fishing. Could you please explain to everybody some of the efforts that your organization and others have been doing?
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, we in the sport fishing industry have been doing outreach for generations within our organizations and within our sport fishing community. We have all of our clubs up and down the coast. They all do the work behind the scenes to get kids, veterans, underserved communities out on the water to enjoy our favorite sport of fishing. And we do education. And we don't always take credit for it. We do it because it's the right thing to do. We've done it for generations. And what CCA Cal has done, partnered with our other groups like the Sport Fishing Association of California, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Captain Rollo's Kids at Sea, to try to put programs together to formalize on a larger scale on how to get that program off the ground instead of just counting on the fishing clubs up and down the coastline. And we're working on a program to do it. And what we're going to do is we're going and reaching out to the communities to bring those groups down to the docks. We'll find the funding, we'll get the boats, we'll bring the all the gear, we teach them, we teach them the responsibility of what we do, the sustainability side of it, you know, and I think it's very important because that's our future, right? We're trying to do it the right way. So we're always constantly working, like everybody else, on the funding side of it. But right now, we've been doing it for a couple of years now. We're going to continue this work and we're trying to expand it for the whole coastal California community because it's the right thing to do. So thanks, Ken.
All right, well, let's give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, load up on cookies and coffee. We're going to come back in 10 minutes, 3:20. We're a little bit behind, but we built that in. So we're going to be, and I've got a special treat for everyone, a special surprise coming up later. Two MPA posters. You can't get two MPA posters anywhere else, except for the last trivia question. I'm gonna walk over to the cookie counter and start pulling them out by name. I see Eric over there still. All right, last trivia question. You guys ready for this one? Still not ready. Our panel's ready. Okay, last trivia question. If everyone can find their seats, please. Which marine protected area has the most scientific collecting permits issued in it? Which marine protected area has the most scientific collecting permits issued for research? We got a hand in the back. Can't hear you. Bodega Head, wrong. Try again. Matalahoyo, nope. Keep going. Marine protected area with the most scientific collecting permits. Point Lobos, no. Scripps, no. Wait, I think I heard it. Crystal Cove, that's right. Give her two posters. Crystal Cove MPA. All right, and I need Becky back. Oh. Becky, what? All right, well, thank you everyone for coming back. We're going to slightly adjust the schedule. We're going to cut into the Q&A at the very end of the day. We put up on the wall there questions, the website, and comments because we're having such great discussion with our panelists. We want to make sure we have time for that. We didn't want to cut anyone short on the previous panels, and we want to make sure our panelists here on the policy and permitting panel have plenty of time as well. So finally, I will turn it over to Becky Oda. She is the program manager over Department of Fish and Wildlife's Marine Region Habitat Conservation Program. So like Steve, who was the supervisor of our MPA project for at least the last 10 years, Becky has been guiding this ship for at least the last 10 years. So Becky, take it away.
Thank you for that, Dr. Schuman. I'm going to take a couple of minutes to talk for a second. No, just kidding. Thank you, everybody. We're on the home stretch. As Craig said, I'm Becky Yoda. I am the Habitat Conservation Program Manager for the Department's Marine Region. All the MPAs fall under my shoulders and they're really, really sore right now. So thank you for sticking with us. We are about to embark on a very exciting panel of policy and permitting. So thank you for sticking around. There's lots of cookies and water, and if you need to take a break, you can go by all means do that. So unlike permitting, unlike permitting, next slide, please, guys. Sorry. Unlike permitting, policy seems a little nebulous sometimes. Hard to get your hands around, not really quite sure what that means at times. So I looked it up. So here's what policy means. Policy is a deliberate system of guidelines to guide decisions and achieve rational outcomes. A policy is a statement of intent and is implemented as a procedure or protocol. And policies can assist in both subjective and objective decision-making. And of course, communication is the key for all of that. So coordination within this particular pillar of management with Marine Protected Areas Management Program helps maintain, hopefully, a consistent vision for the MPA network among agencies and partners. So that's what this panel is all about. That's why we have policy. And of course, permitting is a part of this too, and I'll get into that in a minute. But next slide, please. Yes. Next slide. Never mind, we're going on. So the vision takes shape through adaptive management process. You've heard a lot about that today. And as applied to this pillar, MPA policy and regulations are continually clarified and refined to balance human needs, hopefully, with biodiversity protection. We've heard a lot already about some human needs that we definitely have gaps with. We've identified that. Hopefully, you guys saw that. And how many of you here? How many of you have read the Decadal Management Review report? You all get posters at the end of the day. And caramel and apple suckers, I think. So in practice, though, this has involved changing regulations to ensure human health and safety and to allow tribal take, we've heard about that, in certain MPAs. So we're going down that road. Some MPA management program activities are funded in part by mitigation payments, if you guys have heard about this, made by power plants to the Ocean Protection Council to offset negative environmental impacts from one-stream cooling. So there is money going into that from mitigation monies that they're having to pay as a result of their impacts to the ocean through that process. Here's a favorite. The Scientific Collecting Permit Program regulates taken MPAs for research and education purposes to manage these uses in a way that is consistent with protecting biodiversity. And this helps meet the goals of the Marine Life Protection Act. So that's the policy and the permitting pillar. Next slide, please. Challenges and permitting. Over the last decade, we've seen many successes. We've talked about many of them today. Under policy and permitting, though, a number of challenges have also arisen. For example, the Scientific Collecting Permit Program is in urgent need, I will say urgent need, urgent need of an overhaul to better meet the needs of all the users. This would involve improving the online application portal and the environmental impact assessment tool, as well as increasing internal coordination when permits require review across multiple CDFW programs. And any of you who have tried to use that, it's very difficult. And we know that, we get it, we're working on it. Be patient. There is some frustration with the lack of policy guidance regarding restoration and mitigation activities in MPAs. And moving forward, the development of a clear policy and a science-based framework to evaluate potential projects will be prioritized, promise. Policy will need to be refined regarding the maintenance of structures that existed prior to MPA implementation. If you remember, we have those no-take SMCAs down south. We're working on how to deal with that in the rest of the network. Such maintenance may result in incidental take or violate current MPA regulations. However, the prohibition of this maintenance may actually conflict with the regulations of the MPAs themselves, the law. And tribal co-management. Tribal co-management and all of the other ideas, concerns that we've heard today is definitely a part of us moving forward on policy in all realms. So we're on it. We're with you. We can't do it without you. So we'll be talking that through. Next slide, please. So recommendations. So challenges we've encountered and the knowledge gaps we've uncovered have led to priority recommendations in the next decade. If you read the DMR, you've seen these, so hang with me. For example, within the policy and permitting pillar, we have several recommendations for ways to improve the scientific collecting permit program. Another example recommendation is to apply lessons learned from this first 10-year review to support proposed changes to the MPA network and management program. And this will involve enhancing our use of science-based approaches to evaluate potential changes and enhance network performance. We will coordinate with the California Fish and Game Commission to evaluate current outstanding petitions and future proposed changes through that petition process. The first deep dive into the review results and implementation of the recommendations will happen with the commission at the Marine Resources Committee meeting tomorrow, and further meetings with the full commission as they get developed through. And we will have more information about the process moving forward as we wrap up today. So now I would like to introduce the panel we have. I am very, very honored and humbled to be able to introduce to you all of these panel members that we have today. And we have a new one, which is awesome. We have Chair Lopez from Amamutsan, who has joined us on this panel. Thank you so much for being here. And Chairwoman Louise Ramirez, sorry. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I know what it is. Thank you. Louise Ramirez of Ohlone Castona Estland Nation. Thank you again so much for being here, for all of your words and all of your heartfelt comments. We really appreciate it, and hopefully our learning, I hope. Deputy Director, Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy with the California National Resources Agency and Director of the Ocean Protection Council is Jen Eckerly, and I skipped over our Vice President of the Fish and Game Commission, Erica Zavaleta. Then we have Karen Grimmer, Resource Protection Emergency Response Coordinator for Monterey Bay Natural Marine Sanctuary, and Anna Newman, a Harbor Master for the Norio Harbor District. A big thanks to all of you for being here today, and I will, whoever wants to start. He wanted to. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So Chairman Lopez, take it away.
Well, thank you again very much. I'm the chair of the Amamutsan Tribal Band, and our tribe is comprised of the descendants that were taken to Mission San Juan Bautista and Santa Cruz. And so our territory, as defined by us, is the territory at Moss Landing and Elkhorn Slough. We see that as shared territory or transitional territory between the Estland Nation and the Amamutsan. And then our territory goes up to the Aptos Watsonville border. And so, you know, we have the oceans, but then we also have the Palo watershed, what goes up to the Diablo Range, and comes out through the Morgan, the Gilroy Hollister area. So that's our territory as well. You know, this policy of permitting, I listened to your definition. I might be on target, I might not. We'll find out. Here's some things I'd like to that are important for us to consider, though, as we develop policies, regulations, relationships, etc. One is that we have to recognize Mother Earth as sacred. You know, we don't to just address it in a purely scientific way without recognizing that the Mother Earth, that it's a gift given to us. We recognize the plants as a gift given to us from Creator, the wildlife, the fish, the birds, those are gifts given to us. And at the same time, our creation story tells us that Creator gave human beings a higher intelligence and the ability to make decisions, to problem solve, to figure things out. And with those special qualities, then Creator gave us the responsibility to take care of Mother Earth and all living things. So that responsibility to take care of the oceans, the rivers, the fish, the shellfish, the bull kelp, the seagrasses, etc. That's a responsibility given to us by Creator. And we are the only peoples that have the moral responsibility and the moral obligation to speak for these things and to take care of them. That is our responsibility. That's a very special relationship that needs to be understood by policymakers, the people that work on the lands. They have to recognize that relationship that tribes have. Now, I said Mother Earth is sacred. And we have a lot of processes for doing that. Recently we participated in the removal of a dam. It was a small Mule Creek Dam up by Davenport, and we participated. But prior to the dam being removed, we went out and we did research to take a look at the cultural resources that were there, the condition that the plants were in, the conditions that the overall health of the creek, etc. And then we took the dam down, and then we went back and we restored the spawning beds of the salmon. We made sure that the cutouts where the salmon can come on up and rest as they're doing the migration were there, that they were well prepared. And then after doing that, our tribe held a ceremony to call the salmon back, to call the salmon home. That's a ceremony that our people had every year. And so we had a ceremony. We were expecting that salmon would come home in 5 or 6 years. And we worked with other partners, on this, but we were all expecting the salmon to come home in 5 or 6 years. The very next year, we found the salmon fledglings. Is that what they're called? The fledglings. We found several dozen of the fledglings there in that creek, up at the spawning beds that we prepared for them. And we believe that the salmon heard our prayer, and Creator heard our prayer, and that's why the very next year they were there. And that's just an indication of how powerful and important ceremony is to our stewardship of the lands and to our restoration of the lands. The other thing that's important to understand is just the perception. All of the resources on the oceans. Even the water itself, but the fish and the fish and the shellfish again, etc. Those are cultural resources. Whenever you see, well, we have a cultural site here, we have a sacred site here. Well, the ocean as a whole is a cultural resource to the tribes. And we will take the special measures to protect our cultural resources. But if you just recognize the ocean as being, well, that right there is just for fish, or that's just for shellfish, or that's just for sea mammals, you're missing the whole point. You're missing the whole point. That, all of it is a very important cultural resource that must be protected. And we all have that responsibility But remember, the tribes have that moral and sacred responsibility to take care of it. And that's why we have to be part of all that. Our tribe talks a lot about healing. For over 13 years, in October, we started our 13th year of bi-monthly tribal wellness meetings. And on our tribal wellness meetings, whenever we were elected council, we dealt, we were dealing with a lot of really difficult, hard issues, but a lot of those hard issues were just within our tribe and within our members. I mean, and so we recognized that, and then we started studying about historic trauma. And we recognized that whenever you have 100 years, well over 100-year history, where the parents can't teach their children to be out, to be secure, to have a good identity, to know why they're here, to know that tomorrow's going to be a better day, to be optimistic, to know that they're a good person. That was taken from us. How do parents teach their children to have love when every day is just a struggle for survival? How do you teach love to your children that way? We did our best, of course, but when they strip your identity and your self-esteem and all that, when they strip that from you, how do you pass it on to what do you pass on to the next generation? It's tough, it's hard, it's impossible. And so we were dealing with issues like drug addiction, alcoholism, suicide, rape, child molestation, a lot of violence and incarceration. That's what our members were dealing with. And and so we started our wellness meetings to say we have got to address these issues within our tribe. And so we dealt with it. We started working hard to restore identity and learning our culture and restoring that indigenous knowledge and learning our prayers and learning our songs and restoring our dance, our ceremony, etc. That's what we worked on. But then after that, we started working, we had a tribal psychiatrist and 2 tribal psychologists working with us. And we started dealing all those other issues. Our graduation rates from high school has shot way up, way up. I mean, practically everyone graduates. And many of our students are now going to college. But when they go to college, we don't just say go to college. We say go to college, and you have to come back and you owe it to your people to work for your tribe, to carry on, to teach the next generation, to get us back on track. We have to return to the path of our ancestors. Their journey was violently, brutally disrupted and tragically disrupted. But it's time for us to get back. And that's what our tribe works hard on now, every day. Health, is getting health back. But then at one of our wellness meetings, we were talking about how do you get healthy relationships, and what we found out, what we talked about, is to have a healthy relationship takes two healthy entities. How could you have a healthy relationship if one person is not healthy? One person has a drug addiction, one person is a liar, one person is a cheater. How could you have a healthy relationship under those conditions? And so we say we need healthy relationships. But then as that meeting progressed, we said, well, wait a minute, it's not only with other people you have relationships with, we have relationships with the state of California. We have relationships with the federal government, with the cities and counties, with the land trust that we work with. We have relationships with them. How healthy are those? If they don't let us fish, if they don't let us hunt, if they don't let us have access to our lands, if they can't tell the true history in their schools about us, how healthy are they? At our wellness meetings, we learned that all healing starts with telling the truth. It all starts with telling the truth. And then people have to tell their story. People have got to tell their story. But guess what? It's not just the indigenous people that have to tell their story. The perpetrators and the institutions that caused that horrible history to happen, they have to tell their story too. What did they do? Why? What did they benefit? And if they're going to heal from it, how are they going to heal from it? That was, you know, when I heard that Governor Newsom apologized, and then he's going to start a Truth and Healing Council. I immediately wrote him a letter. And I told him, I go, that's wonderful. I go, we do not accept apologies. When you apologize to the tribes, we don't accept apologies. Everybody's apologizing to us. I'm really sorry that happened to you. You know, that's horrible that that's happened to you. We apologize, we apologize. When I hear we apologize, all I hear is, well, we apologize, so will you please shut up? You know, that's what I hear. But when they apologize, that has to mean something. There has to be changes. That's why I'm here today to talk about this. There has to be changes. And we're starting to change. But it can't be just a one-day event that we come here, go home, everybody feels good, and say, man, are we glad we got that over with? It can't be that. We need to work together on healing. And we cannot have the tribes work on their healing, and then the institutions, work on work on theirs. But maybe we don't trust that they will. We don't trust that they will. We need to work together if we're going to ever establish a healthy relationship. But it has to be based on truth, and it has to be based on correcting the ills of the past. That's how we're going to heal, and that's how we're going to work together. So you want to get policies, you want to talk about permitting and stuff like that? Well, get policies and permit that recognizes that recognizes the cultural, all resources as important, sacred cultural resources of the tribes, that Mother Earth is sacred, and allow us to have access to the places for ceremony, for prayer. Allow us to teach how to develop the reciprocal practices that we have when we take. We leave a prayer, we leave medicines, etc. And then we develop very intimate relationships. A lot of restoring of the lands is restoring the relationship with Mother Earth, restoring relationships with the wildlife, etc. That's what we have to be working on, and that's what we have to work on together. I mean, if we're going to have a healthy relationship, and you could probably, and I believe that's one of the reasons we're here, is trying to find out how to have a relationship going forward. These are the steps that must happen. I got about another 25, 30 points to make, but my 5 minutes is up. Thank you. Okay.
Where are we? I don't always agree with this guy. We talk about it, and he says, well, I'm going to do this. And I said, well, I don't agree with that. And he says, I'm going to say this. And I said, well, you can say it, but I'm going to be against it. It's because of our stories, because of who we are and what's happened to us. We think we have to fight for everything, because we do. We have to fight. I don't know how many here are from Monterey County. Monterey County, Monterey was the first capital of the state. So who do you think were the first people they tried to get rid of, if not our people? Think about the California government spent more money in Mariposa and Monterey County in eliminating the native people. 25 cents for a scalp, $5 for our heads. I think about when I grew up, when I lived in Salinas, my grandfather said, don't tell anybody you're Indian. Say you're Mexican because they'll treat you better. Don't say you're Indian because they're going to come and take you away from us. Because that was the time of the schools that they called schools. So we grew up knowing we were Indian, taken from school every week, all the Indian kids taken to church around the corner. I remember walking through the back and into the church. Your hands beaten if you didn't know the prayers. And you think about, how come you had this religion? And how come when I went to my aunt's house, who had a farm labor camp in Salinas, how come they weren't speaking Spanish? What were they saying? What were they dancing? And you're like, wow, what is that? Who am I? Because I know I'm Indian, but was that being part of Indian? I couldn't claim it because I didn't know, because they didn't let us. And so you grow up and you know who you are, but that you can't claim. And then you get old enough to become involved, but because you get married and you move out of the area, or as we did, my mom packed up the 3 kids. Wait a minute, there was 3 more, no, there was 4 of us. There was 4 of us. And moved out late night on the bus because my native father was going to come and kill us all. So we had to leave the area. For years, we were gone. Then I go to Time On, and I'm the chair. I've been the chair since 2006. Not easy. I go to a meeting to fight to protect our land in Carmel, all behind Carmel Mission, the place where our people are buried, one of the many. And these people have so much money, and the homes are so tiny that they want to build mansions on this property. They're digging up and they're going to put basements. I'm fighting for that not to happen. This is a 9,500-year-old site. These people don't care. They're throwing the remains at me. On the corner of 17th and Scenic, this person came in and bought this tiny little house for $9 million. Then he had it all remodeled. And then he was working in the backyard, had, not him personally, but the landscapers. And he decided he wanted a fire pit, a gas fire pit, because right on the other side of the street is the ocean, and he wanted to be able to see the ocean. The hole was not big enough, so they dug. We found 2 ancestors and 2 babies. They took them all out. Then they realized they should not have, so they tried to fix it back in. I was assigned as the most likely descendant. And I went to the property and said what I wanted done. They called the owner and he said, how long are you going to take to get this taken care of? He says, my family and I are homeless. We're over here in Nantucket waiting for our house to be done. And then the archaeologists come in and said, well, don't work with her. Don't worry about what she wants. And brings in another person. So as the MLD, which the most likely descendant, they put the remains in a box and give them to me. And I still have them. And no place to be buried. I talked to my ancestors and I said, I will take you home. I'm taking you away from home right now. You will be with me. But you will be with me until I get a place to rebury. And that's what happens in this county. The money that is here. And no policy with the Native Heritage Commission, with Truth and Healing, nothing will make a difference. They don't care. They care about their money and what they're doing. They say we have the right. No, we don't. We fight. There are many times I cry. You wouldn't think so because you're not going to see that, but I mean, policy. Policy changes with people. If we don't make that change, it's not going to happen. And then there's the time that the Pacific Grove Museum said, come to a meeting. So I go to a meeting, which I had been trying to do for 2 years. I go in and I'm sitting at the table and they say, we know you want the ancestors. When do you want them? I said, right now. Right now, I'm not giving anybody a chance to change their mind. They gave me everything that they had. I put them in my car, I put on my music and native music, and again, promise them, I'm taking you home until I can bring you back. And I have many of them. Policy on CEQA gives us the right to consultation. The exact words said meaningful consultation. There is nothing meaningful about consultation. It's useless, in my opinion. I mean, it could be totally different. I meet with the county. I meet with all the agencies, city, government, state, whatever. I don't get paid. My tribe has no money. Everything I do volunteer. If someone says, well, come up, we'll pay for your hotel, or come and talk to us. That's about it. So you talk about policy. When I see these Native people coming, you need to realize that we all don't have money just because we're Native. And when you want a speaker, you have to pay for that speaker. You have to pay for Angela, for Miss Darrow. I'm sure I could get you. I mean, and Ruthie and everybody. I mean, it's the way of life. I go to events and I say, well, these people are employees. You've heard that already. They're employees. They're getting their salary. So think about what you're doing and how you're not treating us as equals. We're something for people to come and see. I was at a seminar, Big Sur Land Trust invited me to sit on the panel. One lady in the audience, of course it was a white, we call it Machiba audience. And she raised her hand and she said, since you've been doing this, what's the worst thing you've ever found? That I looked at her and I said, that you guys still hate us. You have to get over that. We were here. Don't tell us to get over it, what happened. You guys get over it, that you took everything. Know that. You threw us in cages. We couldn't even walk the street because you talk about slaves in California. It was us. There were no other slaves here. You could, as a Native person, you couldn't even walk down the street. If you didn't have a job as a Native person, there was the vagrant law and you could be arrested. We have tribal members where their brothers and uncles, half-breed, white and Native, were hung in Monterey. We have Dutra Street behind the city hall, all taken from Native people by eminent domain, kicked out. We have Brad Pitt just moved into the neighborhood in Carmel, paid $42 million for a house, one house. When do you think we're ever going to get our land back? You hear the stories of, oh, some people got land, 1,200 acres up. Prove their tribal membership. Some of them, maybe. But when a group has 2,000 members from Esalen Institute, they're not all Native. So know who you're coming to and asking. Make sure you're not just picking up anybody to represent the Native community. There's policy. We know who we are. We've been through so much documentation that the United States government still doesn't want to look at. We were at a meeting in 2015 where the Department of Interior kicked out all of our information, said that even though we believed that we had all the documentation required to prove who we are, they said, oh, we're changing the regulations. And that was it. We no longer even had a petition in for federal recognition. Policy. Policy and policy and policy. If you're going to come up and ask us to be part of you, make sure your policy is strong enough to include us, not just as a token, but make sure we have the responsibility to act for our people, to do the best for them, because that's why we're here. Because there's no big bucks here. I will not survive to see federal recognition. And I know that. But I'm hoping my great-granddaughter will. I teach her who she is. And yet, people won't believe that because she's fair-skinned and light brown hair. But she's going to know who she is. She hears the language. And it's all we can hope for, is that they know who they are and they will carry it forward. And you know, we can go on forever, but I see all these people with notes and I have no notes. I mean, it's like, uh-oh, I did something wrong. I didn't write anything down. But just remember that we are here. We do know who we are. And if somebody said to you, you want to prove it, I will prove it beyond a doubt who I am. There is no doubt. So know that. I'll go get my lineage out of the car. And all of our tribe, every single person in our tribe must prove their descendancy to the original 13 core members from Mission Carmel and Mission Soledad. My genealogy has been proven to 15 of those villages. And I'm proud of it. And I love my ancestors for giving me that. Thank you.
And I gotta go next?
Yeah. Good luck.
That's really hard to follow. It's really important. It's really important. So thank you. I want to thank everyone who's here, and I especially want to thank our tribal representatives and members who made the trip to be here and share with us. I'm a California Fish and Game Commissioner. I am also the daughter of immigrants from 2 traditional cultures to the south. I'm a scientist, and I'm a relative newcomer to the California MPA process. So I'm here to learn from everyone and to try to apply that learning to good decisions. Each of us have a point of view and a stake in how we move forward. And so our work at the commission is weighing all these positions and knowledge to tailor policy so that we protect both marine ecosystems and their biodiversity and the varied connections of people, communities, and cultures to those ecosystems. We have to do that latter piece. We've been hearing about it a lot today, for marine conservation to persist into future generations and to achieve equity. The world looks to California's leadership in equitable climate adaptive conservation. How do we lead through our MPAs? 1, we need to embrace tribal co-leadership, knowledge, and underlying values. I want to read the California Fish and Game Commission's co-management vision statement. It reads, the vision of tribes, the California Fish and Game Commission, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is to engage in a collaborative effort between sovereigns to jointly achieve and implement mutually agreed upon and compatible governance and management objectives to ensure the health and sustainable use of fish and wildlife. There are a lot of important ideas in there. So we're making progress in that space, and we have a ways to go. Let's use that vision to guide our path forward from here, and let's meaningfully implement it. 2, we have more opportunity to integrate human and ecological goals. So people are not bad for the coastal oceans per se. The indigenous scholar Lila June Johnson the other day, Chairman Lopez was there too, identified reverence, reciprocity, and relationship between people and the land and ocean as values to guide traditional stewardship. Part of sustaining relationship is looking for opportunities to revitalize customer use without fees for recognized and unrecognized tribes. As well as tribal take, scientific take, subsistence take, where they're compatible with co-developed marine conservation goals. So we have an opportunity there too. People aren't the problem per se. right? It's things like extractive activities and untethered individualism that can harm both the social and the ecological dimensions of these marine systems. So let's frame our goal not so much as protecting nature from people, rather let's shelter nature and people from those damaging forces. Let's protect the relationships between people and the coast that in the long run are what motivate our care. There's also a core part here of achieving equity, and global MPA networks can give a window into settings where equitable and community-based conservation are really advanced. So by one study, 94% of marine protected areas worldwide allow some form of fishing. By another, with restricted fishing gear, locations, with restricted pressure, those MPAs are able to deliver biodiversity benefits while sustaining take. So I am thrilled to learn from the Decadal Management Review about how marine protected areas in California are working. They are making more fish in some ecosystems and regions. They are making more community stability in the face of climate disruption so far. More is great, but what exactly should our targets be, right? We need science to help guide that. We need more knowledge partnership to help guide that. A study across the world's coral reefs, different kind of marine system, found that sustaining fish biomass above 50% of unfished levels was sufficient to sustain 4/5, like 80% of reef functioning. And the partial fishing restrictions could exceed those biomass targets. So marine systems can support some take. The Decadal Management Review data also tell us that there's less effect of the MPA protection so far for some systems and some regions and some species in California. And those places especially deserve a real look at how we can bring in tribal take and maybe some additional subsistence, recreational take, as well as greater access and process transparency around the process of getting scientific collecting permits that support the very learning that guides our stewardship. It shouldn't be so hard to obtain SCPs for research in the MPAs. In closing, the DMR is this amazing and also imperfect resource. It's both. So let's use it to achieve our co-management vision, adapt management and policy to enlarge relationships of care and not restrict them, set more specific targets for ecosystem and species recovery, and develop policy and regulations and practice that can meet those targets while allowing learning and relationship to thrive and to grow. I'm excited to move forward in that work in partnership with all of you, and with great deference to tribal leadership, with a commitment both to listen and to act on what we learn. Thanks.
Hi, Jen Eckerly, Director of the Ocean Protection Council. I will admit I'm feeling quite emotional right now, and appropriately so. I'm sitting in it. So thank you. I just want to say that out loud. And I feel like the things I were going to talk about, the little notes I wrote, they seem kind of boring and trivial compared to the conversations that we've been having, but I will share them with you and just reiterate what an incredible and significant priority it is for me, for the Ocean Protection Council, and for the state to continue this relationship building, this commitment, and this partnership, not only with tribal leadership and tribal communities, but for all Californians in this work that we're doing on marine protected areas, but more broadly, right? It's not just about MPAs, it's about our coast and ocean, and we all have a moral obligation and responsibility to protect these places. So with that, I will talk a little bit about, we spent significant time and resources creating this marine protected area network, and it is only successful and durable if we have a strong and enduring management program. And so we're here today to talk about the 4 pillars of that management program. We're here in the policy and permitting space. And we have a really unique entity at the state called the Marine Protected Area Statewide Leadership Team that's made up of state, federal, tribal, and nonprofit partners who are working together to leverage our resources, our expertise, and our around these 4 pillars for the management program. So there was a question or a comment earlier about what are we doing about these water quality issues and why isn't the department talking to the water board? We are, and that entity is the perfect place to not only talk about how we're managing our marine protected area network, but how we're dealing with these other issues, right? It's not just about fishing. It's not just about climate. There are a breadth of threats that we all need to address together. So one of the really important things about the leadership team is that it has 2 components. It has an executive team, which is made up of the Secretary for Natural Resources and all of the directors of the agencies that have either policy or regulatory oversight of our coastal and ocean resources, in addition to tribal leadership and the leadership of our nonprofit partners. And then it has a working group, all the programmatic staff, so many people here in the room today and many who are responsible for bringing us all here together to do this work. And this is important because it's fine to create these places and to invest in monitoring and enforcement and partnership and stewardship. But if we don't embed these places into the governance of our state, they're not going to be successful and provide the ecological benefits into the future and the societal benefits and the cultural benefits. And so what that group does, the value of that, besides all of the collective brain trust and passion in the room, is making sure that the decisions that we're making are considering marine protected areas, that when the Coastal Commission is looking at a project or a permit, that marine protected areas get a higher standard of review because these are important special places that were protected to protect marine life and habitats. So that entity exists for marine protected areas, but we're leveraging it for all of the work that we're doing and to make sure that we are talking to each other, because all of you know there's a lot of agencies, both at the state and federal level, that have authority or mandate to protect these resources. Sometimes those mandates conflict. And so we have a place to talk about how we're doing this work together. The only other piece I wanted to address, because it's come up a lot, is how our marine protected areas are intersecting with the state's 30 by 30 initiative. So that is our directive from the governor to protect 30% of coastal lands and coastal waters by 2030. The Ocean Protection Council is leading the effort on the coastal waters piece, and we have 4 strategies that we are moving forward on. One is marine protected areas, and we have determined that the 16% in state waters meets the definition of conserved in our Pathways to 30 by 30 document. That definition requires that conserved areas are durably protected and that they provide ecosystem level benefit. So that does not mean that MPAs are the one and only way we're going to get to 30. And I just want to make sure that that is abundantly clear. We are taking a threats-based approach and looking at what are the impacts, what are the tools that we have to address those impacts. So the other components of 30 by 30 include our national marine sanctuaries. Are there opportunities to partner with our federal colleagues to strengthen biodiversity protections in our national marine sanctuaries? We're looking to partner with California Native American tribes to create indigenous marine stewardship areas. So places where we can support and enhance tribal stewardship and engagement. Really looking for, we talked earlier about, co-leadership and co-development. We want to see tribally led, tribal priorities, tribally led. And then finally, we know that the waters off the coast of California have a breadth of spatial management measures. We've got areas of special biological significance that were set aside to protect water quality. We have fisheries management closures. We've got military closures. We need to understand the breadth and the inventory of those places and to the extent to which those places are providing ecosystem level benefits that could meet the definition of 30 by 30. So those are our strategies. We are in the very early stages of implementing this work. We have lots of outreach and engagement going on. You can come talk to us about if you have questions or want to understand more, but just wanted to kind of share how, one very important piece. There is not a separate process to create marine protected areas for 30 by 30. The process to evaluate our marine protected area network, to understand whether we need to change existing MPAs or create new ones, that is through the adaptive management process with the Fish and Game Commission and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So I just wanted to express that and make sure that it was clear, and really am honored and thankful to be here today. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? I'm feeling a little bit the same as Jen expressed. This is a lot of emotion, and these stories are incredible to hear. And I feel a lot of gratitude for being here today and hearing all of this information. So thank you. And I'm taking it in, as someone said. So I work for Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, which is the federal marine protected area here, and have done this job, which is resource protection coordinator, for about the past 10 years. I worked for 6 years on the statewide leadership team working group that Jen just mentioned. Really enjoyed that and saw how really collaborative MPA management can be. So that was before even bringing in the tribal representatives, which I saw that process, and that was a very good process, and glad that the state did it a number of years ago. So that was great. We look forward to continuing to coordinate with the LT on a number of priorities that the sanctuary has, from climate change to iconic kelp, coastal erosion, sea level rise, ocean acidification. There's a lot to work on. So those are some of the challenges that we'll be working on the next decade, hopefully with the state. I had 3 other topics I wanted to cover. One is I wanted to quickly mention a pilot kelp restoration project that we're working on with a number of collaborators that are here today. It's with Ocean Protection Council, CDFW, Reef Check, and our G2KR. I always get that mixed up. Keith's in the audience there. So basically, this is, it's a pilot study. It's at Tankers Reef, which is right off of Del Monte Beach in Monterey. And the partners are really working to see if recreational divers can measure the effectiveness of culling urchins in order to allow kelp recruitment. And I mentioned this study, I should have explained that in the beginning, because it's really it's a combination of policy and research. So the policy piece came from the Fish and Game Commission, who allowed sport take of red and purple urchins in that specific area. And then the research component is being worked on by all the partners. The main questions for the study include: can divers reduce urchin densities so that kelp can recruit? Are there negative impacts to in-water culling, such as damage to the reef? And can divers collect, analyze, and report on data results? So it's a 3-year study, and year 1 was just completed. Year 2 will start in April. There's also a targeted and ecological monitoring component that's conducted by CDFW and the sanctuary. And then separately, Reef Check is conducting environmental monitoring of fishes and invertebrates. And then G2RKR is with all of the recreational divers, reporting culling efforts, tracking urchin levels. And I just wanted to add that the initial results, which are just after year 1, are looking pretty positive in the treatment area versus the control. There is juvenile kelp recruitment. It's increased 15-fold from 8 to 118 individuals over that past year. So that's a positive situation. We have 2 more years to go, and we will see what happens in those 2 years. But I think I just want to highlight it as a collaborative research project that could have applications elsewhere. So that was my first thing. And then secondly, permits and marine protected areas. We work very closely with CDFW on permits, all kinds of different research permits that occur, subtidal, intertidal, rocky, kelp forest, all of the different habitats. And it's worked really well. We believe the current MPA management process of permitting is working well. And we asked CDFW to continue to involve sanctuary staff in discussions regarding policy or regulatory changes in MPAs that are within the sanctuary. And so, for example, there's been consideration in the past for special closures of seabird protection along the Big Sur coastline. There's been discussions about changes to allowed activities in state MPAs. So we just ask that we are part of that discussion. We were asked to highlight some ideas on providing greater access to MPAs. And I wanted to highlight one event that we had last year. CDFW was part of it. And it was a day on the beach with shared adventures, happened in Santa Cruz. And it was a really exciting collaboration with Shared Adventures to bring folks that have disabilities and don't have access to the water down to the beach and get them in the water in numerous different ways, from kayaking to wheelchairs in the water, canoes. It was absolutely fabulous to talk to people and get their reaction. It was very inspiring. And so any way that we can get access for people that don't normally have access to the water is it's a priority for us. And we have a day called or an event called Get Into Your Sanctuary that comes up every summer. And so we want to ask people to think about partnering with us on that. We have one set for, I think we have funding for 2023, but it would be something to think about doing for into the future. Providing ramps and beach wheelchairs and access to the water is really important, and we hope to build funding partnerships into the future. A student had mentioned about having the young perspective brought into the discussion for MPA management, and we heartily believe and would like to encourage that. In fact, we established a college seat on our Sanctuary Advisory Council pretty recently, I think within the last year or two. And that perspective has really enriched and helped the council to shape their policies. So I guess that was the last point I wanted to make. And I just look forward to seeing how the network develops over the next 10 years and working with the state on it. And everybody else, it's amazing how many collaborators are in this room today, and it's great to see everybody.
Hi all, I'm Anna Newman and I'm a harbor master based in Fort Bragg, California on the Encino coast. For those of you that don't know, a harbor master, at least in my role, is essentially a glorified landlord. So the boats have slips in the marina and we manage that. What a harbor master knows about policy and permitting on marine protected areas, I'm not entirely sure, but there is a piece of paper on my wall that says I do have an education in this field. I do, however, in the role of a harbor master, interface with a lot of people. So my marina is a commercially based marina. I have 80 commercial fishing vessels that berth with me full time. And we're kind of roughly estimating that's 159 jobs for captain and crew. We also have fish processors, fish buyers, fish markets that do sell into the global market. And anytime there's a change in a policy, whether it be in fishing regulations or where they're allowed to fish or where they're not allowed to fish, it directly affects my constituents, the men and women that fish in my local area. So I end up fielding a lot of questions on these topics from the commercial guys that are seeking guidance or that want me to fax stuff to CDFW. That's a lot of it. And then as well from the recreational fleet, they know their MPAs there. They don't know where they are. They don't know what's allowed. So we try to help walk everyone through that process and through those questions. And I also end up with a ton of questions about what is happening? Why is this happening? Is this effective? Our MPAs on the North Coast have been there now for 10 years. And I keep going back to these questions as we're looking at the decadal management review. And I know it's unusual to bring more questions into a panel situation because I think we're supposed to be the ones answering them, but I don't know how to answer these questions. Like, how are we going to update and change these policies with major shifts in ecosystems? So in our area, we went from a kelp forest to an urchin barren. What do we do with this? What now? The MPAs aren't really going to show increases in rockfish and the spillover and all of this amazing science that I believe is possible and we see on the South Coast and in other areas, because we have a major ecosystem shift, a major change. And folks keep talking in my area that climate change is gonna come, it's gonna happen, it's impending, but it's occurred. We are through it, we're looking at this different ecosystem than when we started with. So what do we do now? And I don't know. So I came here to learn that. And I hope I can answer any questions y'all have. I work with a ton of commercial fishermen and recreational guys, people that are out there on the water. And if that can bring any information to y'all, please ask the question. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet with that. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you, everyone on the panel. This has been amazing. Really appreciate that. We are now opening up questions. We've got 15 minutes for questions for the panel, and we can also take any other questions if it's, yeah, I think we're in general questions as well as to the panel. So 15 minutes for questions.
Next. I got you next. Let me get that cue. Thank you.
Hi. For those who don't know me, I'm a local diver in Monterey Bay area, and I do quite a bit of recreational spearfishing myself. My question is for anyone on the panel here, especially those familiar with the Pebble Beach community. Anyone who has been to Stillwater Cove, most likely you've had to pay that entrance fee to get in. Why are we paying for coastal access? Because we've also said at the gate, we're going purely to fish, to use the ocean. They will not let us through without paying that fee. So talking about access to the coast, to those resources for everyone.
Let me say, they don't care. They just want your money. They want ours too, whatever we have.
Right, so what do we do as the people that want the access, but know that it is our right to be able to go and use the oceans?
They only give you the right if you have like $250,000, but I have that problem too, because we've done reburials as most of the cities around here increasing the sewers and water pipes and that, a lot of disturbance of our ancestors. And they do, they want the money. And the Pebble Beach Foundation, I've talked to them as well, to their attorney, because we have these ancestors that are found on their homes, the various homes, and they don't want to rebury. And we've asked them for property to do that. So how do we do it? I mean, that's where policy comes in. That's where change comes in. it's up to us to ask. I mean, I've asked, they don't listen, but, yeah, I think it's as being part of an organization, letters, you know, maybe they'll eventually listen. I doubt it, but we can, you know, you can try. I mean, like I said, I mean, I have to call and say, I'm going to this burial site. I want to go in. And it takes a few days to get someone to respond to that. And I don't have the right to even go in there, even though we've done the reburial. And we did it during the golf tournament so that all these people can see us reburying on site.
No, they think, I think. Yeah, they will put up no spearfishing signs specifically to deter us because they generally don't want to see us during them publicizing such a nice event.
This question was prompted by something Jen said when you were talking about 30 by 30, but I invite answers from everybody. I'm just wondering how much the state is thinking about 30 by 30 as an opportunity to cross that boundary from water to land. We kind of think of MPA, well, MPAs stop at mean high tide, and then we have preserves on industrial. But as the chairs have mentioned, you know, if we just look at salmon as an example, you know, there's a continuum where, you know, certain species need that going all the way from the water up into the watershed. Are there opportunities there? Another, you know, group of species, seabirds, use both, right? They're up on the land to breed, but they're foraging in the water. And we've kind of looked at them weird with the MPA process because they're up above mean high tide. So what are the opportunities there with 30 by 30?
Thanks, Dan. I think we talked about this a little bit in a previous webinar we had, but yes, absolutely. We're looking at the land sea connection. There's not an arbitrary line along the coast that, you know, divides one ecosystem from another. And so we are working really closely with the Deputy Secretary for Habitat and Biodiversity, Dr. Jennifer Norris, who's really helping lead kind of the land side. I mean, she's leading the whole thing, but she's leading the land side where OPC is kind of leading the coastal waters portion. And this is a priority for us. We're thinking about it. We just met with state parks last week, actually, and had a discussion with them about where are the opportunities in all these places where we've got state parks. You know, we've been very opportunistic about that in our approach around MPA management and leveraging resources and the incredible outreach programming by parks. And so where are those additional opportunities? That's just an example. Where are those additional opportunities for 30 by 30, right? What can we do in state parks that might better improve biodiversity in the ocean? So that's definitely something we're looking into. I don't have any more detail or great ideas at this moment.
Hello, good afternoon. Ken Frankie with the Sport Fishing Association of California. I have a comment and then a question regarding OPC perspective. First of all, to Chuck Bonham and Dr. Schumann, thank you very much for all the work that you've done to help work with our fleet. And they got that saying, do things with people, not to people. And they've done an outstanding job, as well as the wardens. What an approachable group of men and women who, when we're out working on the ocean, they have done a very good job. And that includes holding people accountable. So we're very appreciative for that. And to OPC, as well as the Fish and Game Commission, again, leadership speaks for itself. Oh, there we go. It's not like this has just started. I've heard a lot of comments today about inclusivity, et cetera. And you all have clearly on a leadership level been doing just that these past 10 years. So we appreciate that. My comment though to OPC, our question is, we look at equitable access. The people, for instance, that go on the commercial passenger fishing boats, they don't have a lot of money to go and buy their own yacht. So they're going to take their family, their kids out fishing, and we want them to have an opportunity to engage in that along the coast. So as we S12, my phone's dying.
I
Sorry
thought this
about
was my opportunity to run out.
I apologize. No, you can't run. But you talked about adaptive management. Could you explain? We have a lot of people, I think, that are online that may not understand what that meant, because I think it has a lot of pertinence to having that equitable access. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a great question. And I'm guessing that's going to be a pretty significant topic of discussion tomorrow at the Marine Resources Committee meeting. But I will say that what I see as a key next step coming out of the release of the decadal management review as we go into these discussions tomorrow and at the Fish and Game Commission meeting in April and beyond is what does it mean to adaptively manage our network, and how are we going to be making those decisions? So I really see a key next step is developing a scientific framework for how we're making those decisions, and making sure that those decisions are science-based and are furthering the Marine Protected Area Network's ability to meet the goals of the Marine Life Protection Act. So that's the way that I'm thinking about it. And I think we have to have a criteria and a transparent process so that everybody understands how those decisions are going to be made.
I can't resist chiming in just a little bit on that, because I really appreciate just sort of the plain language conversation about what adaptive management means. I mean, the diagram notwithstanding, because I think that's an important sort of like formal part of the MPA management review process. Adaptive management is about learning from what's happened to date and then applying that learning to doing it better. Like that's really what that's about. And so maybe the friendly amendment is that I think there's all this incredible science and monitoring data in the Decadal Management Review report. There's also all of this sort of the beginnings of this knowledge partnership, these knowledge partnerships that we really, really need to amplify and expand. And that is also really important learning. So all this learning that comes from Indigenous and traditional and local and other knowledges about the coast and the ocean and the science as well, all need to now feed into how we modify and refine and do better what we've been doing. And, you know, it's a huge undertaking. So I'm scared. Good luck with that.
Hi, Jamie Diamond with Stardust Sport Fishing out of Santa Barbara. My husband and I and our 3 young kids own sport fishing vessels. We take people fishing charter boats. And it's an amazing opportunity an amazing way to live life and raise our kids. However, the future for my kids being able to continue that for a long time seemed dimmer and dimmer. And when we talk about policy, bad policy hurts people. It's not just something that's written down. It affects us directly. It affects the citizens of California. It affects tribes. It affects everybody. And when I heard the college students asking about, you know, how do you not get discouraged? Well, I am one of the youngest people in our fleet participating in the management process, and I am quickly approaching my second 39th birthday. And that scares me because everybody else before me, they're getting tired and they're getting discouraged with the process because of bad policy. And a couple years ago, I put my foot down and I said, we can't do this anymore. We can't be at the whim of bad information and bad policy. And I called Ken here at the Sport Fishing Association and I said, we have to fix this. We can't keep doing this and playing this and chasing our tails. And I just want to give you some hope that change is possible. Because what we have been able to do is work towards a better data collection process so we can get a real picture. So policymakers and decision makers aren't using bad policy and aren't using bad data, poor data, and bad information to make these really important, crucial decisions. And we have to actively participate to advocate on our own dime, on our own time, away from our families, to be able to be part of this process. And it's very difficult, but you can't afford not to. You can't afford not to drive hundreds of miles or fly or miss, like I did last year, almost 2 months away from my family, going to different fisheries management meetings across the state for state and federal meetings, being part of this process. And it takes a toll on the people that this is supposedly supposed to help. And I am fortunate that I am able to do this, and that my husband helps, he runs our business too, and we have our kids, but it's getting more and more difficult. And I want to say that change is possible. I want you to hear that you can affect change, and it doesn't take an entire lifetime, but you have to be determined, and the stage is kind of ripe right now. I feel like a lot of people are ready to do something different, because they see that bad policy hurts people, and we're all trying to work together here to make this work. And so my question, sorry, is well, how can we make it easier for us, for the people that this is for, to change policy? Because it is incredibly difficult to participate in a meaningful way if you don't have somebody paying your ticket, paying for your hotel. For example, I had to sum up my livelihood in 30 seconds for public comment at a Fish and Game Commission hearing recently. You get 5 minutes federally, 3 minutes maybe locally, but I had to sum up my entire life in 30 seconds for public comment. Things like that really make it difficult to participate meaningfully as the people that your policies affect. How can we make it more accessible so there are more voices in this room? There's a lot of empty seats, and I know there's a lot more people that actually care about this than we're able to be here.
Hi, Anna Newman. Another thing I don't have the answer to, how to make this easier to participate. But I'm seeing the same thing out of my commercial fishing industry. The fleet is so tired of fighting and battling that another policy comes down. This year, we're looking at salmon season, and it's not great. They're just exhausted. How do we reinvigorate them to get back into this conversation, especially in my line of work where it directly benefits their livelihood? It's putting their kids into school. It's putting shoes on feet. I don't know either, but I see you and I hear you and I understand you, and I'm trying to figure that out too. So you're not the only one.
All right, I'm just going to go out on a little bit of a limb here because this is something I think about a lot. We have really, really limited time in these public meetings to hear from people, and it's our job, right, on these commissions and so on, to really try to listen and integrate all of the things that we learn, as I've been saying. So the limb I'm going to go out on is that I can't believe I'm about to do this. I hear remarkably little from stakeholders outside of these public meetings. And we do not have an ex parte limit on, we can communicate as commissioners with the members of the public outside of these meetings. And it actually is really helpful. I am trying to learn as fast as I can about the limits on and the pathways by which we can adapt management and policy in each of the many, many issue spaces that we work on the California Fish and Game Commission. That's just, my involvement. Everybody has got theirs, but I need help with that. And I think that often the expertise is in the room. Our staff are incredibly busy. So I guess what I'm saying is help us understand what we can do, what you need, what it looks like. Reach out to us. I would love more interaction outside of these meetings. And you can do that by phone. You don't have to come find me. That might be scary even. So I shouldn't be speaking for other commissioners, but I know that I feel very much at a loss to really understand the things that many folks in the room have dedicated years to understanding. So, help us help you.
I'll just add to that. Jamie, you are making a difference. So just keep doing what you're doing. It may not seem like it, but you are. Doing a time check. We were supposed to wrap up in about 2 minutes. We're going to wrap up at 5 o'clock sharp to be respectful of everyone's time. We've got 3 more speakers in the queue. So I'm just going to ask, in the spirit of letting everyone speak, if everyone can just try to keep it brief so we can give all the remaining speakers a chance.
We might have 4. So we want to hear as many voices as possible, and there's only so many hours in the day. So please try to be respectful so that everybody can have their voice heard.
Absolutely. Keep it brief. I just wanted to comment that, love you, Karen. We've been doing this for 2 years now. We're in our last year coming up. So I'm sure our tribal partners are well aware of this. On the west coast of North America, historically, this has been a giant kelp forest from Baja to Alaska. And it was full of sea otters that were within this range. And when those sea otters were hunted, and what happened was the invertebrates flourished, the abalone, the urchins took over and ate all this kelp, right, that we have. From 1850 to 1880, there was no kelp on the Monterey Peninsula. But when the Chinese immigrants came here, they took those abalone, they fished near the shore, and they put them and sent them back to China. But then there was a Chinese Exclusion Act, and they were taken out of it. And then the Japanese immigrants came, and they took those abalone and they put them into cans. And by doing that, they restored this kelp forest. There's a lot of racial animosity in this story, but they did it. And so I am the 2nd generation of kelp restoration diver in Monterey. My ancestors were Chinese and Japanese immigrants who came here looking for a better life. And so we're looking for an opportunity to do kelp restoration here, but in this environment where we have a 10-year decadal management review. On the Central Coast, it's 15 years for us. And we've been waiting and watching this unfold since the marine heat wave in 2016. And we're looking for that opportunity to be able to go into the marine protected areas, we're designed around access. And that's what we need, is access to the water. And we just don't really have that. And that's where this should happen, because we don't need to have fishing going on when we're doing restoration. It should be something that as we protect these areas and restore the kelp, which need recovery, that these areas become protected by that nature. And this cycle we have now of 10 years, and then we're going to have the way to do it in between is to petition the commission to make adjustments in it. But I've been told yes one time and no so many times. And the question is, so how do we get to have a quicker review cycle? How do we make changes to this area in a meaningful way? Thank you.
I'll take this one really quickly. So we have been working with our state agency partners to develop a comprehensive restoration and mitigation policy for the state. And one of the components of that is actually going to build out a recommendation in the decadal management review that directs us to develop a science-based framework to evaluate and approve appropriate restoration and mitigation actions within MPAs, right? So we need to understand the criteria by which it's appropriate to do this, and where and when and with what approaches. And so that framework is going to inform future discussions regarding restoration action in marine protected areas and elsewhere in the state. So that is forthcoming, and there will be more information on that soon.
Is it working? Okay. So just to throw another wrench into the bucket of slosh that we're talking about. um, there is right now planning to be these huge gigantic wind farms off the coast of California. And the one aspect that people are refusing to talk about or bring up with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is the electromagnetic field that is going to be generated when they suspend those high voltage cables in the water. And salt water acts as an amplifier, as everybody knows, to an EMF. And those huge, gigantic wind farms are going to also interfere with migratory bird populations, because migratory birds they use their internal magnetic compasses to navigate. And when there are electromagnetic emitters, that interferes with their ability to find their way. So how many fishermen out here and sport fishermen, I hope to God you guys are aware of this, and hopefully we can actually stop it. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. Just a real quick thing. One, I wanted to compliment everybody. Great presentation. Thank you very much. It's really nice to be in person, to be able to make contact, actually be able to speak to people and not be on a Zoom call. My question is regarding adaptive management. And in that adaptive management, utilizing, the science behind that adaptive management, are there going to be fishermen involved in that decisional process? Because it's very important, I think, that you have the ground truthing from the fishermen as to what's going on out in the ocean as it is now. And can we be there to help and produce, a better product in the end? So I just wondered if that was a opportunity or an available situation. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start, but I'm just going to send it to you. I think the process, and it's not really appropriate for me to answer this, because I'm not the decision-making body, but I'm here to provide support. I think the process through which proposals to adaptively manage the network are considered is still a work in progress. We're still, the decadal management review was just in front of the full Fish and Game Commission in February. There's going to be a robust discussion tomorrow, and that's the beginning of the conversation. So I think it is to be determined what that process is going to look like. But do you have more to say?
I have only a little bit more to say, because as I said at the beginning of my comments, I really am just learning about the ins and outs of the MPA process. So one of the things that I was reading in that long set of documents that are available to us now is about, some of the roles that fishers have played in contributing data, collecting data, and being eyes on the water. Just sort of understanding that the seeds of that are there is sort of where I am right now. And then I think, as Jen said, right, how are we going to do this adaptive management process? Well, we certainly need to have input from fishers. So, I think I can just say that through the Marine Resources Committee, through the full commission meetings. I hope you're here tomorrow as well. And I'll say it again. I think reach out directly to us as well, because again, some of that learning has to come directly through us. And I know that, so I work on the Wildlife Resources Committee, and on that side, we are very much engaged in conversations about how fishers can be contributing both formally and through sort of observation and natural history to our understanding of what we need to do, how we need to change regulations to protect these fishes in the long haul. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was your name? Catherine. Have you heard of the West Coast Ocean Alliance? Okay, that's a group, and it's from Washington down to California, and it's all anyone representing from the coastal communities. Unfortunately, they had their meeting today. But Bohm and Noah are great participants in this meeting. And I know we've talked about the floating windmills, whether they're going to be floating, whether they're going to be tied down or off the coast. So I would suggest contacting, I have his email. I'd be glad to give it to you, John, who's the executive director, and participate in those meetings as well. Sure.
And I'm just going to jump in here because the Ocean Protection Council, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Coastal Commission, State Lands Commission are working really closely on this issue, and we care about protecting cultural resources and cultural values. So you can also talk to me or to Becky. And I also sit on the West Coast Ocean Alliance, so I can be a conduit for that.
And I'm going to break the rules. And I'm going to say, Dick, we have big plans for you guys. So be careful what you wish for.
I was going to tell Dick yes as well. It's the only answer I know today.
Sure. Thank you so much for squeezing me in, and to this last panel. You all have been incredible. And I know it's late in the day. So I just had one more question about adaptive management, which is that I had read an article this morning where one of the Fish and Game commissioners had said that they didn't see MPA network expansion being contemplated at this time. Yet, I work for an organization that's really excited about the state's pathway for modifications to the MPA network as part of 30 by 30. So basically, I'm just sort of wondering how to square those two comments. And I'm hoping that adaptive management could, or that it's not necessarily going to foreclose the possibility of strengthening or expanding protections.
I'm going to let Commissioner Murray address that question since she was.
I'm guessing I'm the mystery commissioner. The unnamed mystery commissioner. I don't know if anybody has ever spoken to the media before. They don't always run everything you say. That's the case in this comment. What I did say, though, in that KPBS piece that ran today, among many other things, but the thing that got aired was much like what Jen said, that I think, you know, and this is, we have Bagley Keene, right? So this is not all pre-orchestrated in a back room someplace. You will see it continue to unfold in real time tomorrow. And as always, that's awkward, right? Because we don't have a game plan going into our meetings. But I see much like what Deputy Director Eckerly, Jen, said, which is, you know, some kind of, well, so first of all, yes, I see changes to the MPA network being reflective of adaptive management that rises out of the DMR. I think that's what I said. I don't think I said there won't be any expansion, although Jen did mention that there are 4 different ways to achieve 30 by 30. One is OECMs, one is these indigenous-led marine areas, one is enhanced protections inside national marine sanctuaries, and then one is adaptive management within our existing state marine protected area network. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. We're going to hear what everybody has to say and what their ideas are tomorrow in the MRC. But I imagine potentially, without getting in trouble with Craig and Susan and Co-Chair Sklar and everybody else, but some kind of framework that includes you know, a science-based assessment against the 6 goals that we have in MLPA and how we're doing against those goals. Probably also looking at places where we want to adapt, given everything we've heard here today and everything we're likely to hear tomorrow in response to the DMR, as well as looking at a climate resiliency overlay that looks at the whole MPA network with this new lens that we have now that we didn't have then. You know, if there are cases, as we heard from Anna, there are cases where some of the MPAs, the geographies where they are, the ecosystems that were in the MPAs when they were created look a whole lot different today. Are there places where we need to adaptively manage some of these MPAs to address some of the feedback we've heard? There may be, right? And I imagine we can do that within a network-based, holistic, comprehensive framework where we're not sort of having a free-for-all of petitions all at once. That would be my preference, or a free-for-all, just cascading in all the time, but that we can take them and look at them holistically with a network view in mind, where we know, which we have with a network, if you're pulling here, you might be pushing here, and if you pull one thread, it changes something else elsewhere. So I think taking a comprehensive view as we think about adaptive management of the entire 124 MPAs is the tack that I would recommend. Craig, I don't know what he's about to say, but so again, to clarify, I think we're saying the same thing, which is adaptive management of our existing MPA network. There are several pathways to 30 by 30, and state MPAs are just one of them.
So what I was about to say is we are at time. I'm sorry to cut the discussion short. I'm going to be the bad guy and say we need to close the session. I know there's a lot more questions out there, and the good news is this is just the beginning. So I encourage folks, when we adjourn, to go next door, continue the discussions. We've got the MRC meeting tomorrow to continue the discussions, informal discussions. We've got formal comments that can come in over there. So I promised I had a surprise for you. So I'm not going to renege on my promise. So it is somebody's birthday today. So our own Becky Oda is having her 39th birthday again. Oh, I'm sorry, 31. So if you could just all join me in singing her happy birthday, I think that'd be pretty cool. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Becky. Happy birthday to you. All right, so just a few things to wrap us up. When we came in today, I was thinking listen and learn, right? Those were the two words really in my mind. As we started into the discussions, I started hearing about costs, disconnect, sacrifice, hardship, fear, challenges. I also heard about collaboration, innovation, community, inclusion, respect, learning, solutions, healing, gratitude and love, Wainishi, new word for me, and I love it. And I also heard about hope. And what gives me hope is all of you out here, because all of you have a connection to the ocean. It's different, but all of you love the ocean. You have a spiritual connection to it. You work there, you play there, you relax there. Many of you, like me, it's just your happy place, right? You go outside and you smell the salt air and it just makes you feel a little bit better. And so despite our differences, despite our challenges, it's our shared love of the ocean that will bring us all together and will get us through the next 10 years. Speaking of the next 10 years, we've learned that one day is probably not enough. So in 10 years from now, someone remind me, we're going to need a little bit more time. I'd like to thank Chair Ramirez, Chair Lopez. Thank you very much. You've both been wonderful today and greatly contributed to the discussions. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of our moderators and panelists, the posters and tabling participants that next door, our agency partners, our project PIs and volunteers who have helped support the monitoring projects, Decadal Management Review Steering Committee and Tribal Steering Committee, regional tribal consultants, MPA Collaborative Network, previous agency staff that worked for all the different agencies over the last 15, 20 years that are still part of the family that may have moved on to probably better things or different things. Where was I here? RLF, Sea Grant, Kearns and West Strategic Worth, all of our agency partners. It takes a community to manage our statewide network, and you are all part of that community. We can't do it without you. With that, I'd like to invite Chairwoman Ramirez for any closing remarks she would like to make.
Every time we go to a place like this where we try to listen, they took notes. I just think about it and just hope that something comes out of it and that we move forward, that this is not the only time you will call on us. Okay, so don't forget us. Know that wherever you go in California, there are indigenous people. So make sure that you contact them. Make sure that you don't think of them at the last minute. Make sure that you invite them. And so we would say in our language, I would say, Hela hela zopa paminame. Hela hela azopa paminame. Happy birthday. And to all of you, Seleki Tumanes, we didn't have a word for the moon. And so when that time comes of night, you would say Tumani Shashi, which is the night sun is coming. Good night.
So let's continue the discussions next door. We are adjourned.